to get more supplies. In the town, you will encounter all kinds of zombie enemies, as well as special supply crates. Opening special supply crates attracts swarms of zombies to attack. Stay vigilant. When faced with a zombie attack, the new weapons and utility items may come in handy. First, let's look at the new weapons. The M134 and the flamethrower. These weapons will help you deal heavy damage to zombies and eliminate them more effectively. You can also use the stealth serum and lure grenade. With these items and weapons, you can formulate your ideal strategy. Additionally, by utilizing the bonus special trait and special trait system, you can modify your gear and improve your combat capabilities. On the battlefield of Zombie Uprising mode, you can get schematics needed to make modifications. Take them to the workstation to forge or modify fabled equipment traits. In addition to the new gear and systems for fighting zombies, we made some improvements to the gameplay experience, including a new room feature, a more convenient access tab, loss replays, highlights, as well as firearm adjustments, improvements to teaming up, and more. In terms of weapons, we added faction variants of the DDS and S12K, and existing faction weapons have been buffed. Additionally, starting from this season, you can use the room feature in Metro Royale to organize a match and fight alongside friends. Also, team up functionality has been improved. When teaming up, teammates won't be able to change their loadout settings once they've readied up. If the team leader enters the match with loadout settings that are too low, the whole team must confirm in order for the match to start as normal. When the match ends, you can view the match results screen to watch loss replays and highlights. By the way, a new, more convenient access tab can be used to enter Metro Royale. This season, Misty Port and Arctic Base feature Spirit Pearl crates that can be found and opened for supplies. Next, new collectibles will be available with the start of the season. Also, if it's your first time playing Metro Royale, the number of maps you'll need to download will be fewer than was needed in the past to begin playing. Frontline Confrontation and Old Blockade Zone maps will be downloaded by default. Based on your own preferences, you can later download the Misty Port and Arctic Base maps. Metro Royale Chapter 21 is about to begin. Survivors, get ready for combat. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
bir turnuva hayatında ne kadar çok şeyi değiştirebilir? Bir hayali kaç kişi aynı anda paylaşabilir? Peki kaç kişi yükselen yıldızlarda savaşmaya cesaret edebilir? Parlamaya ve e-spor sahnesine adım atmaya hazır ol. Senin sıran geldi. Şimdi sen de takım arkadaşlarını bul. Turnuva adresine git ve kaydını tamamla. Bu heyecana ortak ol.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile World Cup. My name is Tim Worlds Gaming, and I'm joined here by Brute Force. If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
My name is Hixie. I am the coach of the team.
My name is News. I'm a supporter in the team.
My name is Pripod, and I am IGL of Brute Force.
Prepod, this is the second time I see you here in Saudi Arabia. How are you feeling this time around?
I like this place. It's a very amazing organization. Is on a high level. I like Riyadh. It's a very good tournament. It's amazing tournament for me, and I like to be here.
It is a lot of great experience for you guys, right? Because last year was your guys' first big major tournament. Is that correct?
It was PMGC in Malaysia.
Was it in Malaysia?
Yeah.
Was that your first one?
First one big world. Yes.
Okay. So now that you're starting to get more international events under your belt, what is your confidence feeling like coming into this event?
On PMGC we do a lot of mistakes, and after PMGC we start improving, understand what we need to do about our mistakes, and already on PMSL we fix a lot of mistakes and make more new one. So now we are preparing better in PMSL.
And this time you guys actually have a new player, right?
Yeah.
And that player is going to be Freezer. That's his first time at a big global event.
Last PMSL was his first ever competitive tournament.
And he handled that great.
Yeah,
How do you guys think he's going to be able to handle the PMWC?
He will be perform good because he is very confident in his moves. Only one problem that he have, it's no experience. But he never nervous. He every time smile, every time want to play. If we lose, he tell guys, go play every time. So it's our power, you know?
Yeah.
Trust me, he will be young star.
Yeah.
He will?
Yeah.
Out of all the teams that are here, which one are you guys the one that are looking forward to fight the most during the match?
Alpha 7,
yeah.
Of course Alpha 7.
Okay, I mean, they do tend to be more aggressive. Do you feel like that fits your playing style better? A team that's aggressive?
It's interesting fight with them because it's very aggressive team. I never meet more aggressive team than them. So it's very interesting, and I like to fight with them. You know, every time something new, and you need to think what they will do to beat them. So it's very interesting. Yeah.
And,
I like it.
Our game style also tend to be some on the edges and aggressive gameplay, which will be like a similar style to Alpha 7. So I think we're gonna fight with them a lot in this tournament.
Ooh, I like hearing that. I like creating some rivalry, especially since you guys have now, as I was mentioning earlier, you're starting to come now more towards global events. So it would be great to have that rivalry. I mean, you already got a bit of the hair too with Alpha 7. Usually tends to do. They didn't do it this year. Maybe they're trying to break that second place curse that they currently have. Throughout all the matches, which map do you think is going to be more favorable to your playing style? Do you think it's going to be Sandhawk that we play one time? Do you think it's going to be Erangel that we play 3 times, or Miramar that we play 2 times?
Erangel. I think Erangel, yeah, it's better.
For my opinion, in every tournament, our best map is Miramar.
Ooh.
Every tournament. So,
Okay.
But on this tournament, we will fight with Alpha 7, I think, a lot. I think every map, but I'm not sure. And on the Erangels, first day we will not have fights, land fights, so it will be more stability results.
What makes you think that you're going to be fighting more with Alpha 7 throughout the whole tournament?
Through analysis, and we know like their game style is similar to our game style, but the guys have very good confidence and a very great mentality. And it doesn't matter if it's Alpha 7 or any team. We have to do our way, we have to do our tactic, and just focus on whoever in front of us.
I like that. I like that a lot, and I like that you said it doesn't really matter which team it's going to be, because you'll have some teams that are going to be aggressive, like Alpha 7, and then you'll have some teams that are going to be a little bit more passive. They're going to maybe play it slow it down a little bit more. Do you feel like those teams that tend to play a little bit slower, do you think that benefits you, or do you think that makes you double think certain things during the fight?
A lot of teams from our sides in different maps, they tend to play more slower, not more passive. And we play slow too. I think this is gonna be a little bit problematic for our team, but we are ready to face whoever in front of us.
So that's a great thing then, right? Because if you have experience already playing with those slow teams, and you also like to play aggressive like Alpha 7, like those Brazilian teams, that's already an advantage, I feel like, because the thing that we have seen, especially in the past, teams that end up being champions have that switch. They're able to go from slow to fast. They don't really have to think about it. Some of the other teams kind of crumble under that pressure. They're not able to make that switch. And with you guys, I feel like that's going to be a great
Exactly.
recipe.
We have this mentality. We have good confidence. Each player has a very good gun skill, but in last PMSL, most of the team tend to play faster, and we had this advantage. I think in this tournament, a lot of teams will play slower and play more on the edge, especially from our side, like 4MV in Erangel and in Miramar Alpha 7. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be a problem for us, but we already know that they're gonna be in front of us or somewhere nearby.
You already prepare for it, pretty much.
Of course.
Hey, man, you'll be surprised. Sometimes when people get to a major event, even though they are prepared, they let the nervous get to them. And something that I like about you guys, that we have gotten a chance to talk outside of this interview, is that you guys are always confident. You guys always seem ready. Whatever I might ask you, you guys have an answer for it, and I like that. Let's dial it back a little bit. Let's just have some fun here. What's your favorite gun to use right now in the game?
I like M4, but more emotions give me DBS, you know, because when I play instead someone with DBS, I die every time. Okay. If I shoot someone, he will not die, you know, every time. So I'm very angry when I play with DBS.
I like AKM.
Oh, yeah.
He's the best with AKM, I swear.
Okay, all right. Any like M14 maybe?
It's classic.
Yeah,
of course.
All right.
It's actually proper used to use UMP and like close range SMGs, but after he broke some PMSL tables, he switched to DBS.
Were you getting some nightmares out of the DBS?
No nightmares, but
You just close your eyes and all you hear is that.
sometimes, yeah.
It's not just you, by the way.
Of course.
It's everybody. Even us at the talent, we're like, all we hear is just that. When you close range, that's literally all you hear. That's all you hear. Will we maybe see any of you guys sniping if the opportunity arrives, especially in Miramar?
No.
No.
We had before the player who play with sometimes with snipers, but now he's not with us. So.
Okay, fair enough. And I was asking that question mostly for Hot Jukes because I know he's one of the casters for English.
Yeah.
he's been wanting to see somebody start using the sniper like all times. It's that's just not where the game currently is. And now, at an offline event, what is your guys' routine throughout the day? Obviously, we have all this media having to do all that, but do you guys still have enough time to maybe practice, review some extra stuff that you need to?
We have time for everything, but yesterday we stay in arena 10 hours. It was a little bit hard, you know. After this, we was very tired.
So we skipped the meeting of yesterday is to double it today and like double prepare for the tomorrow tournament.
Right on. Well, hey, boys, I appreciate your time. I'm happy to see you guys back as champions of your PMSL, which is quite impressive, and I can't wait to see what you guys do in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Iced coffee for Jenny!
That is not a matcha. But thanks, bro.
Don't worry about it.
Either way, let's talk about yesterday, particularly here at PMWC.
Yeah, yesterday was actually quite a surprise. We had teams that had really high expectations going into day two, you know, namely Falcons and Vampire Esports, and they just didn't show up.
You know, actually, the teams that did show up, Alliance and Tianba, phenomenal performances.
Absolutely amazing. They racked up so many points, and Tianba didn't even get a chicken dinner, and they absolutely destroyed the rest of the rosters. So I'm really excited about that, but you know what happens today? It's the last day of the group stage.
Well, the sun has set on Group Red, but they have to sit back and watch as their fate unfolds to see if they manage to qualify for the main tournament at the end of today, or if they'll have to play in the survival stage. I'm Jason Kaplan, I'm your host, and today we have Group Green and Group Yellow going head-to-head to try to get themselves in to potentially win $400,000 for first place. But like always, I can never do this show alone. I have to bring in two gentlemen who carry me quite heavily through these shows, especially with them being short. It means they have great lower leg strength. And speaking of short, Seven, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Carry you. I don't think I could carry you even if we tried.
I mean, you carry Max, man, sometimes. You're on desk.
Oh, speaking of, our special guest, Matt. No, it's sorry.
If it was actually him coming through the portal, that would have been probably the best moment there. And it's like, oh, hey, it's me, MaxBad. But we've had a crazy day two. Got to hear Jeannie and Banks talk about it really quickly there. And we're coming down to the final day. And this is where things get really tense for Group Green, Yellow, and of course Red, who have to just sit there and just like, guys, stop scoring points. We want to hold on.
I mean, you just mentioned it. The Group Red teams that are not going to be playing today, the ones that we thought maybe they didn't do good enough. We saw even in the intro some of the interviews there from Brute Force. They were coming in with so much hype. They were coming in with just so much certainty, but it didn't end up working out for them. And now they just have to hope that some of the other teams that are going to be coming in that are below them don't end up scoring as many points.
And yesterday, a spectacular showing from Alliance, of course. It was basically a fan-gathering performance. They were able to show on the international stage just what they're made of, not only with the 2 wins that they actually got during the middle of the day, but then later on, more podiums to their name as well. I think eyes will be on Alliance to try and replicate that performance in the main tournament.
It's going to be tough to do, but they are currently sitting in first place at the moment, which is honestly extremely hard to do. But you know what? As we are talking about Alliance, I'm curious, what were the reactions like? And luckily for us, we do have a video brought to you by Pepsi to show the reactions of the players from yesterday.
I don't know what you heard, but I can't go in.
Man, Alliance have to be happy with the performance yesterday, and for them, they get to sit back knowing they're qualified, have today to maybe look things over, have tomorrow, have the next 2 days thereafter, and then of course one more day past that, so that's how many days in total, 7?
Why are you looking at me? He talks to you, go on.
Oh, yeah. Let me ask Max real quick.
We know he's not good. That's like 5 days off of them really getting to fine-tune their gameplay and figure things out of what they can do to potentially take home the trophy. Like, this is the perfect situation to be in if you're Alliance.
The thing is that I think that they are currently leading the approach to the tournament right now. If you're thinking about all the other teams, they're not utilizing the same kind of splits that Alliance were in those first 2 days. So teams are going to be looking at them and trying to emulate some of that and put that into their play for the main tournament.
I think that was the most impressive out of them, right? The splits that they were able to do, but not only the splits that they were doing, how proactive they were being while doing those splits. I mean, we saw some of their players being able to get different angles, keeping that proactiveness going, making sure that whatever happened towards the end of the game, they were able to secure that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Klook taking our MVP spot yesterday too at the end of the day from Alliance. They pretty much went out all green, even though they're from Group Red. So catch what I get said there. But we have Group Yellow coming, as you can see here. We have Alpha 7, Boom, Kagasaka, DRX, Inko, IWNRX, Moneymakers, and Power. Now, a couple of teams out there we're kind of writing off. And there's a certain team in particular. We're not going to talk too much about them. But for your DRXs, made this an opportunity for you to try some things out, to look forward to what's coming up in the survival stage where things just get that much more difficult.
Yeah, one of the things we need to focus on about our 1 through 8, of course, is the fact that there are some teams in the danger zone from Group Red, right? If you think about, I would say D plus Kia down. Even though D plus Kia was first place after that first day, it was a bit of a dramatic fall-off from them. So D plus Kia, Besiktas Black, and Brute Force. For those guys, they're the ones that I'm fearful for, 7. For their watching for today, unfortunately, they just have to sit there and hope.
Yeah, they're gonna be watching some of these teams that are gonna be coming in very, very scared. I'm with you though. I feel like Reject, they've possibly done enough. In my mind, the cutoff is gonna be about 65 points with the way that some of these teams have been playing. And if we don't have any teams being able to dominate or be able to get back-to-back chicken dinners like Alliance was able to do yesterday, it is going to open up the door for some of those teams that are kind of towards the bottom that we're going to be seeing in the next couple pages. I'm talking about teams like Inko. That's a team that definitely surprised me with the poor performance that they had on day 1. I was expecting a little bit more out of them. And then if we're going to keep talking about some of the other teams, TJB, I can't wait to see what that team's going to be doing as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think when it comes to China, obviously we've seen Tiamba really shine, Jason, and TJB needs to follow suit.
I just wanted to say really quickly for a team like Brute Force, 17 points is keeping you right now in our top 12. So if any of these teams start to pass you, you're going to continually fall down. You have to hope that somehow TJB, Moneymakers, obviously quite a few teams have to kind of go up there in the top 10 side. But it's pretty possible considering the point gaps we have.
I mean, just look at the teams that you currently have outside of the top 12. You have TJB, we saw what they were able to do whenever they were popping off. Team Falcons, Vampire Esports, and on top of that, we have Boom Esports, Mad Bulls, Inko. These are teams that are definitely capable of getting into that top 12 and passing Brute Force.
Yeah, you say it definitely possible, Jason. It's almost certain in a lobby like this that they are going to fall out. Like the fact that we have what are wolves at the door looking to break it down for today that didn't necessarily have the best first day, they're going to come in so hungry into the second day, right? Okay, we are elite teams here in PUBG Mobile. Our first day didn't go well. We need to show the world why we are elite.
We're talking about being hungry. What about being thirsty here? Team Liquid, they start off the day strong, taking a victory for themselves, but from there on after, we didn't really see too much out of them, 7.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, besides that Sandhawk match, I mean, we were able to kind of mention it too during the first Erangel. Their rotations were just a bit off. I felt like they were playing a little bit passive, and I actually got a chance to sit down and talk with Knight, their coach, and he was telling me, especially in the first Erangel that we were critiquing a lot, what happened there, it was that the whole team was just focused on trying to third-party a fight between two teams, and then they ended up rotating absolutely blind. Zero scouting. But the thing is, I went back and watched Team Liquid, and whenever they did have an option to just dominate the center of the circle, they were still just too passive. They weren't being proactive. They weren't being the aggressiveness, the Brazilian team that we're kind of used to seeing out of Brazil.
Yeah, and some of their moves kind of came back to what I was saying yesterday, which was sometimes these teams leave it too late and a bit desperate, right? We were talking about the Erangel game where they're sending it in between the Falcons split, trying to find themselves a spot, but it's just too late. You even mentioned, talking to their coach, that they really weren't scouting things out and weren't even thinking about some of the wider rotates that have actually been a hallmark of some of their successes in the past. So I think Team Liquid can adjust a few knobs here and there and get themselves to a winning spot today.
The thing I'll say for them is they don't need to come first place at the end of the group stage.
Right.
Obviously, you can win a lot more money the higher rankings you go up, but the thing is you don't want to play in survival, period. 4 teams coming from survival into the main event. You want to avoid that the best you possibly can. So just qualify. That should be the focus. And with the way they're playing, even with that one win and not really performing too well later on, it's going to be enough.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, and it kind of sparked a little light bulb on my head, because that's exactly what Knight told me, the coach. They're looking to just aim for about 69 points, just being able to qualify. And I told them, what's going to happen if you do end up performing really well in the first 3 games? Do you maybe, if you see teams like Team Falcons, Vampire Esports, that might not be performing well, you're going to be like hunting them down? He said, no, we're going to be looking to get even more money and just keep moving up the leaderboard.
You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking to see who are our casters starting off the day, and I'm hearing they're actually going to be here on stage. We got Blank and Jackie, and gentlemen, today, no holds barred. Everyone should be going for this, trying to qualify to the main event. What's your take?
Man, Jason, I feel like it's been that way the whole way through. Past 2 days of competition have been intense, Blank. There's been some key beats. Run me through what you think's been the major moments.
Well, I think right now we're kind of looking at Tiamba, really. Like, it's a crazy run-up from them. I don't think a lot of people were expecting them to hit this one. Leon's with the 1v everyone in his
Outrageous.
match. Alliance getting the back-to-back. This is some crazy teams up towards the top. I think that, realistically, now that Red Team's out, Jackie, maybe there's a chance for some of these other squads.
Oh yeah, the quality of competition has really been ramping up, and today with the group swap, I think it's going to be intense, Jason, so lock in.
Well, let me get my belt buckled in. I'm actually not wearing a belt today, but yeah, obviously it should be buckled in just like all the teams. But I do kind of...
Locked
what is
in?
that?
Nice.
I was locked in.
We're like locking arms. Is that what you meant?
No, I don't know. No, we're not doing that.
I don't know. But it's... I don't know how I feel as well. Saying that about Liquid, just trying to qualify, I feel like if you're rotating blind, which you did mention that Knight said, like, how can you be doing that at this stage? I mean, obviously, maybe just one match, not a big deal, but I feel like you should be kind of having an understanding of how you want to play things out, and just kind of full sending it isn't necessarily the right move to see. It doesn't give me a lot of confidence in the team if they do qualify to the main event.
Yeah, that's the biggest question mark, especially after what we saw yesterday out of them. It's just how focused are they going to be? Are you going to be getting distracted by a fight happening between 2 teams and then debating, okay, are we going to third party this or we're not going to third party this? And this is also what I was talking about. I feel like they're just being too passive. Before, that team would have been able to either send it or focus on something else, and I'm hoping that decision making for them is a little bit faster today.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid fares best in like rolling hills scenarios, like in Erangel, as well as maybe moving into Miramar as well. Flat kind of fields where they're trying to do these kinds of things, as well as maybe compound play. Doesn't fully, in my opinion, play to their play style, but we've talked a lot about Team Liquid.
Luckily for them, their Miramar was good.
I mean, the thing is, right, you can't say it's pressure because they've been in the situation before, known as loops back at PMGC. But one team that does have an insane amount of pressure, probably the most pressure out of any team out there, and we're going to find out if they can become Diamonds or Cole, it's going to be Vampire. They are out of the bubble at the moment, and they're, I think, a little bit worried from what I saw from Sertani.
Well, you can't reverse the process. You can't, well, I mean, you can. But anyway, we've got ourselves, a situation where yesterday looked kind of rough for them. They didn't really find themselves in a lot of situations where they can really hold on to their own. Tony K, of course, did have himself 5 limbs in one of those games, being able to push them a little bit further. But if you think about it, I mean, they got themselves only 1 elim on some of these games where we're used to Vampire really being huge fraggers. Not only for themselves to be able to get themselves elims on the board, but then also exerting pressure on the rest of the lobby and saying, hey, you can't come here. You cannot come into this zone. And we didn't see a lot from that from them yesterday. I need to see more of that. Their average survival time is actually not that bad. They were getting deep into some of these games, but again, not putting the influence on the battleground as much as they usually do.
And I'm glad you brought up Tony K, because he did end up getting those 5 eliminations in that one match, and for the whole day, he only ended up with 7. So he was pretty much, he ghosted the whole team for the rest of the day, and I feel like we keep saying this over and over again for Vampire Esports. They definitely need to have Tony K being able to perform great, being able to frag out like we're used to seeing him.
Just to put a kind of stop on that for everything as well, Jason. Again, here for this for PMWC for the mid-season, this is their toughest challenge yet, and they have to rise to the occasion because, again, in terms of invitationals, in terms of qualifications, this is the hardest task that they're ever going to have on this stage so far.
Well, they were the trendsetters back with the previous mid-season events. Let's see if they can be a trendsetter today. For you guys at home or watching, you can hear our predictions, obviously, about who we expect to do well, who to potentially qualify. Want to hear what you guys have to say? You can head over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in. But as you can see behind me, we got 8 seconds left to go. It's the final day of group stage here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. So let's send it on the stage so we can kick some things off.
Whether you're at home or right here in the STC arena, remember one thing, every setback is a setup for a comeback. Our teams are on the precipice of greatness as just 6 maps remain in our group stage.
My name is Dawood Sandstorm, and I am your host alongside Barney Banks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the ESPORTS World Cup. It is all or nothing today for these teams, and like we mentioned yesterday, you only have one chance at a first impression.
Yes, that's right, Sandstorm, and these final maps will pave the way for each of our players, as their journey is still only just beginning. But that survival stage is looming in the darkness. It's beckoning each of our teams into its clutches. It's pretty dramatic, to be honest.
Yes, Barney, very dramatic indeed. You might want to hold off on the next coffee. Anyways, 16 teams have the opportunity to change their course here today. So without further ado, let's meet them, starting off with Group Yellow and Istanbul Wildcats. Next, Ruya. Power Esports. Boom Esports. Money Makers! DRX! Alpha 7 Esports! CAG Osaka! And finally, Inco Gaming!
Now heading over to Group Green, starting off with Vampire Esports. Alaula IHC Esports. Team Falcons. TJB Esports. Talon Esports. Team Liquid. Mad Bulls. Harami Bro. We have seen Titans fall and we've seen underdogs exceed expectations. So if there was ever a time to pull out all the stops and dominate this stage, that time is now.
These teams have the luxury of knowing how many points they need in order to pass and qualify for the main tournament. The hard part is the 15 teams that currently stand in their way. Will they be able to cross that threshold and guarantee their spot in the main tournament? I think it's time to find out who will be able to make it to that next stage of the tournament. Casters, it's your time to take it over, and it's your time to get the game started.
Oh, thank you, Banks and Sandstorm down on the stage, setting the scene, getting the energy flowing, and that is the way to do it. The moves down the ramp, Blank, they're looking dripped out today. We got to deliver when it comes to the commentary because, boy, do these teams deserve it in today's matchups.
Yeah, I mean, it was sublime from Mr. Barney and Sandstorm himself. The fact that they'd never tripped on that ramp, it looked pretty rickety. But it's also going to require some divine intervention for some of these squads in the room with us today because, honestly, they do need to pump those numbers up. And that's the difficulty for a lot of these teams. Luckily, we said it before, we'll say it again. Group Red not playing today, so that's Brute Force, Tiamba, For Miracle Vibes, Reject, D Plus Gear, DX Xavier, Besiktas Black, and Alliance, the big one at the end there, who are not playing. So it'll be Group Green and Group Yellow going at it, but that does remove a lot of the big dogs from the lobby, which were gnawing a lot of the ankles of these other squads.
Getting in there early, sneaking up on them, having a nibble, seeing if they can climb up the ranking themselves. Oh, I like that, bro. I like that. That's a good analogy. That's kind of a fun one to start us off. We always do bring out the animal facts, and hopefully we'll see some ferocity, Blank, because here's the thing. When you get a ferocious animal backed into a corner, you know what happens?
Fights back.
It becomes its most deadly by far.
Yeah.
By far, Blank.
By far.
Yeah.
A mile and a half.
Like a yardstick minimum.
Yes.
Minimum.
Yes. So these teams, I think, again, we've spoke about it. I think the desk has spoke about it. You going down top 12 through to the main tournament and top 12 going through to the survival stage. You're working so hard, but the bar is also quite low here.
Okay.
12th place to get into the main tournament. So I'm thinking there's going to be some absolute nutty plays just to try and get over that bar just slightly to get in towards that top 12, which sees you safe into that main tournament. That's what a lot of the teams here have played for to make it this far at the end of the day. So I'm excited to see what they can do here. If they do go to the survival stage, it's rough and tumble.
Yeah, it don't get any easier, bud. Like, it's really going to be a bit of a spin cycle, I suppose, on maximum velocity, and you got to contend with that. It is like taking a brick, throwing it into the tumble dryer, and watching the whole thing just detonate, because that's the quality of competition you got to bring out. The stage deserves it. It's looking so damn beautiful today. You can see the team's keys in front of them as well. Constant reminder of what you're playing for. Your brand staring you in the face. All of the hours that you put into PUBG Mobile now culminating to try and get your hands on that trophy.
Ponder the orb that sat on top, but also ponder your fate right now, which I think a lot of these teams are currently doing, because I'm seeing nerves in the building.
Yeah.
I'm seeing big nerves in the building at the moment from a lot of squads here. There's some smiles, some happiness, some teams that know that they're closer to that finish line than others. But it is a very, very scary task to mantle over and into the group stage and through to the main tournament. Vampire, the two-time champions. The actual two-time champions.
The legit two-time.
The legit two times. These guys looked unbelievable in the past. They've stayed together for quite some time. But can we see Tony K of old? The man, the myth, the legend. But it feels more like to me that Tony K is just not as strong as he used to be. And Freezer, more of that up-and-up player from Brute Force.
Yeah.
The addition that went crazy.
I mean, you saw the way they were throwing out the Vampire V there on stage as well, giving me Wu-Tang vibes, bud. And much like they said, you've got to protect your necks. That works the same for Vampires, because if they see an opportunity to sink their teeth in and steal points, they will. But other squads have been making it far harder for them.
Yeah.
And we've seen the quality of competition. It's a tide that is rising all of our squads up.
Yeah, I mean, the Vampires currently look like they've got no fangs right now, but plenty of fans at home cheering them on. See if they can make it through. They're a good team. They are a good team at the end of the day, but have just struggled a little bit. But so have plenty of teams. I mean, even Team Liquid, my pick, the Blank's pick.
The #1 for Blank. He predicted him to take it.
Not doing awesomely. I mean, they had that single chicken dinner, but I personally didn't expect the kind of play, kind of competition. I suppose I sort of should have done, seeing a lot of the different regions playing. Like the overall play, the overall competition in PUBG Mobile has been unbelievable. And you can only thank the PUBG Mobile team for this, because the new format has been a big reset for a lot of these teams. They only want the best on the stage, and overall it has just raised that tide in terms of skill for a lot of these teams so far.
You know what they say with a boat analogy, smooth seas don't make strong sailors, Blank. So it's got to get bumpy out there. You've got to fight for your chance, for your opportunity to push further into the competition. Because if you're only just joining us today, you've arrived at the right time. We've still got so much more to work our way through, to set the stage, build those storylines, and see who we're left with, who the top dogs are that can actually have a chance to not just look at the trophy, Blank, but genuinely maybe get their hands on it. And it's got to feel so damn good in this arena. Obviously getting everything set up today to kick us off. This is going to be game one that we're guiding you through. And look how pretty everything looks. This is outside the building right now for the STC arena that we've got going on. When the players were arriving a little bit earlier today, getting themselves set up and ready for the action that will be unfolding shortly.
Yeah, it's just an awesome arena overall. The sights are beautiful. We've shown you a lot of the stage, and even the stage is just awesome, but the outside is just as impressive. We'll be heading into the game very, very shortly. There's been a great tournament so far. There's been ups and downs, emotions galore. For U2 Alliance, it's been a little bit more happiness, I would say, in that camp.
I mean, the thing is, it was turbulent. You know, if you missed it yesterday, guys, you did yourself a disservice. Leon's
the lion,
incredible
bro.
play, right? Like, he was literally going ballistic.
This guy was literally the animal in the lobby.
Oh, yeah.
He literally was the lion of the lobby. Unbelievable plays coming through from this dude over and over as well, even towards the end of the day yesterday. But we've had astonishing play so far. Again, I will say that Leon's victory over on that angle might just be the chicken dinner of the entire tournament.
Right now, as things stand, from what we've seen, I would give it to him because it's just been so impressive, and it was also the bumpy nature of the flow of that game, where you saw them go down. You're thinking, Alliance's chance on this one, it's wiped out. I think at one point, Blank, you know, going into the solo position, they had 7 elims. They ended that game where single-handedly he was able to dismantle his way through 4 or 5 other players, obviously winning it out in the 1v1v1 towards the end and playing it positionally smart, but hitting some disgusting shots. And you remember, at one point, off the back of the clip you just saw there, he takes a hit behind the rock, 1 point of health, man gets the heal in, still clutches it out. Still clutches it out.
It was unbelievable. Really, really nicely done. And I think, you know, when you're looking at a lot of these teams, specifically Alliance as well, Malaysia has produced some incredible talent throughout the entirety of the years, but hasn't got super close towards that title. And I think this year, with Alliance, Malaysia might just have on their hands a bit of a firecracker of a team.
Oh, yeah. Mate, the Malaysian Massive have got to be going crazy on the socials for that one. Make sure you're getting your support out for them because they've been looking damn good. They're doing you justice, and I hope we see more of it, bud. I really do. I hope we see more of it deep into the competition.
So sort of nice for us as well because we get a change of pace today. Not doing the late shift as usual, but we'll be here early guiding you through. No, it hasn't been John Allen and Jukes guiding you through this one for the start, but they'll be on later, so you can be excited to listen to them as they take you through the finale at the end of the day. But we get to watch Sandhog,
which is nice.
Favorite map.
Yeah, bro, we've been starved of Sandhog. You know, we've been coming in a little bit late. We started early. I'm living for it.
Yeah, man, I like Sandhog, very chaotic. I understand that it is a difficult map to play, though, and I feel for the players, but it's also sort of nice for them to get it out of the way. First match, right? Would have been cool for having it like in the middle of the day, but I think in terms of a tournament setting, it's good to have it at the start. You get rid of your most, let's say, statistically skewed map, right?
Okay.
Because it might be where you get into this one, you get unlucky, you go out, you lose your points. But you don't want that to be happening at the end of the day. You'd rather be that the first match, and then you can just reset off the back of that one. So I think most teams happy with the way this one's playing out into double Erangel after that. And then we'll see you flying into Erangel and the dusty dunes of Miramar to finish this one out for the day. But I'm excited. I'm excited for this one, specifically because Group Red's not in. It's going to be a whole different lobby, essentially, to close today.
Let's queue them up then, back at home, whilst we've got a few seconds blank. Big changes to look out for, notable squads that are coming in off the back of the group swap once we get into the playing path.
So obviously yesterday we had Group Green in, but today we'll have Group Yellow rejoining us. So that's Boom, Kagasaka, DRX, IW, NRX, Alpha 7, which is the big one. That is the big one. It'll be the Brazilian boys versus one another in Team Liquid and Alpha 7, trying to challenge for who's on top on that side. And currently Alpha 7's looking fairly nice in terms of their point scoring off yesterday. Team Liquid not too far behind, but not quite as impressive at 37 points. Moneymakers back in. Honestly, they were a surprise. And I was talking to some of them in the elevator. In fact, I got a very brief conversation, but they were saying that it's a whole different ballpark playing here in the international tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And I was saying, look, you guys seemed a lot more aggressive in EMEA. And they were saying, well, EMEA is very different to an international scene. We've got to play more passive. We can't be taking these aggressive plays all the time. So it would be nice to see Moneymakers make it into that top 12.
And remember, you can't talk about the best in the business, that #1, without having your mind instantly jump to the GT20 Pro Blank. That device that will get you playing out of your mind. You want to play like you do Alliance, that's probably the way to go, but that screen is going to get you dialed in quick.
But yeah, if you don't want the phone, you do you, man. But you got to know that UDO does use this phone.
Oh, yeah. They do indeed.
If you want to outplay the rest, you got to play with the best with the GT20 Pro. But we do have our teams on our map at the moment, all dropped in, circle down towards the southwest. Team Liquid losing a player in chief to Tongji About. Only will take him out there. What an unfortunate start. Again, it feels like Team Liquid's constantly playing with 3 players.
Man, it's been happening time and time again. I think you really have cursed them with that #1 spot prediction, but it's unfortunate. You know, Team Liquid liquidated. They've been put into the TJB banded blender and turned to a pulp to start that one off. So down to a 3 immediately. Same side of the coin for either one of them, though. That's 3 players alive for either squad there.
And dropping in with 3, potentially. I'm not sure, because I don't see another elimination on the board. Curious start to the day. Alpha 7 over on our eastern side. Kampong Lakawi split. I like this one. It's a very aggressive split, in fact, I would say. Because usually you would have a team in Kampong that might switch up over towards the Lakawi. You look over that ridge side, you get an easy pick off of the players. But I do think that if anyone can do it, it would be Alpha 7 for me, that would be able to make that hold in that position. Every single one of those players is fairly confident with how each other players can respond to those threats. But we do have Inko on our screen, creeping up over towards the Mad Bulls, hoping to shake the boat for them a little bit with this nade.
Oh, that's a perfect 3-pointer. Money ball coming out for Inko instantly. Straight through the window onto Tulika. Looks to confirm that one, and it's done. I mean, there's a nice bounce back with a nade, but it's going to go wide. Fleet Case looking to try pick up the response, but he's got out blank. He's already dipped back.
I mean, the response time was horrible on that. Fleet didn't even try and help his boy in Tulika. I understand the rest of his team's not there, but it seems like it was just one assailant. Vehicle comes through, though, will flatten him.
Okay, the Bonnet getting some splattering-based action in to kick this one off then. We told you it was going to be a bit of a spicy day, and off the back of the drops, it's going that way. Elevated angle going to be utilized. You've got a nice spread here between the 2 sides that are locked into this encounter. Inko looking to play with the elevation. Balls clear around towards the wayside. Few bullets coming in downrange.
Trying to cut him off the angle there on the rock. Zerich, low HP, no meds to be spoken of, and 1 nade to change things around. But it's English who gets taken on from behind. Vitali, a great angle he's been holding. Swooped right towards the backside of this team. And they lost a player, but it's feeling like Inko should get a full reset on this one.
Here's your elevated peak. Up on top of the roof. He's putting bullets down, keeping him guessing. So you plant the seeds of doubt in his mind, allowing the rest of Inko to start to close the gap. But you've got to be thinking about going for that pickup as well. Bit of a bleed out occurring. So time is going to usher them slightly further forward. But they don't want to overcommit on the fight to Fleeke. Throw any of the edge that they've got away here. You take a few pot shots. No one over engages yet. But time's getting pretty close on this.
Yeah, Nunez desperately wants to get in here. That's a nice nade sent over the top, actually. I really like that. Followed up with the immediate push. Yes, he'll take a frag off the back of it, but getting the Nabete back up on his feet might be quite difficult now, so the teams will have to respond quickly, but Zerich is not making this easy.
Oh, Zerich going in. So much damage off the back of the engagement. Clears onto the first. They're quite low as well. There could be a build from it, but no. Back in the line. They shut down the Mad Bulls. Oh, mate.
Oh, dude. He was on it.
He was on it. It felt like he had him. He's gone.
I think he's pulled off the res there because I'm pretty sure he started it. But that wasn't a case where you could fumble. Oh, and then I bet he's got to be furious on that one.
Oh, bro, that could have been the full reset. Fix things up just at the last second.
Yeah, it was a really good fight from Inco as well to hold that one down. A lot of very smart plays too coming out there. Can see why this is an international lobby too. We got our circle over to that west side we talked about earlier, but not very decided on where this one's going to end up. Very much one of those annoying circles where could head northwest, southwest, or east, and every single one of those is cut in between by the rivers.
That's where those bridges could be far more awkward, the choke points that will really force your hand in some of these engagements. That was a nice little opener, a little tipple to get us started, mate. Some aggression to kick things off, some encounters that potentially have benefits for others, whereas definitely negatives for some. Liquid will be frustrated with losing one man off the back of that opener. And Mad Balls, you just got to sit on the wayside now to kick off the day. So rather than getting the energy out there, warming up a bit, setting your pace of the day in terms of your play, you just got to watch, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, Mad Balls coming off yesterday with 24 points was really not ideal. Some very unfortunate exchanges there. We talked about the fact that, you know, Leon's basically ruined the entirety of the day for Mad Balls. They could have had a big game. This could have easily been a game where they had another extra 10 points out on board, but picked them apart there. So going out early in Sandhawk, yes, it's one of our more unreliable maps in terms of picking up points, but still, going out this early without even confirming the flush, that's tough. I think they do get one elimination off Nenebete, but that is it. 25 points is not where you want to be. It's Vampire Esports, though. 16th place currently, 26 points. Now, if you all remember correctly, Vampire Esports are the comeback kings.
Yeah.
Let's be honest with you. PMGC, very much down and out. Satani goes to me. Yeah, we're not done. Probably at least a top 8 for us, actually. And they were very far down the tables. They finished that final day, 8th place. Whew. I think that was a good result.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
in the top 8, and I was pleased for them. I was very, very pleased for them. So I do think that we can't count Vampire Esports out just yet. We'll have to leave that one up to Jukes and John when we hit the halfway mark on the day.
See how the storyline develops there. 6 beautiful games to rattle our way through today. Keep you guessing. Keep you seeing what the overall play is going to be. You can see the teams making their move down, though, towards the new zone. Blank making their move over and crossing those bridges.
And it's a good shift for a lot of teams because before, as I was saying, wasn't really decided on where it wants to go, but with such a hard shift down towards the southwest side, we know this is going to be ending up around about Tambang Ruins, Nakam way, right? So I think for a lot of teams, they're happy with this one. Specifically, Inco, off the back of that fight with Mad Balls. Yes, they're down to 3 players, but they've carved out a huge amount of space. Like, the entirety of the western coast is sort of free here for them from Sami up to Tambang. So for Inco, they can play on this side and just wait for that massive amount of traffic jam over on the eastern edge to build up and teams fight it out. So they should have a pretty good guaranteed position towards the top side of the lobby. Harami, bro, bad time. Bad times for Harami, bro.
Yeah, the bros are right now looking at each other and saying, bro, what is happening?
Very, very much so. Yeah. It's not great. Currently down in 18 points after their initial innings yesterday. I think they had some good moments, but in my mind, it's just they're not where they need to be right now.
I think the issue we saw yesterday is that the misplays outweigh the benefit of when they did have those highlight moments, right? There was a few instances where they definitely could have set themselves up for late game, play off the circle, and they kind of got overzealous with their rotates, and it just came back to haunt them through and through. So yeah, you got to resolve those issues before you worry too much about anything else. But have a look at this, up on the hillside, Vampire Esports. They got that gold emblem, and they're looking to go bold when they push out on the engagement. Chip damage going across, you're getting the knocks in. Nades are soaring over the sky. It's a ridge angle to fight up as well. Trying to close the gap now, but you're just eating shrapnel as that one's going to land on Koa and start to thin the herd.
Seems like it was foretold that these guys would be taking a bit of a comeback here, but Bishke's not been spotted. This is awkward. There it is. He goes. We'll be leaving behind the bark of the tree. I'm feeling the bark of the bullets there coming through from Newsy. Nice to see this guy in and performing. Always been a big fan of this dude. Vampire Esports should be picking themselves up 2 solid eliminations.
And the Moneymakers, who are a big fan of this map as well, will be heading on with just 2 here. This is very far on the eastern side of the map, not quite out the blue just yet.
No, you got a whole drive ahead of you to get back into that safety net. An unfortunate way to start things off for them. We got to look back onto what occurred with Bro as well when TJB played it perfect with the cover, the old pop-up surprise, hit him with the Jackbox play.
Yeah, it really was, but they weren't looking like clowns when they jumped out that box. They were looking like absolute eliminators, so very nice to see from Tongjiabao. Not a bad team by any stretch of the word. I mean, 39 points right now. They're doing well. They are doing very, very well. So our PEL representatives came to this one, heard a lot of the banter about China not being as strong anymore, and have just annihilated this lobby. Tiamba definitely up towards that top side. QZ with his nose in his phone. I don't know how he sees anything, but he seems to see everything when he's playing the game.
Hey man, you can't deny he's been getting results from it, so fair enough. Works out well. Oh. Cheeky rotate on a move there, Moneymakers, as they were forced to just bail out. They know their main focus is just getting somewhere safe to try and take care of themselves and reset. Limited time to scavenge, much loot to work with as well. So you're going from bad to worse and consistently under a lot of pressure here, close towards Liquid's location.
Yeah, because Painan becomes a real focal point here. Now, Moneymakers actually have played a lot in Painan in the past. It's one of their drop spots that they head over to quite early in the game. Falcons, though, dropping out the vehicle, losing one. This is the Kogasaka, a team that just really hasn't impressed overall, but we expect more from the Falcons, dude. Don't lose this fight, man.
Oh dear. I mean, there is room for the trade and maybe a bit of a bigger play off the back of it as well, as Top turns the tides when they come running back in. It looked like they had set themselves up for that. That was the Osaka gut punch. Now you're just taking hits from all over the shop. Other teams getting involved in, well, keeping the issues going. How do you even build back from this? Man's got a DBS. Whole squad's gone down. You felt like you had control of the compound. Falcons have reset from it, and they've got the nades to play off. I don't know about this one, bro.
That should be a nice nade. Doesn't go far enough. Kogasaka looking for the DBS through the window. Oh, gets top on the jump shot, but will be shut down pretty instantaneously. So Falcons live on with the 3. Top takes 2 of those eliminations. Icy on the lookout, though. Playing overlook for the rest of the team, ensuring there's no rotations coming through. But yeah, this is quite a pleasant part of the map. If you're a team like DRX currently holding some of these compounds on the outside, Inco as well, these are the type of positions that can win you games. If you can live in Painan, though, if you can hold out in Painan, you know, there's a lot to be said about that spot. It just gives you so much protection. The issue is that it can field a lot of teams. So there's a little bit of a squeeze in that spot of the map. If you're okay with that, if you like to go on the underground in London, you'll be fine.
Mind the gap, because there isn't many of them. You've got to squeeze yourself in like sardines. And I suppose here's the benefit, right? You know, I feel like Falcons might have gone down in that engagement if Max Man was in the building, but there's no Max in the building. So there's no curses floating around.
There's no curse. There's
That's
no
what
curse.
I mean, bro. Maybe this is how they do find a bit of a way back into it. You can slow it down.
He's on his way, though.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, I hope they better win this game quick then.
I do interact. Now, there was a curious thing just in the terms of the body language. We'll talk about the circle in a sec.
Hey,
nice shot from Top
shot.
there. Yeah, I mean, Top was one of the sickest players in the game for a long, long time. Looked like he could take on the whole lobby on his lonesome, but since PMGC, I think it's really hurt them in terms of not winning twice in a row where it felt like it should have been theirs. We predicted them every single time as well. Like, look, man, this should be your fight to win. But that's just what happens if you lose enough, where there's so much pressure on you that people are saying, I don't know how you lost, you should have won. It's getting a 2nd place and 4th place, which is not bad.
Yeah.
In a tournament with prestige like PMGC, it's just rough. It is very, very rough. But hopefully the hunger is still there. Anyway, as I was saying, over on the eastern side, we do get a Painan finish. This does become a huge point of contention. IWNRX, Swain hits 1, doesn't win the 2nd trade though.
Oh, bro, this is going to get a bit rough now. Okay, so Falcons, they went for the 2-player peak, trying to make him make a snap decision on which player to prioritize. They barely lived their way through it, but Icy, cold in the veins, able to keep himself composed, can get the rest of Falcons back on their feet and try and see if they can build from it. But pressure will continue to mount with the squads that are close by. Boomer on the move as well. You got Alpha 7s rotate up on screens. Meanwhile, TJB getting stuck into the fight with Inco and putting the pressure back there.
Yeah, Alpha 7 were very close to Inco for quite some time, and they sort of just let each other be at bay, essentially. And Alpha 7 rotates down towards that south side, picks himself up a compound. I don't mind it. Boom, though, up close and personal with IW and RX. There's still a player down, knocked. This is a tough fight. Zedwolf close, though.
Oh, Boom. They want to bring the punch straight to him. The DBS is pulled back out. The clap on response, though, and issues are being found. The bonnet action in response. Clean crew action with the shotty as they make that one look relatively easy. They can still fix the issues of the damage done. Moving forward back into the zone now.
Oh, dear me, Alpha 7. This is classic behavior from this team. You rock up, the team's gone before you see it, flashes before your eyes. The Alphas back in action. Started on day 1, but they're here to clean things out in day 3. Team Liquid, though, still holding on, and they have the outside track here. They're on the south side of Painan. They hold the crossing. They just need to hold strong. But again, so much more difficult without the sightlines. And you need those sightlines in Painan. Losing a player early might just be the thing that hurts them the most here.
And this is a rough one for Talon. They saw Boom coming down the hill. They take the fight towards them. They try and dip back in for the hill, but Al Haji from Power had an angle to confirm onto that one. So Talon are now gone in their defensive maneuver. In the back line, it's IHC starting to move on up as well. They've spotted a way to peek round this rock. You've got a throw of nades coming back to try and blow away their pathway. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 still getting stuck into the fight as well from the side and keeping the pressure applied from all angles. There's no easy way out for them. Hey, this is becoming hellish.
I mean, DRX getting rinsed like dirty dishes here from IHC. Quick switch back to the side. They spot Boom out in the distance. Tough rotation for a lot of teams on the northwest edge. I think Frenzy's just about done here. Yeah, Razy does go down. And IHC will remove Boom from the equation. Power, Falcons did make their rotate in towards this location. A 2-3-man team defending off against the world right now.
Falcons, can they soar in this engagement? They're taking the initial shots. They're trying to keep that pressure on. Don't allow Power to peak and feel like they're comfortable. But look at this man, Al Haji, moving through the building, trying to lay low, see if he can crouch in and make the right play when he goes for the pounce. You got the shots round the corner from Nurzed. Icy with a follow-up nade as well. Top comes in on the DBS and starts to cause issues up close and personal. Power, they've been switched off.
Cut the cable on that one, Falcons. Up to a staggering 8 eliminations on the match. Fielding Nurzed as well, which I like to see. Bringing the boy back in. He's an incredible player. And he's proving it right now with the rest of the squad. Saw them in some pretty heated discussions backstage, talking out their strategy. Looks like that's paid off now for the Falcons.
Survival of the fittest, and they're looking strong at the minute, racking up some points and still keeping themselves in good standing with the overall split in the battle of attrition. But it's not about numbers, it's about the circle blank. Look at the shift we've got.
That is a nasty shift for a lot of squads to play around with. Moving away from Painan, where that was basically the safety net for so many teams, they'll have to push out into fairly open ground. Now, most squads will want to try and pick up as many points from Painan before they leave because they know that crossing is going to be tough. Yes, they'll be moving out into forested zone, which might give them some cover. Nice shots from Mythic, but what is the movement?
Oh.
He's got the movement.
Oh, mate, he's slipping all over the shop. Got the slippers on and really won't stop for anyone. Doesn't give a damn. Banana peel under the feet. He's easy with it. And that throws Liquid off, makes it uncomfortable in the fight. You get a few shots back into him. Take one down. Oh, here we go. Icy on the move, though. Falcons, they've been surviving on borrowed time for quite a while. They're trying to spread themselves out on the jump across, but top has no cover, and they're taking bullets from all sides. IHC are up on the hill as well, and they are just pumping shots towards them.
You have Vampires as well chiming in, but there is some shot backs from Team Liquid. They've managed to bring this one back together as Cardozin hits the shot over towards Falcons, who are currently being harassed by IHC up the hill. And now they make their move out. But Godless already here, waiting for them. And this is such a tough push. Nade, though.
That could be filthy. Oh, bounces off the bark of the tree, barely surviving there. Gonna give him a little bit of leeway. That one's clean though. Half HP ripped off him. Molotov heating things up in this engagement as well. Look at the nade on Alpha 7. Oh, that's a huge one. Blows him out of commission, and the pressure is now being applied. Liquid look to close the gap. Alpha 7 up close with the shot. He clapped back instantly, but you've got a barrage of nades being thrown in. You've got to try and play medic, make the right decision on this one. See if the nades will buy enough time for it, but they're pushing up. They've got the side angle. That's a nice connection on the first as well. Drops him to half HP. He knows he can get in and go aggressive on it, Blank.
Ayala's got to go crazy in this moment, playing around the smoke, being ethereal here. Cannot hit the S12K shots, runs out of ammo. Brazilian on Brazilian action here. And Alpha 7 goes down, quickly mopped up by the IHC crew. And now the battle between the rocks and the compound, which is sturdier.
Man, these nades, teaching everyone a lesson right now. Godless with the holy hand grenades, blowing everyone away and causing issues inside the battleground. And now it goes down to this, IHC versus TGB. You got the angle set up, playing off those different positions. IHC have been looking kind of mean in some of these fights, Blank, but both squads looking relatively evenly matched inside of this opening game of the day.
Alula, IHC open things up with an 11 elimination game. But it's TJB that's got to come to them as the circle moves up towards the north side. Can they handle a push like this? The geometry here, fantastic. But already, Flower down from TJB, a bad nade and a bad miss.
Oh, it's going to make it more awkward. Pressure potentially getting to them, and the zone nipping at their heels. Look at the position you've got to play with. It's so uncomfortable. There's basically nothing they can do from this spot, and IHC damn well know it. As they go running on in, and IHC kick off the day with a chicken dinner.
15 elims there. To finish things off, Alula IHC, what a game from them. Topping the charts right now, 66 points after that match. That is unbelievably well done. A really, really solid change of pace for them as well. Just pushed over towards that side. Yes, they got the circle in the end, but I really like the decision making. Head over towards that rocky face because they knew there'd be so many teams coming out from Painan. They wanted unpredictable angles to play off the back of. They even push out over towards the hillside, so they're proactive in their gameplay. Very, very nice play from them, and Godless has been on point throughout this entire tournament.
Man, his decision-making on that one, pushing ahead of the squad, getting stuck in with the utility usage, but also his gun skill as well.
Yeah.
Proving so lucrative for them and setting themselves up for success. They were just dialed in when it came to decision-making of who they needed to prioritize in those fights there. That's clean to watch.
It's frustrating for Team Liquid, I would say, too, because being dropped down to 3 players so early there is very rough. Considering we saw how they were managing 2 fights at the same time when they were in a horrible position to play in. And the movement coming through from Ayala at the end, not even an entire S12K man could take him down. He was back and forward. Look at the dodge in here, the jukes all over the place. Swaps the mag, and we'll find the elim. But TJB just looks scared.
Yeah,
and no
really
wonder.
did.
IHC looked very scary.
And they were Lanimals. They were Lanimals, unleashed, just taking confidence inside of that one. So yeah, I mean, how do you clap back against that, bro? You could see where they were like, I don't know, the nades have gone wrong. I'm scared.
Absolutely. The fact that it bounced back off the side, I think that just throws you into disarray there because you can't even move around the side. In the meantime, we're going to move right to a break, and we'll be back soon-ish.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World Cup as our first match of the day has finished off. Now, ULA IHC have been able to pick up the victory. But, gentlemen, come here a second. I got to bring you guys in real quick.
Yep.
DRX, on the leaderboard. If they wanted to have a chance to win, they have the prime position to do so. But, Claris, what happened? The side's perfect. The side's perfect.
Me, Clarix. Hold on. Yes, keep it there, please.
All right, Claris, let's channel Evil Laris to go in on this play.
Okay, when did I call it DRX had the best position?
Zone 3, zone 4.
That spot is so good, especially if you're getting kind of like a focus on a Painan circle, and yet, unfortunately, they're not able to win out what is effectively a game-winning fight against ULA IHC as they came up and absolutely rinsed them. It's great in every single angle to be able to take a fight. You see those 3 rocks that they used to cover ULA IHC afterwards, but DRX just can't hold it down. It's really unfortunate because they needed to make a huge thing happen right now, did DRX, and they flubbed it, unfortunately.
You guys can't see this at home, but right now, Claris is frothing at the mouth a little bit, and the veins on his biceps are just pumping. But 22 points for ULA IHC. A fantastic game for them to pretty much almost solidify their place into the main event. TJB as well picked themselves up 11 points in total. And Alpha 7 getting some points on the board, but more importantly, Team Falcons having a pretty decent game.
They did have a great game, considering what happened yesterday, and I'm glad to see that Top was able to get a lot of eliminations, because I feel like with what we were saying about Vampire Esports, how they need Tony K to be able to pull up those elims, maybe carry the team a little bit whenever everybody else is not being able to frag out. I feel like that's what Tops needs to do for this team. And also, going back to what you were saying in regards to DRX, they weren't even trying to fight him. They were just laying down and fighting IHC. They weren't even trying to go for it.
Tough.
Also, Inko did have an early fight, but we're not going to talk about Inko right now because we're taking a look at Falcons yesterday versus today, and they've already pretty much got up there in terms of their damage. If you look at averages, they would pretty much be way ahead.
And this is what we want to see out of this
guaranteed
team. One of the favorites.
match.
Max isn't here to curse them. Maybe that's why. Now
he hasn't been here.
Now I mention it, that it might come back. We'll have to wait and see, though. But for them to be able to put up already after one match half of the elims that they were able to put up yesterday, this could be the sign that we've been wanting to see out of Team Falcons.
Yeah, it seems like fire has been under them here from day 1 to day 2. I mentioned in terms of yesterday was a little bit of a disappointing performance for Falcons, but coming in today here as well, now they find themselves in a position where they can try and lash out at the rest of the lobby. I mean, moving into Painan the way they did, there's not actually that many options else for them to be able to transition down into those later circles. So it's good to get the 8 limbs on the board here. Don't know why you're laughing.
Look how good your biceps look.
Good job.
Is this every segment now?
Well, if you would stop doing curls in between our segments while matches are happening, then
it's lies.
But is it a coincidence, Seven, that Max is feeling better as Falcons are improving?
Oh, no.
No, no, that's Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib.
Will he be here?
Well, him? I don't know. Personally, I don't know. But we did have Neymar here, actually. Or Neymar Jr.
Guys, you want to talk about the game?
It was a... yeah, we can talk about the game. Pinon, we talked about Team Liquid as well. They were in Pinon. They were just kind of holding on. Obviously, having a very tough time kind of transition up the hill, up into the mountain. I don't know how, by the way, Revo, he had the drop on Team Liquid, but missed all of his shots somehow. I think this even might be near where it is. To be fair, I missed quite a few of his shots as well.
Can I talk about going back and forth missing shots? By the way, with Team Liquid, they did have a tough way out of where they were because they had to fight IHC, Al-Ula IHC, and on top of that, they had to fight Alpha 7 too. But for Team Liquid to be able to put up some points after the big question marks that we had out of them, now it comes down to what are they going to be able to do in Erangel, because Erangel was by far their worst match yesterday.
If you're in Painan and you're trying to go up that hill, it's a death sentence. Going up against where Al-Ula IHC was, they flex out as well, knowing that teams have to come out of there. They could technically stay by the rocks, which are eventually a guaranteed winning position against TJB. They get an unbelievable hardship north, which they really didn't even need, to be perfectly honest, to get the win there. But I think one thing that's interesting is TJB, usually you don't see the sacking of an entire team to the blue towards the end. They think they might have a chance. But I was saying to you guys, you need about 7 million smokes to get up that hill to try and rival where Al-Ula IHC was. So there was no way they were going to make that work.
Nice.
Take a closer look here at the stats in this last match here for Al-Ula IHC. 2,100 damage done, 12 eliminations. And something I wanted to point out with this one, as we kind of brought up yesterday, Seven, is that one thing we heavily criticized this team on was just going for eliminations in PMGC. But the turnaround we've seen out of this team from yesterday and today is that they're definitely focusing more on placements now. And letting the limbs come in through that way.
Yep, it does feel like that. It does feel like they are focusing a little bit more in placement, which is good out of this team because we know that they can definitely frag out. And for some of the other teams, I mean, we're looking at the performances that we saw yesterday at Tiamba. If for some reason today we start seeing a performance like this from Al-Ula IHC throughout the whole day, could we possibly end up with the new first place? I'm actually looking forward to it.
Them damage numbers are not Sandhawk numbers. That's beyond Sandhawk numbers here, Jason.
You know what I just realized, by the way, is that you guys are positioned directly in a line right in front of me, but I can see over Seven's head to see Kalaris' face. It's great. Take a look at our overalls so you can see Alliance, obviously not playing any more matches, but Al-Ula IHC have been able to move themselves up into 6th place, which means Brute Force has dropped down onto the 2nd page here. So they're going to be qualified through here for Al-Ula IHC, and now, you know, D+, Besiktas, getting a little bit worried for them.
I mean, with the games to play for Al-Ula IHC, they're basically guaranteed to make the main tournament here. And this is a team that actually, I mean, I had actually some question marks coming into the... I said that they weren't going to make the main tournament, which was my hot take, but they, sure as anything, shut me up. And that's great to see, because you want the world champion to be able to represent. You want the world champion to continue on kind of looking strong at these big tournaments. And that's what they've done, especially in this last game. It looked really, really good about when they were taking fights, how they were taking fights, and their knowledge of the terrain.
And I think you were completely fair and being harsh on them and saying that as well, considering how they played at PMSL, how they barely qualified into this event. But take a look here at the 2nd page. You can see Brute Force has dropped actually into 10th place because Alpha 7 has surpassed them here. Team Liquid right on the bubble as well with TJB right ahead of them. And it's just a matter of time, unfortunately, I think, Seven, for Brute Force to fall out of this top 12.
Yeah, Brute Force is definitely not going to end up making it with the way some of the other teams are performing. And on top of that, you mentioned it too, Besiktas Black. On top of that, D+, after having such an amazing day one, it's going to be such a shame when they end up getting past because, boy, they had a horrible day yesterday. And right here, a team that I mentioned earlier that I kind of wanted to see what was going to happen in the first Sandhawk, Inco Gaming, continuing on the performance that we saw out of day one. And they ended up losing the fight to Alpha 7.
But they did destroy Mad Bulls, to be fair. Yeah. That looked pretty good. Yeah, I thought you were going to get a little bit more out of that one.
Nah, I wouldn't. I mean, where they currently are, if they would have been a little bit higher in the leaderboard, yeah, I'll be probably a little bit happier. But where they currently are, they need to win fights with Alpha 7, against Alpha 7 as well.
Yeah, one thing that was a bit wishy-washy about that fight at the beginning is everybody's coming in intravenously, one after another from Mad Bulls because of the separation. Everyone's trying to kind of split loot. Oh no, we're suddenly in a fight. Okay, let's try and somehow recover this position. So it was a bit scrappy. Vitaly with the off angle, though, to finish things up was very nice. He just barely didn't get to one of the reses. So they could have been in an even better spot had they finished things up just a few moments quicker.
What I will say is it is Sandhawk, so not too worried about that as we do get into our triple Aaron Gills. But before we get to that, I got to remind you guys at home, our Violet Thunder set, our PMWC set is out for you guys to pick up here, which incorporates aspects from the PMWC trophy. You can see the sweet little W's on the back of the jackets. Honestly, the set looks amazing, and you guys need to make sure to pick this one up because you are going to eventually run out of time. Eventually, it's going to be gone, and you won't have the opportunity to use it. But for us, for now, it's time to head back to our casters to kick off our second match of the day with our triple Aaron Gills with Blank and Jackie.
They're flexing, and the players certainly will be on the battleground as well, Blank, because you've got to. You've got to get in there, get aggressive, play defense, use those big arms for both of the things, really, inside of the game.
Yeah, just don't grip the phone too hard.
No, don't break it.
Don't break it.
That would be silly.
We know you're all super strong at the end of the day.
The whole scene is. The whole scene is.
Just everyone yoked out of their minds. But you will have to be definitely yoked out of your minds in these final matches of the day. Like I was saying from before, IHC looking really good to make it through to the main tournament here. If they continue that, I mean, they've got 5 more matches, just put up a couple more points to feel themselves in a very strong position. They've got that benchmark to play around with as well to get towards that 12th place. But this starts them off very strongly with the 14 elims, I believe it was, that they got on that last game. You know, that's more than enough to work this one through. You can see there's some more nerves than others on some teams as we make it through to our second match of the day with our GT20 pros taking us into this very nice and easily.
Oh yeah, outplay the rest, and we've certainly seen some outplays today, so you can see that tagline, it's got proof in the pudding. And mate, you're right though, there is such a stark contrast of differences, and you know, I love to look at the body language, the human element of competitive PUBG Mobile. Like, it is really interesting to see how teams contend with it, like if they stay in the flow state, if they're looking just straight into the phone, if they're looking at each other, that last minute bit of communication. It is a key point of seeing who's really going to be able to bring that out with the best mentality. Obviously sometimes mentality only gets you so far, but it is a nice bit to dial in on, especially when we have everyone in such a beautiful arena. Hell yeah, I'm going to take those player cams.
Yeah, dude, 100%. Love to see it on the screen. Well, a lot of teams dropping out towards the center of the playing path here. Bro Harami not having a good time at all. As a Power, I think Power would have to have an unbelievable performance. DRX, on the other hand, they're done. They're absolutely done. 7 matches, 8 points, a 1-point average per game is just brutal. So I think DRX is more than certainly heading through to a survival stage. Alpha 7 though, duking it out towards the top side, currently in that 9th place position. So our cutoff right now would be TJB with 47 points in 12th place. Behind them, probably reasonable for Boom Esports to lap at the moment.
So we'll see what they can bring out, if they can show up again. I like what we saw from Boom, at least in the opening game of the day, man. I feel like there is definitely some innings that they can get some momentum going and be able to build back into it, bud. So, you know, it'd be cool to see as well. Like, they were playing with some Boom in that one.
Yeah, they've got some legs on them, that's for sure. Power currently fielding without Satan in the games, who was their IGL, so curious change. We'll see how it pays off in their matches today. I think that last game, in terms of just decision-making, though, it looked kind of nice. Yeah. It just felt like, again, just some of those gunfights were a little bit difficult for them. Very hard shift on the circle over towards the western side. And the first shift as well, that's big. A lot of water in this one, cutting around about 40% of the circle out in terms of landmass. And there's not a huge amount of good areas to play in this side of the map. There is. It's just more a case of we headed over towards the eastern side around Mansion, Shelter. You have some very key positions. Here it's a lot of times a case of where can you get to that might see you safe enough the longest.
You did that quite quickly, the 40%. And it looks pretty accurate.
Thanks,
obviously. Bro. Did you do cartography? Have you looked at maps before, top down? You know the lay of the land,
well,
you're easily able to figure it out?
I think I have been looking at maps for the last 4 years on PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, you've basically learned cartography from that.
Yeah, pretty much. I could map out a region.
Yeah, it's funny, at Blank's house, you walk in, he literally just has all of the map screen layouts just all over his house.
Yeah.
It's like that meme, you know, where they're just pointing. Where is they? Where are they? Where are they? You know the one, I can't remember who it is, but you know what I mean. That
I know
meme,
what you're saying.
you know the meme.
I know the meme.
Yeah,
I know
that's
what
your
you're
house,
saying.
bro. That's you with a
That's
conspiracy board of just PUBG
Oh,
maps.
yeah, where he's like this.
Yeah.
Charlie Day.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, perfect.
Pepe Salvia. He's trying to find it, but that's Blank for PUBG Mobile Chicken Dinners.
I've just got drop spots galore in the household. The wallpaper is just Orango.
It actually is. It's very pretty, honestly.
thank you.
It suits your style. You've got nice little trees as well, foliage in the house.
Yeah. I live outside.
It feels that way.
Right now, some of these teams do feel like they're living outside in the cold in terms of the point scoring, at least, down towards the bottom of the tables. And it is a little bit sparse right now. I mean, you go down from 16th place, and the drop-off's pretty big, where a lot of other teams have soaked up these points, and it feels sort of fair where we're going to be placing a lot of our survival teams. Kag Osaka losing a player early on here. First elimination going to Havlik from the Moneymakers. This is down towards the southwest side of the map with Kag playing in Primorsk.
I'd be curious to see how this one pans out then as well, because we've had quite a different sort of tempo over the few days. Obviously, we've been on the later games, so everyone's sort of warming up a bit, and also you're a bit more antsy, because you know those opportunity to accumulate points are fewer and further between. So we've seen some snap-second decision-making, and for a few of these squads today, especially with the changes, it'll be interesting to see if that's something that could affect them a little bit. If that rationale you're trying to prioritize how you play it is a little bit maybe more jittery, I suppose, in terms of how you figure those moves out. So we'll see. Like you say, though, but I was actually kind of okay with how Power played that one. Like, Al Hadji was hitting some blinders, but the problem was you were just swamped with other squads around you. They felt a little bit out of position through potentially no fault of their own. But yeah, always rooting for a bit of power action.
It was a tough spot on the map, honestly. I think that you had to take up some strong positions early on. I think IHC as well as TJB both make a correct decision to head towards the west side. And just pick up those spots rather trying to fight for Painan, because it did look like it was going to be a Painan finish, and we got that hard shift over to the west side, and it was just a case of where does that shift go on the circle, and who's going to win off the back of it. I think IHC sets themselves up for a win really well, but it necessarily wasn't a game where they would have won without that shift. So I do respect a lot of the teams that tried to make it through. Their Team Liquid especially, I think they played out their retrieval of what could have been a bad situation quite easily.
Yeah, from that opening, like, what, you know, minute and a half, it looked rough, where you're just thinking, all right, you're down to a 3 immediately. For them to have the legs on it to actually withstand for that long. And potentially, mate, a couple shots of difference. Maybe if the circle goes their way a little bit, could have been better for them. Could have been even better. So hopefully that is just a start to the day, and they can start getting some points going. Or your prediction for Team Liquid in that #1 spot come the end of the event might not look so good.
Oh, dude, I know. Right now they're right on the cusp, though. 13th place. Anything can happen over 3 days, I think. But right now they're certainly not displaying as the best team in the lobby. I think that's pretty clear right now. And I'm not afraid to say that.
No, that's okay. You'd be a liar.
I would be a straight liar. I'd be a straight liar. And I think there are just better teams currently in the lobby who are playing much more consistently than them. I guess like it's a case of, look, they've lost a player early quite a few times, but that's still a mistake that you're making. I think they're doing some pretty aggressive scouting, and losing players off the back of that is never ideal. Vampire's playing this weird playstyle where they will be out in the blue for a long, long time too, so they're not being as aggressive as we've seen them in the past, just taking names in the circle. Talon have been a bit of a surpriser, 53 points currently. Still 5 more matches to play for them too, so again, another team that could do fairly well here.
Yeah, they've looked pretty good, actually. And I've noticed the camaraderie amongst them, like the way they're operating even outside of the games when we get towards the end of the day. The vibe in the team looks good. It feels like they bounce off each other really well, so there's clearly some good energy there. And it always helps, man. You know, keeping yourself dialed in, bigging each other up, give it some gas when someone's playing well. That mentality can be so huge for us. Yeah, Talon, if they can maintain that, it would be sick. You'd like to see it. They've been picking their fights well.
Next circle. Zone 2, after our initial encircling, let's say. Alpha 7 currently up towards North George, but very central circle, I would say, on this one.
heads towards. A lot of teams have already made their way in. I think this is fairly forgiving for quite a few squads. There's still some water in this one, but not enough that it would make players complain. I do like when Moneymakers are playing, setting themselves up on that ridge on the west side. It's a decent spot to play. I think what we're looking at the moment is DRX trying to set up in that compound that is towards that south side that we saw 4MV playing just yesterday, I believe it was.
You got Liquid on the move on screen as well. I've been touching on hoping for a bit of a better one here today. Going into game 2. Still feels kind of crazy we're on game 2, but early shift for this. And it's been delivering with the early momentum. It's cool to see everyone getting sort of dialed in immediately as they came into the SDC arena as well and got themselves sat down. And that's Talon that we were talking about, that are coming down all the way top side. Slowly making their way in towards the zone now. You've got Alpha 7 ahead of you. Alula IHC as well down there. And man, every time I look over to that map screen, I just see Tulika staring out at me. It's like a beacon that draws my eyes in. And he did deliver yesterday. But again, bro, like it's just one of those where you want Tulika to have that extra support from the rest of the squad. And sometimes it feels like it isn't there as much as you'd expect it to be.
I think there's a team that gets in their own head very easily as well, just with some of the mentalities on that team, the personalities themselves. And I think for Mad Bulls, that game really crushed their confidence, because I think it was a well-played game, a good innings in terms of making a bad situation into a good one, only to get backstabbed twice and leave both players on the high ground to just one dude. Pretty painful, pretty unreasonable, and I think that that has really cut their gameplay quite a bit. 25 points is a struggle position to be in. This is where you'd need a big chicken dinner towards the beginning of the day. And I would say that's one of these two angles that we'll be doing. You'd need to see them pop off in those for them to have that like good chance where you don't feel too nervous going into that 6th game.
And Inco, they hopped out and were looking to edgeguard somewhat on the rotate. They caught whiff of Vampire, but they go wide and look like they have been able to bypass them at least, make their move round. Meanwhile, Alula IHC do take a first connection off the back of Talon. Ooh, that's isolated as well. You can crash straight into the building. Make sure you confirm that one. Grab the elim off the back of it. Hell, even the Overwatch was making that one look easy.
Yeah, bro, 100%. For Talon, that was an easy pickup. Alpha 7 off in the distance. This is a good position to be playing out the rest of the game. IHC, though, losing a player, not ideal. They can try and gatekeep. They have this warehouse to play around with, but they still are on the northern side. And the next circle's coming in too, which again, very reasonable. Not a lot has changed in terms of the space that teams are playing. It's just, again, pushing everyone slowly but surely closer to one another. But we are moving away from that compound that sits on that south side. Just more of these compounds, I would say, that's on this road that snakes through the map in the center, which is going to be pretty big to move around with. And Mad Bull's already got a pretty strong one to play around with here. I like this position. Yes, they have the overlook coming through from DRX above them, but still, strong spot to play. A lot of good sight lines that look out towards this north and south side.
They've got the read on it. They know where the fight could be coming from. And Tulika, I said his name before, he saw the opportunity to get stuck in against TJB. And even DRX can take pot shots downhill from the elevated angle as well and apply more pressure onto them. And you see it with a map screen, how closely grouped everyone is, fighting over actually having viable cover to play off of.
TJB in a slightly rougher situation, I would say. I mean, this compound's nice. It will keep them safe for a while, but it's not the most defensible of positions. Again, some other teams are just going to be out in the open, so can only say so much about that. I mean, they have a roof over their heads.
It could be worse.
It could be worse. It could be worse. But a lot of teams try and play around this ridge side on the western edge. Difficult, though, because you know at some point with the way this circle's going, you're likely going to have to pass through the fields that sit on that west side, where you have DRX, Mad Bulls, TJB all looking that way. Kago Saka, who lost a player earlier on, and making their way up from that southern edge. And you know that Moneymakers know about this. They already took a shot towards them, removed one of their players from the team, so they should have the read on a play like this one. And Mattoon is getting dangerously close to their location.
Yeah, he really is pushing up. Ahead of the pack. He's got a little bit of backup at least. But Moneymakers, off the back of the prior game, probably want to try and give themselves some extra stock in this one. See if they can get some more points accumulated. Already finding 1 elim point into this outing so far. Needing to climb those rankings. Down in 15 at the minute. Overall spread looking good. Bro team as well, keeping it a bit further back. The Bros have had some ups and downs, dude, and it feels like a few of these situations, it's been a very slippery slope for them. The talent's been there in some of the individual fights, but it's the positioning for me that keeps me guessing.
Yeah, again, for Bro Harami, it feels like they make some good decisions and then suddenly make a bad one for no apparent reason. And I think that is the difficulty, because I think they get nervous about some of the positions that they take. They're worried that it's not the best one in the circle. I think a lot of times you just have to commit to that decision. I think some of the teams in this lobby are very good at that. Tiamba, for instance, D plus Kia in a similar way.
Yeah, okay.
You know, they'll just pick a position and be like, look, this might be not ideal for the rest of the game, but we can certainly find some value off this one. Very hard northeast shift. And for Vampire, who were out in the blue for a long time, it's worked out for them really well. And they have this compound that sits just to the south side of Everest here to work with, and still some high ground that Stone's playing over towards the craggy rocks towards that top side. Talon, though, rocking up towards IHC, coming off the good game, but it's Axel to open this one up.
Getting the pressure on. Nades being cast out as well. They know about the potential of the elevated angles. Players could be up tops. You got to contend with it. Drop down. Here we go. Haula IHC starting to clap back. See if they can build off this. Talon in the rear, though, and the nades rattle on over. That's going to be a bit of a shutdown and not in the direction you would have thought it was going. Haula IHC removed from the equation. You get the first chicken dinner, but you damn right ain't taking another one.
Taking them out. Top side removed already. Lovely to see from them, honestly, which is good. But there's a lot of action all breaking out as Moneymakers, in fact, make their way over towards this position now. You've got the boys coming through. IC will find one here, Jackie.
Here we go then, Moneymakers. They want to try and accumulate some wealth on this one. Running through the top spot, and Talon down and out. Moneymakers taking hits back, though. Oh, and there's nades coming on over. This is Boom that are getting stuck in, bringing out not only the nades, but the shotgun to support it as well, as they're going to be able to fight their way through this. Missed shots up close, and boom. We were saying that they can bring a bit more punch to the game, Blank, and that's how they're going to show it. All right, we're not going to have that much downtime either. You got the nice establishing shot here, giving you the lay of the land. Team Liquid have already doubled further back. We get Falcons hopping in the vehicles and looking to advance.
Yeah, Bro Harami, just make that move. And I think they could have made it a lot more slowly. Again, it's a case where they should have known that realistically there's going to be teams in this location taking up that compound. And I think they just think they have to go for that crash. But scouting it a little bit later, a little bit earlier, sorry, and getting the nades over, maybe some smokes to make that a bit of an easier transition. Just odd gameplay right now for this team. Falcons, though, from the back of not a terrible game for themselves over on Sandhawk, but they're dangerously close to IWNRX, who are sandwiching them between them and Team Liquid.
Seeing if they can keep them penned in. Ooh. Bullets into the back line. Falcons saw that opportunity to take shots towards the vehicle, though. IWNRX, they have to hop straight back in, try and clear that line of sight and get into a good spot. Falcons will not give them that opportunity. That's the last second knock, as that one will be grabbed in the end. Kago Saka also on the move. And this is what you're going to be running into. You might get away from one squad, but there's another team on the other side. DRX tucked in behind the vehicles. That's only going to provide you cover for so long, as the bullets blow it straight up and remove that man down. Alpha 7 also take hits.
Good explosion on the vehicle there, Jackie. We'll take down one. Chief goes down once again. Cardozen gets a good spray off. The team is almost alive, but a shot from the side will take down the rest of Falcons here. But Team Liquid looking brazen, fighting two teams at the same time. Mythic is able to make it happen. What a fight just occurred. Again, fighting on two fronts seems to be Team Liquid's mentality, but in comes Boom from the side. It just never stops for this team.
Oh man, they're not giving them any opportunity to get the heals in. The constant pressure that's being applied, squad after squad. Although Liquid fight as hard as they can, they might have fallen at the final hurdle here. You're in a rough spot. Two players pushing up. looking to see if he can play medic whilst their focus is put onto Boom instead. And the real Boom is the nades that are raining down on top. Low HP off the contact. DRX really just want to finish this one off. They don't want the fight to go on for much longer, and that's the finishing piece.
6 elims, Team Liquid. Honestly, I would say not a bad result, considering the fact that they were just assaulted by several squads. In comes the Mad Bulls, and DRX seem to have just not noticed the other team that's in their camp right now. Felique moves forward, nade over the top, might get the splash onto the back of him, and it will hit him hard, but it's just QXZ. This has been an unreal fight on the southwest side. It's been action into action into action, and TJB are closing the gap as well.
Mate, the fight that does not stop. The never-ending story here, with opportunities appearing around the map. Alpha 7 consistently putting bullets down range onto TJB that at this point are crumbling hard, losing any of the HP they had to work with. The nades are rattling in. Vampire also mid-bout, and it just does not stop. There's the pickup onto TJB as they'll commit for that one. And Alpha 7, 5 elim points in the back pocket as they clean house there. Kag Osaka. This is the fight that we saw against Vampire. They got the first contact off. Were able to deal some damage and shut him down a bit. They get the man back up, but he's low HP. Luckily tops himself back up to full. So he's going to be in a better spot for this. But Vampire, they got the spread. They got the understanding. And they got nades to help them out.
Ooh, a double at the same time. Nice nade from the side. Another nade goes through over towards Naoto. Power's also chiming in, looking to clean house. And I think Vampire were able to secure the majority of those eliminations. Yes, they were. And again, with Vampire playing on this north side, they had so much room to work with, so much time to scout. This should be a Vampire win if they play their cards right. Mad Bulls desperately trying to extricate themselves from this valley that they've been inset towards. But it's Al Haji from Power taking shots. They find Tony K. He's in a bad position. Can he be rescued?
This is going to be a big problem now. Power coming online. They take down the star man, the wonder child of Vampire. Peeping them, guessing with how to play this one. You didn't expect Power to find the opportunity, but they certainly have. Everyone else just trying to build themselves some kind of cover, some opportunity to break the line of sight, dashing out the smokes, backing themselves up, and only really wanting to engage if it's a worthwhile fight. For Dan's also moving up, but he's clearing so many angles. You can see the paranoia on the map screen. Everyone trying to clear because of how closely grouped they are with limited cover between them.
Yeah, Vampire, Tony K takes a really aggressive off angle there, gets punished for it, and now Power's in an even better spot for themselves in this compound. They can just take pot shots at everyone from. Again, we were speaking about the rotations. It looked smarter from Power on that last game, and it's paying off here. Mad Bulls has to wait for this next shift, though, hoping people have to move in, but that circle encompasses most teams other than Alpha 7, which is the real true threat to the Mad Bulls at the moment as they rotate in. Boom has got the oversight, and they're just going to have to razz this one in the vehicle, and I think they've only got one. What is that spray, though?
Oh, mate, you said Alpha 7 with the true threat, but in reality, it's Boom that bring the heat straight out. Elevated peak just on the off angle. Firing off those shots, dealing so much damage onto him, consistently spamming into the smokes with such little health pool to work with between them. Barely a thin shroud of the plumage of the smoke, giving them some kind of lifeline. One that's probably going to tick out very soon.
Got to pass back all the supplies here. But I highly doubt English is getting out of this situation alive. The sprays look pretty on point. Yumi's got a good idea, just spraying across here, trying to catch a bullet onto the Rogue member still left in. And we'll get it just as we look away. Mad Bulls go out with 2 elims from what started out to be a pretty decent game. Alpha 7, 4 players alive on this northwest edge, taking shots over towards Power, looking to potentially move on in. They've softened them up.
Will that be enough? That's the big question. They've got nades to arc on out, and they seem to have expected the push-up from Vampire as well. They're looking to bring down the wall, stop them from getting close. From smoke to smoke, they start to sliver their way further forward, looking for a better angle from the backside where there's limited cover, where they would be exposed to take those hits. You got the move up on the vehicle as well. There's a man from Inco lying in the wings as well, and the rest of the squad is still alive and kicking. Problems could arise on this one as everyone is being moved further forward.
Revo's got a good idea on the location. Trying to toss them further in towards the backside of that smoke. Knocks the car out the way.
But McGrellan taken down on the rotate. That's from Boom once again. You're having an absolute powerhouse of a game here. Just constantly finding these pickoffs, going to the market, and they're bringing back points.
They're taking everything they want, taking it off the shelf and putting it straight into the backpack, and they don't even really need to be in a position where they can take heavy damage. They've got range and they are utilizing it perfectly. Vampire, finally the nades start to connect from Alpha 7, but they're still taking so many shots. They're getting softened up, and this really is a fight for survival between the two of them, and it's not looking that great for Vampire right now.
I respect that from Power as well, because they see that Alpha 7's taking some shots towards them. Suddenly they're popped up, engaged with another fight there, and Power is not going to let them get away with it for free. So as soon as they see McGrellan start to make that rotate, they're not going to play scared inside the building. They're going to start taking some pot shots towards them. Another nade comes through, not quite on McGrellan to flush him out. He's just trying to stay safe behind this rock, but Vampire back up to quite a few. They have a read on the location of Alpha 7, getting in the back of the buggy, attempting to get some information over the top, but Inco, Power, two teams that just constantly are rattling off shots.
Every time you peak, your confidence is wiped away because you realize you're exposing yourself to so many other angles. And being forced to move eventually for Alpha 7, it could be a real detriment to their health. You would be exposed to Power, exposed to Boom. Inco realize they can just keep themselves sitting pretty right now and not get stuck into fights. Don't make yourself a target if you don't need to. And for Vampire, man, they really do need a vampiric burst in this one. Some kind of lifeline to get them back in. They've got to take fate by their own hands.
Exactly, Jack. And I mean, the same could be said for Power. For Alpha 7, they're looking fairly happy up towards the top with 60 points right now, but it's Power who understand that this game means an awful lot to them. Same to Vampire, 37 points, getting some more points on this game. Pumping those numbers up would see them in a much better position towards the end of the day, but Power, on the other hand, 21st place currently. A game like this, a fair few eliminations would be huge. Alhaji, once again, is the main man himself, catches a hook as the vehicle comes through, and Boom's bruised.
Heavy is the hand of Alhaji. Turns and does damage on entry. Boom thought they had everything in their basket. Staying back for so long and only taking opportune engagements. You can't do that when the zone moves against you. As they usher forward, they take heavy casualties and are now in a real rough spot for this one, just down to a solo to look to try and make issues arise. Alpha 7, 3 players in the squad. They find opportunities to take elims here and there, but it's been this elongated bout with no one really wanting to over-engage and make the mistake versus Vampire. Starting to run low on nades on a few of them as well because the constant cast out from either one of them. Molly's close.
Stone feels the burn close to his face, singes the hair a little bit, but he'll get away. Another nade goes through. Both of them too short, too long. As Revo just sits on the cusp of this one. Vampire trying to stay alive here. Power, the Saudi Arabian representatives, just sitting pretty in their shack. It's going back and forth now.
Here we go then, the fight's starting to kick off. Power stances pulled out from every one of them. Vampire finally sink the teeth in as they go aggro. Shots back on target from Alpha 7, causing problems, starting to get them down. Vampire realize they got to play medic, but they've been able to at least clean up on the real core of the issue. Alpha 7 down and out. We rattle off another squad and leave us with 4 remaining.
We're going to test the fortitude here of Power now as they're assaulted on both sides with the solo from Boom behind. And Inco now coming in to claim a piece of the land here that Power has been having an overpowering presence over. So you get up towards the ridge side. How do they play out this game? They've got an awesome compound to work with, but can they have an awesome finish?
Inco, they have the split. They've been so far back for so long, but now the tables turn. The shotgun lying in wait by the doorway for an opportunity. If Power reveal themselves, overcommit onto a fight, if Vampire draw their attention, the backstab, the burst from Inco could cause problems. Alhaji switched on to it. Boom down and out. The last man finished off. There's the peak again as they start to strike in. You're causing problems. Power, they're bringing the energy up. Inco lose another man. They're starting to switch on him, Blank.
Power sees everything in this lobby right now. They've got the divining rods here on the player's location. Inco's running away, but Power's not going to let them get away so easily, chasing them down into the smoke. Shrouded they might be, but Power's going to blow a hole.
They jump in the vehicle, they go for the push. The first man loses out on contact though, but there's an instantaneous clap back. Inco, all on one, and the vital signs are plummeting. Power in a better position to close it, and that's what they're gonna do. Al-Haji with the final piece and a chicken dinner for Power.
Looks so different from this team coming into the day. Straight onto a chicken dinner, great rotations, great calls. Amazing control of that final circle from the compound. So many places they could have been assaulted from as well on that ridge side. And unafraid at the end as well, Jackie. That's the big thing I like about that one. Inco starts to dash away, realizes they've made a grave mistake. And instead, Power shows them directly to their grave.
It's mad. You thought maybe there was an opportunity there. They're sneaking up. The second you're like, right, they've got to deal with Vampire. What do? They deal with them. Instant turnaround, bullets on target, and they were not playing scared. They were playing with the utmost confidence, and the showmanship on the stage already comes out. Al-Haji waving to the fans, and that is a huge win for them.
Yeah, Al-Hafi's back, definitely. That's a big game, one they desperately needed. That pumps them up to around about a 40-point average. Well, not a 40-point average, but a 40-point total, which is what they needed, right? Again, I said that for Vampire as well as Power, it needs to be something that happens early in the day to give them that chance of heading towards the top side of the table. I'm really happy for them, man. I'm a big fan of Power.
Yeah, they do play with such an electric style of PUBG Mobile. And when it works so well. But the positioning was on point this time around. The circle works in their favor. And they knew they didn't have to overcommit, you know? So many fights that went on for minutes, Blank. Minutes, where they sat there biding their time, thinking about the big picture, the chicken dinner.
That is the big picture at the end of the day. That's what you want to see. And even you saw there in that final moment, some great smokes coming through. It's not all just that aggression, some good smokes to cover Al-Haji off, but don't go anywhere. So we've got a break coming up, and that's going to cover you for around about 2 minutes.
4,000 of years, my wrath has burned in the waters of the deep. Its power awakens me. The kingdom will fall once more. The sea will consume all yet again.
Power coming up big with a win they desperately needed to get them back in the running for potentially making top 12. And in a way that was quite surprising. Honestly, we were kind of praising them. I know you in particular, Kalaris, talking about the dip that they took with Hidan, who was kind of the one to sit in alone, was very smart play.
Yeah, very early on they took this trench line north of that road, and it is one of the power positions of a circle like that for quite a long time.
See what he did there?
That was actually not even intentional, but it just is. That's just the fact of it. And the fact that they was 3-1 is very important. The reason being is if you take that trench line as a full team, you are going to get naded. So having 3 in the compound across the way as well, very smart by them. A good split and good reactions to all the teams moving in around them. You don't have to be super aggressive on it. I feel like Inco a little bit threw that away towards the end. I mean, we can get to that later though.
And we see here 20 points for Power Esports. Boom as well, a team that desperately needed points, getting themselves 14. Vampire get themselves 12, Alpha 7, 9. Like a lot of teams who need points, getting them. And teams like Brute Force hating it.
I'm happy to see Boom there in second place in regards to total points, because they were able to third party a lot of fights. You saw Yummy being on top of a roof, taking shots, whether it was towards Team Falcons, whether it was towards Alpha 7 fight going on. It's good to see that proactiveness out of that team that definitely needs the points. And talking about Team Falcons, we saw them starting to push towards Team Liquid, and he ended up backfiring. Team Liquid was able to take on them. And on top of that, with that third party from Boom Esports as well. Also, with Inco, I'm surprised they got 0 elims, because yeah, you were talking about it too. They had such a compound for such a long time that they were not shooting at anything. They were just collecting information, and when it came down to actually making the final push towards Power, it seems like they just fell short.
Yeah, I really like the push-up that eventually that they did on towards the compound that was there. But yeah, as you see, they're in Gatka for a long time. They're holding that down. They know that they have the circle, so that's fine. They don't have to move out too early. But I love that they did push up onto Power's compound to take the line towards the center of the circle. What I did not like was Inco moving up as close to the compound as they did of Powers and trying to go for nades, but really delaying when they were using the nades to then allow Power enough time to react to them pushing up so close. If you push up that close, you need to do it fast and swift and make sure you know exactly where Power is and take them out, and at least put in a bit of a knock or two whilst doing that. They could have sat basically in a line middle of the circle where Vitali was, where the rocks were, and let the game come to them, but they did not. So Inco, I
getting angry again.
Starting to pop. Mean!
I did want to say for Boom though, for Yumi in particular, like he obviously missed out on PMGO for them, which they had their coach ended up playing. This is his first big international event for him, and he was able to step up at the very end, and Boom doing a lot of damage from that Overwatch position on the Vampire Alpha 7 fight. But also Power at the very end there, we saw Alhaje get 2 knocks.
Yep.
And then we saw Inco respond by trying to go back and potentially go for the res. And then we were watching Power immediately get in that car, chase it down, and prevent them from getting the other player up.
It's the perfect way to do it, right? If Inco allows them that opportunity to be able to just to exert themselves on it, things like that, then why on earth not? But a stalemate that kind of occurs up in the North 7, Alpha 7 and Vampire, that was a lot of util.
It was. And at one point, we were even wondering how was Vampire getting all of that utility. It was because they were able to take on Kagosaka early on. They were able to clear that team. So I think that's why they just had so much utility to work with. Going back to what you were saying out of Power, it's good to see that they are at least able to make that switch happen. They were just so slow in that compound, not doing anything, but for them to make the switch. Okay, we see the opening with Inco, let's go for it. It's good to see that out of them.
It's actually one of my favorite circles of the tournament so far, kind of finishes, because it really shows kind of a lot of interesting dynamics about how things can go down. The Alpha 7 Vampire, I'm going to call it a stalemate because it was mutually assured destruction. There's different ways you can approach that, but they approached it in that we're going to get as many elims as possible. We're probably not winning this game. Let's see what we can do from here on out. But I can't believe how much util they went in, firstly. But if you're doing this kind of fight, you're not going to have the util that you need to get on towards Power's compound. It is almost impossible to make that push down there. So it was fascinating to watch.
Well, on top of that, you had the Vampire Esports whenever they were making that push across the street. I don't think they were expecting another player, which was the last player standing from Boom, to be there and stopping that kind of push out of them. I think it caught them by a surprise, as you could see them kind of freak out a little bit more. And with that utility, they didn't have any smokes. They just there's no way they were going to be making that push successfully.
So what if we put our imagination caps on here for a second? Because as we were watching the match, of course, you did point out the position Hidan had. for Power, that dip, that trench was very strong. And you were saying if you're one of these teams like Vampire, like Alpha 7, you crash that, take that position away because it's so strong. What if we imagine that Vampire Alpha 7 did do that? Do you think Power still would have won in the end with having 3 people in that compound, or do you think it was very realistic for the whole match to change completely?
Oh, it's tough, right? Because if you are Vampire or Alpha 7, you take that trench and you're all there, you're getting naded down. Like, it's way too predictable for the other team, be it Vampire or Alpha 7, to just nade that down and then be able to roll on from there. Maybe then you have enough utility to actually make the push across eventually, but you know that you're going to lose if you take that too quick.
I think if Alpha 7 or Vampire Esports, if they would have won the fight towards where Power was, I feel like they would have been a lot more proactive. They would have been proactive in just shooting at people, trying to engage on that fight. Like, Power wasn't even trying to engage on the fight happening between Alpha 7 and Vampire. You could see one of the players kind of scout it a little bit, but I don't even think they had an angle for it.
In a perfect world scenario where everybody's playing the very highest level PUBG Mobile, if you're Alpha 7 and Vampire, you realize, okay, the only way we can possibly win this game is if both of us crash that compound at the same time. This is perfect world scenarios, though, Jason, where then in the chaos, maybe you can come out on top in that game. But it's not to be here. It's very difficult at this level to be saying, okay, are they going to do it? Are we going to do it? It's a real odd standoff.
Sure. And especially with the situation we're in at the moment of just trying to get top 12 so you can make sure to qualify for the main event, which at the moment, Alpha 7 looking like they might be able to pull off here. 7, I believe you put the cutoff around 65 points. You're thinking Reject looking relatively safe. So Alula IHC and Alpha 7 should be, in theory, looking pretty comfortable, especially with 4 matches left to go. But I think for us, it's all about that second page and where the teams currently stand with 63 points for number 8, 59 for 9th place. And the cutoff at the moment is 52 points with Vampire, TJB, Boom, all knocking on that door, and Brute Force now, unfortunately, falling down to 11th place. And now even Besiktas going to be on the second page.
And on top of that, D+ is just moving down more and more and more. Talon Esports, we really haven't seen much out of them today, but I'm sure at some point we're going to be talking about it, and they're pretty much just within points of being able to secure their spot. TJB, it's one of the teams that we were talking on earlier in the day. We kind of want to see a little bit more out of that team. We know they definitely have that fragging power, and I felt like with TJB, something that we ended up seeing is, especially yesterday when they ended up playing, is they couldn't really control a certain area. And I think, I can't remember if it was this match where you saw them in a compound and we're like, okay, what are they going to be able to do? I was a little bit afraid for them, how they were going to be able to control that area. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with TJB. We'll have to wait and see what happens with Vampire Esports too. The good thing with Vampire is that they're winning those fights. We just saw them win that fight against Alpha 7.
And we don't have to wait too much longer, but before we can head into our next match, we remind you guys at home to make sure to be voting for PUBG Mobile as the mobile esports game of the year. You can scan that QR code down below and make sure you get your vote in. And while you're voting for that, you can also vote for 7. For what, 7?
For Esports Analyst Desk of the Year.
There you go. And make sure you get a vote in for him as well. In the meantime, we're going to head down to the stage really quickly to go to Sandstorm, actually, as an interview with our winning team of Power.
And we are here in the SDC Arena with Kante from Power Esports after they managed to get their first winner chicken dinner in the group stage. And of course, we're going to be jumping right into the questions. Kante, first of all, congratulations. You got yourself the first winner chicken dinner. How does it feel? حصلت أول chicken dinner في مرحلة المجموعات. كيف شعورك بعد ما حصلت الفوز؟
جميل صراحة، وكنا نحتاج الchicken dinner ذا عشان نرجع ننافس وإن شاء الله نتأهل إن شاء الله.
Very happy with getting themselves the very first chicken dinner, and of course it gives them some very much needed points and makes it easier for them to get to the next step, which is top 12 and guaranteeing themselves in the next stage, of course, the main tournament. طيب, when it comes to points, how many points do you think you need to get yourself to top 12? كم نقطة بتحس انك هتحتاج عشان تقدر توصل لحاجز التوب 12؟
اتوقع بين 40 42 بالايام الجاية.
يعني كمان 42 نقطة زيادة. Okay, so he's talking about maybe another 40, 42 points on top of what they have right now. So you're talking about maybe 70, 75 points at the end. Last question for you, Kante. How does it feel having a crowd supporting you in the arena? Does it add more pressure or does it boost your confidence? هل في تواجد جمهور معنا بالارينا بيزيد ثقتكم بنفسكم ولا هل بيزيد الضغط عليكم؟
لا والله بيزيد الثقة ويحمسك كذا تشوف العائلة الكريمة كلها حاضرة 500 كيلو كذا تمتعهم وتجيب أرقام حلوة.
No, of course, it definitely boosts their confidence, you know, having their viewers basically standing or sitting right in front of them in the arena, and definitely helps them out in a very stressful environment when you're talking about the group stage for the PMWC. That's it. Shukran. Thank you very much, Kante, for joining us. And we're going to head on over back to the studio and continue our journey for the group stage.
IHC picking up the opening chicken dinner of the day. Power then step up to the plate and claim one for themselves with the heroics that was shown from Al Haji. Now we move on to the third match of the day. Blank, last outing for me and you. You know we got to give this one some gas. Give it justice for the building we're in.
We're going to press the foot to the pedal here because we're getting into our angle, our third one of the day, and then we're going to close things out with the JJ, the John and Jukes. We've got all the players on screen for you here for your beautiful viewing pleasure at home, but I'm not sure if it's going to be too much of a pleasure for some of the players inside this lobby because some will be going home at the end of the day. Survival stage, rough. Only 4 will make it through.
They will indeed, Blank, and they'll be making it through on those GT20 Pros, those bad boy phones that are getting them dialed in and playing the best they absolutely can. 144 hertz sounds kind of good, right?
Ooh, yeah, that's very nice. You can see everything, every minute detail. That's how Power was able to catch out Inko. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Maybe that's just Al Haji's eyes. They run at like, 240 hertz.
Yo.
Like he's just sat there, he sees it all.
He's got the 360 hertz eyeballs.
Oh man.
That would be insane.
Sees everything, like even behind him.
Yeah. Got the 360-degree angle, and it looked like it.
That's how they knew about Inko.
That's how they knew, dude.
God
it was
damn.
easy peasy. I mean, to be honest with you, for Al Haji, he has played well, but we have to give credit to the rest of the team.
Oh yeah.
You know, bringing Satan out, having a bit of a reshuffle for themselves, it's honestly a decision within the team that you had to make. Like, it's worked out well for them.
That's actually a massive caveat to factor in as well. You think about the fact they get that chicken dinner with the changes. That's huge for them, but you gotta think that's going to dial you in as well with this.
It's like it's still working.
Yeah,
it's still working, and we can make this work going into the end of the day. Really loving it for them. If you see right now where they are, they jumped up quite a bit. You got to remember they were in 19 points down towards the bottom of the lobby. 18th place. This is more manageable, and with the fact that going up to 12th, it's 39 points to 52, all right? It's not that much of a jump for them. It's not that much of a jump. Another good game, and that's what we want to see out of Power. It's what Vampire want to achieve as well with their 46, and if Team Liquid keep losing that fourth player, man, ooh, they might be opening up the gates.
Man, it's terrifying that this keeps happening in and out. You know, you got to feel for them in some of these drops that they've been running into. Problems arising, keeping you guessing. We'll see how it goes.
Ooh.
Right now, though, we're thrown into a fight. Kago Saka, they're going to get struck down.
Kago Saka just not having the best of the games. Man's going to have to leap off the top of the building like an assassin with the blade in hand. With the VSS silence, he's creeping around, and I think he's been spotted. Garnet about to be carved. Beautiful Ruby, but will be leaving the game.
Oh, he had the Ramsey in his hands, but can't use it to chop anyone up. No butcher blade actions here. No fresh meat on the chopping block. As you got Bro moving on up to confirm those and wipe out the stragglers.
Kago Saka at this point losing this early in the match. 2 players. More than likely, without a miracle, we'll be seeing Kago Saka heading into the survival stage. We can start to clean out some of our teams. I think Inko is right on the edge with 31 points. Tough to get back in, doable, but you got to factor in your boys up on top. Talon, Team Liquid, still pumping those points. Obviously, there is teams in between them that we haven't talked about. There's going to be teams in between them there that will be holding on after they finish their day of play. Man's flying.
Oh, man.
And he gets him.
Yo! Hey, he's pulled it back around, Blank. You're thinking Nurzed's got the angle, he's got the timing. But no, the bunny hopping bounces out of the vehicle and claps straight back, and it's all gone south.
Falcons, they had a pretty good hold against Tiamba, but Boom coming through with the modified vehicle, ejector seat action in the air. Will take out action. But the rest of his squad just top and action remaining now. The dynamic duo, see what they can get done. They're keeping the hopes alive for Falcons right now. 42 points on Sosnovka. Definitely a possibility here to just try and live this one out. Looking at the map, south shift on the circle, potentially could go north though, so teams got to be cautious about this, and I'm a little bit worried. Moneymakers being hedged in by Alpha 7. This was this amazing shot from behind the tree, behind the leaves.
Oh man, that's the spirit of Maxman right there, the PP Bizon.
Yeah, dude.
Making it look big.
Through the trees, dear me.
That's kind of nutty, dude.
Yeah.
Wow. Nurzed, he must have been counting everything in that one, you know, sort of thinking that his eyes were a bit bigger than his belly. That looked like it would have been freebies for him. He's in a good off angle as well.
How do you track that?
I don't know, bro. How do you trace that? Misery, though, not going to be looking great for him. Feeling a lot of uncomfortable emotions here as TJB spotted an isolated man and they swoop on him.
The problem with Talon right now is that, yeah, they're safe in 9th place, but they keep consistently not doing so hot towards the beginning of these games. I think they had some strong matches over on Miramar yesterday. Potentially that's where they'll bring their points back up again, but uncomfortable. An uncomfortable scenario. Trying to make it work in those last 2 matches. TJB hunting down Ayala. Does the curse continue, Jackie?
Oh, they're on him, hot on his tail, putting pedal to the metal, telling them to trail him so the bullets can be fired out from the back line. They're trying to get the shots on target.
Not
a little bit of
again.
damage here and there, and that's the one that connects to knock him out.
Not like this, Team Liquid. Come on, boys. This can't keep happening every single game. Team Liquid playing handicapped into these matches.
Before playing with a trio was bad enough. Now it's just a duo that remains alive. And they know all they can do is think about what's yet to come.
TJB, the direct competitors them as well. Currently in 13th place. Just 2 points behind now of knocking them back down as that bottom 12. Tough scenario. IWNRX as well, another team that just has not had that same power. And I think that, you know, you look at that last match, the player cams from Zed Wolf, who is probably one of the most confident players in this tournament. Justin teams have been able to, in terms of carrying his team, didn't look good, didn't look happy. I think IWNRX will have to battle it out with the boys on Team Spirit in the survival stage from EMEA. Alpha 7, they've nicked a boat.
Hopped in the boat. But it's not a nice day of sailing out on the sea. It's a mission to try and get yourself into a better angle later on and funnel the whole way around. But look at the problem they could run into. Moneymakers waiting in the wings. If they get a clear line of sight on there, you're sitting ducks.
Yeah, it's the issue. They kind of have like semi-win, semi-loss here in the sense that Moneymakers could take shots out towards them as they make this crossing, but they have stolen a vehicle that Moneymakers potentially might really need in the coming moments of the game. And even more so, they're sort of penning them in a bit. I think this might have to be a vehicle crossing on the bridge for the Moneymakers if they don't find another vehicle parked outside the warehouses for them in Primorsk. Ooh, a tough time ahead. Cardozin, Chief, they're going to swim this one. They know that they can't afford to go in with just the 2 in the boat. Desperation plays ahead for Team Liquid in the drink.
Realizing they have to just keep their heads down. Don't bring unnecessary attention to the team. As like you say, you're at a major disadvantage in the battle of attrition. You wouldn't be able to contend in a toe-to-toe raw firefight. That was Talon as well, refueling and setting themselves back up in the zone for now. Potentially debating where that next shift's going to go and how they should reposition when that happens.
A lot of squads confirming onto Sosnovka here. They think it's going to be a Sozzy finish, and I think that's reasonable. Like I said, though, there's still a chance for this to move hard north, but no, directly onto Sosnovka. Teams like IHC, Inco, Moneymakers, Power, who would have loved for this one to head further towards that north side to give them some more time. This is crunched out. Both the bridges, essentially. So quick rotations are necessary, and you know there's going to be people holding on the outside, waiting for you to make your crossing. And you're hoping for the boom special, really. Jumping out of the vehicle and defending against a hold like that. How often does that happen?
Those aren't repeatable. Those aren't sustainable plays. And they made it look good, and it was impressive in the engagement they were thrown into, but relying on that isn't something you can really expect There's close grouping here. TJB, they were the sore thumb that was sticking out in the rotation pathway for power. They don't need the bailout of the cards. They try and take shots on the move. Bit of a drive-by. Al-Haji going down. They want to deny a second back-to-back potential chicken dinner here for power, and they instantly put all of the punish into it.
Kante on the off angle. He loves playing this one. Has a good read, but Al-Haji more than definitely donezo here. Maybe they're able to get a couple of points in terms of the eliminations versus TJB, and Kante's got a nice read onto them. Oh, he jumps out the vehicle too quick.
Uh-oh, this
he was
has gone
quite
a bit
low.
wrong. Oh, mate, hang on a minute. Then actually Kante might be able to, like you just said, steal away a few points. You've broken your own legs. You've got to recover, see what you can do from it.
Fidan and Kante playing hand in hand here. Do they know, though? You got Only coming over the top side. Good shot. What a spray down. Pops him out the side of the vehicle, opens the door. And another as well. This could be all over for the boys on TJB in a blink of an eye. In comes Fidan as well up the hill. He has a bleed onto them. Both players are up, but extremely low here.
And that info goes both ways. Smoke's down to give themselves cover, sure, but this is going to give them the inkling of where their position is. The zone's moving in to make it even more uncomfortable. Shallow nade on the first. Kante gets a better angle from the elevated peak. He's got this opening. He sees the opportunity to try and get those shots in. He doesn't want to muck it up, though. Fidan makes the first move, strikes onto one. TJB, they thought they had this in the bag, but the longer it's gone on, the worse it's got by far. And I don't think you're in a great spot here. Just a vehicle blocking bullets. That's barely all they've got to work with.
Fidan sends a nade. Beautiful airburst on that one. And we'll pop TJB out, and power is alive to see another day here in this match. Down to 2 players, but not out in terms of mentality.
That's what power do. They fight back. It looked like it was dire straits for them. They withstand their first test, but more are surely coming. Inco are on the rotate down. You've got Ulula IHC as well on the cross over the bridge. Kago Saka have been biding their time, looking to guard the edge for so long.
They've just got 2 players to do it, though. Have to be an incredible hold versus Ulula IHC. Depends if they can make it through. Inco also in Milta, getting looted up as much as possible. They know they need the meds here. Here's the initial roll in. Great shots out of the vehicle, honestly, from TJB over the top side. Almost the hold from power. It all goes wrong in a matter of an instant. Fidan, though, brings it all back together, and that was the crucial mistake.
You get the power POV as well. They took that extra time to reassess, reloot, offer the crates, grab themselves a boat. Going for the wide rotate the whole way around the back, setting up with the circle in the forefront of their minds. Meanwhile, DRX, it always feels like every time we see them, they're in such a rough spot. They had a glimpse of potential to start off today, but that was quickly taken away.
Taking stock of the circle right now. You got Falcons playing up towards Observatory, staying out of too much trouble for themselves. IWB and RX set themselves up on a wide split on that north-west edge. Alpha 7 playing a little bit more interesting. Inco coming around on that north side, could be backstabbing onto IHC. They don't want to go for the Milta bridge push, and I think that's reasonable considering where the circle is. You know there's going to be a lot of teams in that area. Might just be safer to go for this one. But do they know IHC's here?
IHC were taking so long to go for this. They felt comfortable. They had the meds. They had the supplies. Now they start to make their moves. There is a bit of space in the timing between both of these squads that are slowly making their late rotate in. Everyone else very tightly grouped. Moneymakers and Power, though, similar sort of situation for them coming in from the coastal side.
Moneymakers have really taken their time on this as well. Remember, they were in Primorsk for quite some time. They wait for the guys on Alpha 7 to already make their crossing before they decide to go for theirs. Primorsk, huge city as well, so you can get a lot of loot in that area, a lot of meds to make this journey easier. There's a loot crate out in the water as well. Maybe Moneymakers pick that one up, but you got to admit, there must be eyes on that one. They do pop out. I think shots might have gone their way. Currently still up as 4. to make landfall. Power might be spotted, though. Oh, they're swimming in. This is dangerous. Power might actually be able to hold them out.
Power went for the quick move, favoring the speed to get themselves onto the beach and at least set up and have that angle to work with. And yeah, they are taking shots. Bullets downrange. Bit of peppering going on. Meanwhile, we join Aula IHC that have gotten themselves into a better position, but Inco could crash in the backline and they're forced to fight out with Alpha 7. A bit of an exchange. Trades going either way. Alpha 7 debating what they can even really do from this. You know, you got to leave the man that's now down and get a bit further back.
An over-aggressive play, honestly, from Carrillo. Out off that western side, dies to the play zone. And again, they had the inside track on this circle. They could have held them out quite easily. And I think you've got to anticipate that teams coming in from Milta most likely would want to go for that long crossing over the north side of the map through to the western bridge. So I think Alpha 7 has just bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They do take down Ziol, but losing a player in a strong position where they were is not feeling good. But look at this, Moneymakers opting to get rid of the vehicle, the boat, and instead just swim it in. Power takes a bit more of a strongman's mentality. They just send it.
Yeah, they go straight in. Don't want to give the opportunity for another team to take snipe shots down at them and pepper them with bullets. But Tulika, he loves these long-range firefights, and it plays into his book. Hits the first as he's able to take out one on the cross, and now he's a bit suspicious. He's clearing towards the coast, so Power might have given the game away a little bit here. We got the move up from Vampire as well with a very fragmented Team Liquid. They went down early in terms of the numbers, and you're basically trapped, penned in whilst the push comes up. The saving grace, at least, is the boom engage from the sideline and get a bit of damage back on the Vampire. Tony K, though, this man can be lethal. How good is he in terms of getting the nade in through the window?
Goes far, wide, in fact. Chief opting to hold on to the pin. Doesn't want to waste grenades. And Tony K from the side is Bro Harami, who've come up on top and have taken too long on this engagement. Out comes Chief with the nade. Could be huge, in fact. Finds the second knock on them. Will look to clean up as well, and that's two eliminations that, honestly, Team Liquid desperately needed. Remember, this is the two-man squad. Confirms one, looks for another. It would be Bro Harami to steal that one away, but fantastic job from Team Liquid to lift this one out, and I think the Vampire just thought they had way more space.
There's no space between these two now. They finally push up, realizing they have to cut their losses and at least grab that one elim point off the back of the fight they started with Chief in Team Liquid. Falcons were up on the top side. They were locked in. Horn smashing against each other with Boom, and they commit to the bout on that one, leaving it down to just a solo. Nice nade to kick off the engagement at least, but it's the backstab that's causing problems for him. He's taking shots towards the rear. Got to push further forward. There's two Falcons members ahead of him, and they're going to be able to get that one on target.
Falcons, bit of revenge onto Boom from earlier. House of leaves there for Yumi, but like a house of cards, it comes crumbling down in the face of the dynamic duo themselves, Action and Top, playing together for so long. Kante over the top here, does find Havlik, in fact, and Fidan's onto Bro Harami. What is happening here for this duo?
If the question is, can Kante? Well, he certainly can in that fight. Hits the first. Aulula IHC going down for good as well as they're taken out of the overall equation. And look at the map screen, bud. Everyone's so closely grouped in terms of these overall fights. This game's going to start reaching a fever pitch soon. We're starting to bring it up, Blank. We're getting that energy going for the third game.
I mean, IWNRX just passing over the top side of the airstrip, getting the propeller going, and are about to take off, in fact, as they start to clear down on this south side. DRX, for the first time in a long time, have themselves a central position in the zone. But is it too little too late for this team? Only 4 matches remain for the boys in a 0 elimination game so far, despite the amount of presence and space that they have been given in this match.
Here's the push up round the side. Bring in the vehicle, reset things. See if they can get themselves picked back up. I wonder if they're aware of this, though, as well. Down towards the trees. They barely miss Icy Boss, who's had his belly down on the ground for quite some time. We saw that split up from the duo in Moneymakers. They opted to go for different positions and keep their noses clean. Don't engage into any unnecessary fights here. And this man's lucky. Barely protected by the shrubs.
Surely he sees them, and they're in the vehicle, man. They have very good sight lines down to the floor here, and they've passed by him twice. Icy's going to have to hit at some point. The blue's pushing him in, and he has the perfect backstab. 5 grenades in the pocket as well. They're out of line of sight as well. This could be huge for Icy.
Icy, if he can throw the clip in and slay from far away, he could leave Bro down on the DECK. Meanwhile, though, that's what's happening to Vampire as they are out of commission. Removed again. Another squad being finned as the herd is getting ushered inwards. But this timing, this backstab, we've seen how important and how powerful solos have been throughout this event so far. Blank, can he be another one in the list of them?
See the smoke off in the distance, have a quick peek over towards it, but Bro Harami, they've got to get further into this circle. Alpha 7, it's McGrellin, the duo here, Mafioso on side as well. Nade's going across towards Team Liquid. Cardozin blocks the first one on the rock. He's just dancing around it, using the smoke to his advantage. Crossing this road ain't going to be easy for the boys on Alpha 7. Solo remaining here for Team Liquid, but 12 teams, he has to go a lot further here.
Quick heal up for Federales. Meanwhile, Top, again, seizes the opportunity against Talon. You can see how problems are arising there. That was the last man standing for them. Talon, they lost Misery in the initial moments of this game. It felt like he was taken away within seconds. They were forced to fight with a free. Now none remains for the Clawed Beasts. As Falcons upset them, everyone slowly edges further forward. Mad Balls on screens here. Tulika, he got his first elimination, taking the shots down onto Moneymakers, but he didn't clean house. He left 2 of them alive.
And Bishke just hiding behind Fidan from Power. Next circle will lock a lot of these players into a cage match on the side of this hill. Mad Balls pushing through. Soez down from DRX. DRX is just crumbling as players get closer. It's just almost like they get a debuff. They're afflicted by the presence of other players. Icy stepping up versus Bro Harami. This is what we wanted to see.
He's got this one for free as well. Had the smart play with the smoke, but they dive straight back in. They've isolated him and spotted out the one man. Now scratching their heads, wondering where the partner is. Where's the duo at a point like this? That's not so good, though.
Explodes the vehicle, and Jappy just falls because of it. I get the mentality, you want to explode the vehicle because it is close to exploding in the first place, but at least let your teammates leave. Nade of the top from IWNRX, telling about how this northern angle could be good for them, but they're scaling up the hill. Top here on this lonesome. The Falcons' wings have been clipped, but he's still going.
Seeing if he can cause some issues. IWNRX on the clear round the corner. They wanted to try and keep themselves alive in this one, but Power, they're on the exact opposite end of things. Down and out. Inco as well, taking heavy casualties. Mad Balls, unfortunately, taking Flique out of action for a sec there, detonating the vehicle. A lot of scrappy gameplay going on right now, but Top, he keeps it large. Living his movie from the elevated peak, trying to get the tracing off as well. Damage into the back line, looks to confirm the first knock that he got off the back of this one, racking up the numbers as he brings himself up to 7 elims.
Massive game for Top here, and a game they desperately needed as well. Feels almost like a Leon scenario. Inco coming through, looks to steal here. The DBS goes crazy, does so much damage to Nenebete, but he steps a bit too far forward. But what a game regardless from Top there. I think he just starts to feel it in those last moments. It's a bit too big for himself, but 9 limbs to finish off the game. What a good one from him, an action to save what started out as a very, very rough match. 7 teams remain. DRX slowly but surely being culled on the eastern side. Mad Bulls with a big old split along the southern coast. You've got English holding, watching for these teams. Alpha 7, Team Liquid, Inco, all from the same region on that side towards the north, duking it out. See who's the best of the best.
There we go then. Let's see if this is going to be the best engagement they can possibly take here. Zerich lucky to be alive off the back of the damage established there. Cardozin finally down as Alpha 7 spot the last man for Liquid and lop the head off the horse. No chance for that to carry on as Liquid are out. Harami Bro though, pushing up. They got the meds to work with. The paranoia's kicking in. Mad Balls, they need to get grouped up here. They got the shots from the far back angle. There's the detonation on the vehicle that will shut down the first. Sideline swipe again. Trades back onto Zerich.
Awesome angle here from English. He has full sight lines all the way across. They planned this perfectly. And Bro Harami down to just one player. DRX able to steal away a lot of them there, but now they have the angle. They know there's a team above them, and they're asking for English. Do you see them? Do you know where they are? Give some information back so Tulika and Fleeke can potentially get something done off the back of this. Alpha 7 is out. Inco will lay them bare. This is over towards that northern side. They've cleared out both Alpha 7, Liquid now. It is all their terrain to play with. QXC going down to Tulika, let off the leash once again.
The Bulls are seeing red, and Tulika is the one that's looking to come out with that aggression, put his best foot forward, and take the fight towards them. Two squads with 3 players alive. DRX down to just the duo. Inco, they've been biding their time throughout the flow of this game. Can they step up towards the dire straits? Bullets being put down range as well. DRX panicking, sweating bullets in the engagements they're thrown into, with shots coming in from either squad still in.
Yeah, they're sat a little lost towards the center of the circle. Not sure where to look at this point in time. That's the difficulty with this circle itself, is that where DRX was playing, although it looked good, you're sort of setting yourself up for failure between the 2 angles on the north and the south side. You don't want to be sandwiched between those 2 positions. You've got to pick one or the other here. And now Inco with this ridge, looking to put on a little bit more of the pain towards DRX. Mad Bulls trying to regroup a little bit. They are outside the circle. They'll have to push further in. Can they get a side swipe potentially onto Inco? Go far west, rotate round the side. English has already opened up that position, but a nice shot there from Hugin.
Take away the edge that they had. Remove the manpower. Focus fire back. Tulika dialed in as always, even suspecting the peek from the second man in the back and keeping his crosshair honed on target.
Ooh.
Nice tap. Slows them down. Removes the HP from them so they can't peek in, but the zone is going to force them to make a move, or you're out to the play zone anyway, and we rattle it down to just 2. Mad Bulls with the reset. 3 players alive versus Inco. Got a lot to do now. This chicken dinner in tough contention. Either one of these teams could take it.
Crucial repeat there coming through from Tulika to keep Fleeke alive. They desperately need the 3-man, and it's both ways on side of this valley. Who's going to take the top side? Who's going to be the lumberjack? Chop down these trees and chop down the opposition. It's Inco, Mad Bulls, toe-to-toe right now. As both teams edge ever closer to one another. He's got the bead, he spots one, he's just going to unleash the barrage. There's no repeat from the rest of the team, but they have an angle now.
Tulika, the human hatchet for Mad Bulls, swinging wildly, cutting his way through the jungle and looking to take down the opposition. The opening engagement gives them establishing damage, but they still need to be aware of the positions that Inco have.
The Bulls preparing to charge here. Inco holding back, scared a little bit. They hear the thump of the feet on the north side. Mad Bulls have done terrifically well. Good splits. Hold them in this game. Inco's relying on repeaks, refrags here. Mad Bulls just going to wolf pack it on the south side. Hope to open up something. Honestly, if they just brazenly head over towards that northern edge, find Garrix, potentially are able to bring something up. Quick scout in the buggy. Really useful bit of utility is that vehicle, just in terms of being able to angle yourself where these players are. And they're playing scared now. Vitali tries to fortify that position over towards Nenabete.
They dial it back to the defense. They want to play tenacious on this one, but they've got to get the confidence back up. The scout in the vehicle for Tulika gives them the information and draws the fire onto him if they take shots. He does take 1 bullet to the side, cascades his way back in and tucks out for a second. There is nades to play with as well. It goes both ways though. Mobility is there. There's a vehicle for Inco and a nade soaring through the sky.
Ooh, that's a great nade, in fact. Hits Tulika incredibly hard here. He's got the level 3s though on. Looking to take this to a level 7. Versus Inco. But Zone 9 is not going to favor Mad Bulls. They've been backed into a corner here. And they will have to literally bull rush it over towards Inco in the end game, because they've got all the space in the world to work with.
At this point, They have to command respect from the spirit animal of the organization. The Mad Bulls have to rise up and storm the gates on contact. Inco playing with the lion's heart, further back, knowing how close they are to sinking their teeth into that chicken dinner. It just comes down to the decision making, making sure they can clean up on these fights. They're getting a little bit further forward now, realizing time's starting to tick, things are starting to heat up. Nades being primed as well. The utility usage has been keeping them further back for so long. They just need that clean nade.
The best thing about this is that Nenebete's been so patient on the nade here, popping it away every single time. He knows he doesn't have too many in the back pocket. He can't afford to waste them. But this vehicle play, it psyched them out something horrid.
It's baited out the face, low HP back, causing the rotate in, trying to double up, seeing if they can group together and focus fire. The nades could still be important, and that's the big one. Strikes first, Mad Bulls, the Lanimals, here on the stage. Are they about to crumble? Be silenced by Inco. You've got the edge now. Seize the initiative and push down. Ooh. There's the clap back. Tulika, we've said he can light them up something fierce, and that's what he does again.
Vitali over the top side, might spot him. Tulika steps up, gets the frag onto him. Just one player left alive.
Here we go then. It's all down to the Hell in the Cell. See if they can clean up from this point. Inco, you played a good game, but it might crumble away in the dire straits they're left in. Trapped behind the tree. Low HP on the two Mad Bulls. Just got to hit those clean shots. Paranoid to peak. Takes the first. Claps down as well. And Inco, the survival of the fittest as the Lions on the stage take the chicken dinner.
Crazy game there from Inco, from control of all Brazil on that northern side versus Alpha 7 and Team Liquid. The Mad Bulls cannot get ahead. They're taken by the horns, thrown to the wayside, and Inco will pick themselves up a much needed win there in the end game. Respect to the Mad Bulls though, they're both so low HP. They pull out the bandies and they realize they're just going to have to go for the duo push here. Swing wide on both sides, but it did not psych out the Lions at all.
Your only win condition there, hope the crosshair is drawn off target. One of you can get the refrag and you close it down, but it doesn't happen. Inco playing passive, playing smart, and picking up a gigantic chicken dinner at the end of our third matchup of the day there, Blank. We told you there'd be some gas in this one.
Dude, the thing is that you can start to see now a lot of these teams down towards the bottom side of the lobby, they're looking to try and bring themselves back up to speed. A lot of our teams towards the top side are crumbling because they think they're safe. But these teams, they've still got a lot left in them.
They really do. Huge game overall. Man, that was a tasty one to kick us off. And Mad Bulls, again, so many times it feels like they get close. They're right at the finish line, and it's always ripped away.
I know, dude, but I think that if you are Mad Bulls, you've got to be proud of that match, man. You've got to be absolutely proud of yourself on that match because they played so unbelievably well. I love the splits they took, and honestly, it's kind of uncharacteristic for those players. I think that they're a little bit not level-headed at times, but that game was pretty perfectly coordinated. And the difficulty is they just ran out of bandies. We're not going to run out of games for today, though. We're going to head back to a break, and we'll be back real soon to conclude the group stage.
Hi guys, Ginny here. We are in the Boulevard with the players from Team Liquid who've had a great day today on stage. We're gonna play a game of who is most likely to. We're gonna ask the questions. All you guys have to do is point. So the first question is, who is most likely to get eliminated first in a match?
Quem é o mais provável de ser eliminado?
Okay, it's going smoothly. The second question is, who is most likely to get a grenade knock?
Quem é o mais provável de levar uma granada?
Eu também. Mano, eu sou muito azarado. Eu Cardoso.
Okay, so you guys don't want to agree on this one. No point.
Então vocês não concordam nesse, vocês não têm nenhum ponto.
Eu voto em mim. Eu morro muito pra HE, mas o Cardoso não vai. Eu tomo o HE cagada.
I vote on myself.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Who is most likely to drop their phone during a match?
Quem é mais provável de largar o telefone durante a partida?
Tu. Acho que o Ayala. O Ayala é mais chegado, óbvio. Eles jogam o celular assim. É.
Okay. Who's most likely to get the longest elimination in a match?
Quem é mais provável de levar a eliminação mais longa?
O Tifizinho. De fazer eu, né? Eu sou matilhão, sou bom.
Okay. Last question is, who is most likely to clutch a 1v3?
Quem é o mais provável de clutch uma vitória? De fazer uma vitória.
O Miticão. Eu acho que o Ayala os dois.
Both?
Who are we saying?
The four of them?
All four. It has to be one player.
Tem que ser um só. Tem que ser um só.
Aw.
Mythic.
Okay, well, thank you
Mythical.
guys so much for your time. I appreciate it.
You know what? I like that game. Why don't we play a little bit of this? Seven
Okay.
Polaris. Who's more likely to nade the other on accident?
Wait a minute, what? Where's
Him,
Max?
for sure him.
No. Okay, who's more likely to carry a match?
Not you.
It's not between me. It's you two, bro. I'm the host.
I mean, me, obviously. Humble brag.
Who's more likely to pick up the PMWC Violet Thunder set S2K? Because it's currently out for you guys at home to pick up for yourself. You guys can check it out in-game based off the design of Ailu and the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest. And Claris did say he'd be more likely to get it.
Yeah.
Let's just. I know if Maxman was here, he would fight you for that and say no, it'd definitely be him.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry.
Yeah, he has
if
a
he's
lot
healthy
of
enough
UC.
to fight.
No, he's not.
Anyways, let's move on from here because obviously Inco did close out the match, and honestly, considering how the last match went, if they didn't clutch this one out, not even clutch this one out, they didn't confirm this one, I'd be quite disappointed in their performance.
Yeah, and I mean, for a team that was towards the bottom of the leaderboard, a team that definitely needs those points, if they even want to be able to be in the top 12 and not go to the survival stage, you can see a much better improvement today in regards to what they've been able to do. The elims are up, the damage up, and most importantly, the average survival time is up. But the big question mark was, are they going to throw this win? Or they're not going to be able to close it out? And Kyle, luckily for us, luckily for Inco, they were able to actually close out the win.
Yeah, I had my concerns after the previous game and how things went down against Power, but this time around not to be the case. Able to take out Mad Balls here with the opening on from the nade from Nenabete to get things rolling. But Mad Balls are kind of like put themselves in a very cordoned, close position to one another. So it makes it very easy for Inco to spread out a little bit, have good angles on them, and then from there take them out.
To be fair, though, I'm actually even surprised that Inco came down to just one player of Inco with the position that they had. They allowed Mad Balls to get so close to them, but hey, if it works out for you, go for it.
Well, at least for Inco's side, right, they had to actually fight their way in towards the position where Mad Balls were set up quite early on this match with it going over towards the military zone. But we can see again, Falcons top. I think he had 6 eliminations for himself, gets them up to 10 points in this match. Mad Bulls 15 points, and this is one of the teams that honestly I've been very disappointed in so far in this event because they were so impactful in PMSL CSA. It's nice to see them get 15 points, but they still have a lot of points to go if they want to build a break top 12.
Something to mention too, even though they're more than likely not gonna and are gonna end up going to survival stage, Harami Bro and DRX in the past 2 matches, they have been able to put up good performances, taking away points from those teams that are trying to get there in the top 12. And we're talking about Top. I mean, Top has been popping off, being able to get those 8 elims. Once again, being the last player alive for his team, But luckily for him, he was able to get more elims. But the frustration, you can see the frustration. As soon as he died, he slammed the table.
Yeah, he's an all-star player. He's a star-studded player for sure. When it comes to PUBG Mobile esports and how he's able to play things out. What's wrong, Jason?
If I got 8 elims at this level of play, I wouldn't be slamming the desk unless it was in happiness, man. Like 8 eliminations, like that's phenomenal. And considering how they performed yesterday, he should be extremely happy with that performance, but clearly wasn't happy about something.
I feel like they're maybe just upset at the way that this circle played out. Once again, we get a circle in military towards the south of Military Island.
It's their location, man.
Yep, that's the thing. It's their location, and they keep losing. They did it yesterday. They lost 2 players early on by trying to have a bridge camp, and it absolutely backfired.
It's quite an uncommon location to have a end game circle scenario occur on Military Island, though. So it does create some variance in how teams are going to approach it, where they're going to kind of move, etc. And that kind of causes some volatility in the play overall. But happy to see actually, now that I think about it, Mabels once again getting to a second place in a similar position to where they were getting to late games on other Erangels here throughout the tournament. So don't know what it is about Mabels with this kind of location, but they're not about it here.
The thing that I actually liked about Mabels' play throughout this whole match was how early they were able to rotate towards the south, and they kind of gave us some flashes of what Alliance have been able to do. They had some great splits. They were able to control that south area, and if anybody was able to come close to them, they made sure to make him back up with Alpha 7, and I think it was, I can't remember what was the other player, but there was one more player that was trying to challenge them. They were like, no, you're not going to get anywhere near.
Okay, well, you know what? It is the halfway point of the day, which means we have to switch our commentators in and maybe even check in as well here. We've got Hot Jukes and Johnny Allen joining us. Gentlemen, what's your thoughts on the first half of the day?
Dude, everything I think we expected and more. You know, I was actually expecting a little bit more from Team Liquid here, but we still got 3 more matches left to go. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. I think that's a good team to sort of be looking at towards the end of this one. Trying to push up over those 70s is going to be tricky. Are we still with these guys?
I think so.
They're still
I mean,
here.
you're still with me. I don't know. I didn't expect to actually have John Allen and very Hot Jukes to be joining us, but you know, got to go with it. But yeah, gentlemen, it's been tough, right? And I'm assuming we'll see you guys a little bit later on. We got to cut you out of here. I thought we were going to talk to him a little bit more. That was good. Very Hot Jukes.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very warm here, but he's looking fly.
I was ready.
I like the shirt he had on.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
I was happy to see he got his clothes finally. When he lost his luggage, right? If only we could get our 3rd analyst here on the desk as well, which I think will happen.
Maybe in like 2 days.
Nah. No? Okay, we don't have to have him here. But yeah, so we're past the halfway point of the day, right? We'll be checking with overalls a little bit later on today, but teams, it's getting very tough. It's getting very difficult knowing you have 3 matches left to go to try to break through. And luckily for you, you still have that 1 Erangel left, and of course the double Miramar to follow up with. It's coming down to do or die time. This is like the moment that makes diamonds, Kalaris. And you know I love that phrase.
Does he? Yeah, he does.
I want to be a diamond.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Too short.
Well, I mean, the thing is that I need to hark on the idea that, once again, DRX actually had a position where it's a winning location. I'm not going to, well, yeah, I am going to say exactly what I said. It feels like they're able to find the winning locations, but it feels like they're never able to shoot any bullets from the winning locations every single time. Soez goes down early, and then it's problematic for them. They were always going to have a hard time anyway today.
They're so passive. They don't even shoot. It's like free elims. 3 points.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
It is what it is sometimes. And so I think remember correctly, right, Kalaris, you were actually more likely to take the PMWC 5 Thunder Set S12K, which is based off a design by Ailu and also incorporates elements from the PMWC trophy, which I have to say, by the way, I don't think I've actually said it on air yet, but that trophy is sick. I love the W inside the globe. It looks amazing. I kind of almost wish it was a snow globe as well, but I don't know. Let's head out on the stage here as we are at a halfway point with Barney.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the halftime show with Sandstorm and Barney. We are halfway through our 3rd and final day of the group stage for the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the ESPORTS World Cup. Game 1 went to the reigning world champions Al-Ula IHC, followed by Power getting their first winner chicken dinner in Game 2. And then finally, we had Inco Gaming taking game number 3. With 3 games left, we will get it closer and closer to find out who will make it to the main tournament. But with 3 games left, we have 2 more on which map? You guessed it, it's going to be Miramar.
Yeah, right, it's going to be Miramar, but at this point in time, all eyes on that 12th position, that cutoff point. So I'm going to give you a stat. Between 10th and 20th place right now is a mere 11 points. That's one good chicken dinner covered in gravy, because I'm British and we like to ruin food. But let's remember that this is a vital moment at this point, because only 12 teams will go through to the main tournament directly, and then the other 12 will go down into that survival stage where they will battle once again. It's going to get spicy, and one map can do it. So, who's it going to be? Casters, let's find out.
Thank you very much, Barney. And I don't know what he's talking about with British ruining food. You know, beans on toast is a delicacy.
Yeah, straight out of a can, right?
What's not to like? I don't understand. You've got beans, you've got toast. That's just a good time.
Sounds delicious. I'll pass, but you know what? I'm not passing up on these next 3 matches, baby, because that is it. 3 more matches left to go, and $1 million are going to go into some of these players' bank accounts here. You know, the lion's share of that, I can't wait to see who is going to get it. We saw a great performance yesterday, and honestly, it's going to be really tough to catch Alliance, I think, which is just how well they did.
Absolutely. It is indeed going to be pretty tricky. That 122-point mark, over 10 points average per map. Woo! Only just, okay, but still, making that metric work for you is always a very, very tall order. And it is, at the moment, leading the charge to get up there is Al-Ula XIHC, right? And even they are not quite up at that metric. It is a very, very big day needed. But as they were highlighting, it is all eyes on 12th place. That last team that's going to make it directly to those finals, not going to have to suffer the survival stage. Which teams are going to make it? Let's get into our final Erangel of the group stages. Novo over towards South George as we head on in for our final pass over the grassy pastures with dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screen. The GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Let's kick it off.
Let's kick it off. Let's get it going, folks, because right now it is do or die for so many of these squads. You got to remember, it is top 12 that are moving on to the finals. Bottom 12 are going to go to that survival stage, and that is a place you do not want to be. You got hungry squads that have been waiting for that moment. They're studying you time and time again, so you want to make sure you can do everything you possibly can. You got to put it all on the line right now, and there's a lot of squads that really need to do that starting right here, right now.
Absolutely. They have got a lot of work to do. Out early over Milta Power. Vampire not going to be heading over to Primorsk this time. Playing over on the east side, close to Boom in Milta. Team Liquid down to C Block, down towards that military base on the south side. And we're not going to have any spicy military circles this time around, Hot Jukes. We're keeping it chilled out now as things get a little bit more intense for our players. It's a circle that centers on Pachinki, which doesn't really give too much away. You could still go north of the river, you could still go to the military island, as unlikely as it is, but we're going to be allowing a lot of time for these teams to get things done.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need every single second they can get, but oh, it looks like we got a runner here. Power Esports on the run. Talon possibly looking to hunt him down here. Let's see if he's able to get those shots. He has an AK. If you're going to use any weapon, that's the one to do it with.
Damn.
And they are definitely committing to this.
Pop the spray, witness me, chrome on the teeth right now for Talon. They're trying to claw some points back to their tally. On the chase, they're already sitting at the top end of the teams playing today. You can see they're on 60 points right now. They want to keep that one going. We were looking the other day at where we think that bubble's going to be. It's likely around the low 70s is where we're going to see that 12th place sit. So if you can push up over 80 points today, that would be phenomenal. 3 games to get 20 points for Talon, it's doable.
Yeah, totally doable for sure. And right now that cutoff is going to be where Brute Force is, 53 points. They're going to get passed up for sure. So hopefully we can see them do something in the survival stage. But there's a lot of big names here that still need to cross that gap. I'm looking at you, Vampire Esports. I mean, even, you know, Inco Gaming, they had a great game, that last one. That definitely helped them out here. Oh, look at that. A little pistol action there.
I don't think he's shooting at anyone. He's shooting at Severny for TJP, and currently nobody is in Saverny.
Getting their fingers warm.
He's just getting rid of the ammo. It's like, it's quicker than opening your inventory. Just shoot the bullets, you know?
Just shoot him up. And you can just see he's just mad. He's there just punching those fists in the air, trying to find that M4. Let's see if he could do it. So now he's starting to get looted up, which is great for him. But at the same time, man, they got some work ahead of them. They have 52 points right now. So TJB, we should see them in that top 12 as long as they have a good, consistent few games. But you know, when this is that moment, right? You got to clutch it up. You got to be able to get it done here and now, and you can't let those nerves get to you.
No, you definitely can't. You've got to be able to hold your nerve when it matters. And coming into this one, it is just going to be a question of keeping up the pace for the teams at the top of the block right now that they're currently playing in, right? We've got Alpha 7 leading from the top, 72 points already, which is pretty good news for them. This is a team, obviously, that people have expected to do well. Likely going to be able to get up towards the top of those tables towards the end of today. I wouldn't expect anything different from them. So hopefully they're able to keep up that pace as well. Currently in North George, and actually a pretty difficult rotation if Alula XIHC try and get ahead of them on that river crossing. The question is, how do they navigate that? They've got a lot of options open to them from that northwest side. We're seeing quite a lot of teams down to the southeast, I think, right now of this map in general. We're on board with IWNRX right now, and they are one of the furthest west of this set of teams out further east.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very cookie-cutter type zone right here, so there's nothing too special about it. These teams know this circle like the back of their hand. So Alpha 7, they're just getting looted up, ready to go for this one. You do have quite a few squads that have already centered up, but teams are definitely, I think, prioritizing loot right now, and they're not in a big hurry because I think this is that calm after that military storm we saw last game. So at the end of the day, though, you got to make it into top 12. That is the minimum result. And I actually got to have breakfast with Knight from Team Liquid.
Oh, lucky you.
That's right. That's right. So I got to have a good, long chat with him. And, I mean, for those of you that don't know, this guy here is one of the most winning coaches in PUBG Mobile. For the past, I believe it's like 5 A-tier events that he's been a part of.
Yeah.
First place, every single one in different regions, you know? So to be a part of a huge org of Team Liquid is incredible. And I got to get a glimpse of just how well these guys train beforehand. You know, before a big event like this, they all meet up, they all stay in a place for about a month, scrim every single day against the top teams, and even fly out to different regions as well to prepare for a tournament like this. And, you know, Team Liquid, they did talk about just going back to the basics today, you know, just trying not to make mistakes, because that's one thing he stressed on. I was asking, you know, like, hey, you know, as a coach, you've coached so many different teams, had success. What do you feel is like the biggest problem a lot of these players have? And he just said it's just tiny mistakes that happen one by one after the other, right? If one player makes a small mistake, you can't point fingers at them. You got to be able to have that reset and continue the game on right now. As we look at CAG Osaka taking some shots on the Boom Esports.
They are just trying to slow down those rotations as teams start to make their way more central. If you didn't catch it, by the way, there was a long-form interview on the HQ show with Knight as well. So make sure you check that out. He was covering a bunch of those points, talking over the match they won. They're talking over their Sandhawk chicken dinner.
Yes.
The entirety of that match. So definitely good to get a chat with him over there. And obviously you had a chat with him over, what, a pancake and a coffee?
Oh, yeah.
Something like that for breakfast? I'm not too sure. I haven't.
Good old plate of shakshuka.
What was it? What did he eat for breakfast? Did you check?
I believe it was just eggs and beef sausage.
Okay, that's a breakfast of champions.
That's
right
what
there.
it is. That's what it is.
That's quite an English breakfast.
And he was there right early in the morning because he was ready to put in some work today. And
hell yeah.
The pressure is definitely on his team for sure. But one thing that he definitely told me that he's really proud of his squad is he definitely feels like his team has that clutch factor. That when the going gets tough, they can still perform. And they proved it in PMSL Americas where, you know, Alpha 7, maybe those hands started to shake once again, and then they were able to, you know, finish second place. Team Liquid just surpassing them there. So we'll see what happens. Right now, there is a good solid gap between Alpha 7 and Team Liquid points-wise. But you know what? Anything can happen here.
That's true. Anything can and most often does happen here in PUBG Mobile. Team Falcons moving on the south coast right now, trying to scout their way in. A couple of inroads potentially going to become available to them right now. Again, still not too much conflict. You can see top Run around, grabbing a little bit more loot, not quite satisfied. Still is going to have that level 3 helmet, that level 3 vest as well. So they're pretty decked right now. I mean, I'm not too sure what more he could really be looking for there. Maybe, you know, a med kit. Seems like he's got plenty of nades, plenty of smokes.
Well, these guys are set up. They're ready to go for sure. So looking at the leaderboards, you guys can see that right now as we're about to get into another zone here. This is pretty much do or die. This game right here for 4 teams in particular.
Okay.
I'm talking about Harami Bro,
sure,
CAG Osaka,
excellent,
DRX,
True.
and IWNRX. Those guys need a chicken dinner right here, right now, or they're not making it to top 12.
This is the thing, right? I mean, IWNRX is particularly an interesting one, right? Coming from the EMEA region, obviously it was Brute Force who are the champions from that region, but throughout the majority of the tournament, IWNRX were the best. And that was predominantly off the performances coming through from Zedwolf. He was an incredible fragger back in the region. We thought it was going to be a breakout performance here coming into this tournament, but it just hasn't been. They have been nowhere to be seen. They've been so quiet so far over the 9 matches that they've played. It's just not enough. And it's really unfortunate because I think Zedwolf definitely has the talent, right? And it's just somewhere along the line, it hasn't connected to what's going on in this tournament. And it's slightly disappointing.
Yeah, well, they're not out of the race just yet. I mean, there's still this match and 2 more left to go. You could definitely soak up a lot of points, but the problem...
They probably need like 50 to 60 points, though.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, like, in order for it to happen, we need a double-digit elimination chicken dinner right here. If it doesn't happen, it's nail in the coffin. I'm going to say for all 4 of those squads here. So
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, it is. It's possible, but not probable with the way they've been playing so far. And at the end of the day, there are so many good squads here. And we saw Gary go crazy in the last match there with a nice little 2v1 to win the game.
Hitting them with the snail trail.
Gary.
Able to slow them down enough. TJB on the northeast side, close by to Inko. Looks like they are just going to divert, fall back a little bit, get away from the scrap.
Yeah, this is the problem right here. When you get down to the last 3 matches, there are so many teams that desperately need points. And when that happens, everybody just starts turtling up, playing ultra passive. And when it comes to that aggression, they can flip that switch on at any moment's notice. So it's going to be more difficult to just get points here, especially like double-digit eliminations. You'd have to play absolutely insane because these are those championship rounds. So we'll see, you know, if we're going to see one of these teams on the bottom of the leaderboards be able to put a big performance up. But right now, it's not looking too good. Even if you're, honestly, even if you're Mad Bulls, Power Esports, I'd try to get it done right here and now because those last 2 matches, you never know what's going to happen.
What was it Barney said between like 10th and 20th? It's like 10 points or something like that? Or it looks like, yeah, like 11 points between Team Liquid and Mad Bulls right now, which is a huge, huge jump up in placements for what is ostensibly one good game compared to everyone else, right? You just need that profit, that breakout performance. So we'll have to see if that is in the back pocket, if they've got the rockets to strap to their shoes, blast themselves up the table. See how fast they can go. Right now, major feature of the circle. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
Potato Hill on the east, Pachinki sandwiching it off on the west. The circle just about to pop, heads up towards Potato Hill. So the north part of that Potato Hill position going to be really, really hard fought over. CAG Osaka right now hold it. Are they going to be able to withstand the pressure?
They're going to need to, that's for sure, because they're one of those teams that, like I said, need a double-digit elimination chicken dinner right here, right now, or we're going to have to see them in the survival stage and risk watching their key get crushed right in front of their own eyeballs.
Owie.
That's gonna stink, that's for sure. So meanwhile, you got teams like Team Liquid, Falcons. Those guys need to put up some points on the board. They're all the way on the south side right here. They're gonna have to push through quite a few squads, and with that desperation time coming right here, right now, oh man, it's gonna be very, very difficult. So let's see how it happens. You can see Team Falcons trying to make a safe rotation, already starting to get popped at by Vampire. And that's the problem. With a zone like this, pretty much every single spot, central circle, is already taken.
Absolutely, and given the fact that there's no casualties right now of this match, it's going to only exacerbate that problem, right?
That's right.
It's just making it worse with 16 teams all trying to cram themselves in. Now is where things are going to start to heat up, where that kettle pressure is starting to whistle.
And it's whistling hard. And the problem is that nobody wants to open up that can just yet, because if they're the first to engage into a fight, the chances of getting third-partied right now are like 99%. So, you know, everybody is just waiting, hoping that somebody gets a little antsy and starts, you know, maybe a crazy push happens, and then that third party will come in right after. So we'll see what happens here.
That's not how you... What? Hang on a minute.
Very interesting.
That needs an insurance claim right there.
Oh, yeah.
Who's at fault? Definitely the buggy.
It's classic Mythic.
Oh, dear. Come on.
Oh, here we go.
They're on the road.
Team Liquid.
This is a bold send. I mean, they must know someone's up here.
But TNG Osaka's too split right now. They are so severely split that they can't support each other. And he's going to get taken out right here, 3v1. I think a big misplay from CAG Osaka. You cannot try to take that much real estate in a zone like this.
No, absolutely not. And that's what I was saying. It's going to be hard fought over. Can they withstand the pressure? The answer, no, right now. A point of their hold has been taken down, but they still have 3 players alive. And once they regroup those 3, Team Liquid can kind of act as that 4th player on their south edge, but it's just going to be so much more dangerous for them.
Oh, man.
Alola x IHC now clashing with IWNRX, who have been trying to push in for a little bit. Swain goes down, and we are finally starting to see these casualties coming through. A lot of them going to be happening over towards the west side near Pachinki.
Going to see absolute chaos ring out here in the next few seconds. You can see IHA on the move. NRX going to have to sacrifice a player. Oh, and they're already down to 2 players. That's going to be quite difficult. Is he going to be able to get that knock? He doesn't. Goes for the confirm, so at least get 1 point, and they need every single one that they could get, because they are really struggling right now. NRX gonna try to get this shot and gets taken out.
It's not going to be there for Kine, unfortunately. Demo now trying to go on the swivel against Frozen with the AUG. Low HP for Demo, low ammo as well, and IWNRX win out that trade and take down Alola x IHC, but Alpha 7 have managed to leapfrog them. In the meantime, Talon have pushed in on the north side of that position, and it's going to be so hard to extricate themselves from it with the remnants of this IWNRX roster.
Let's see what happens. IWNRX need these points much more than IHC did, and they are down to the final couple players as Boom Esports getting taken apart. Everybody's on fire, and this is exactly what I was talking about. The second that fight rings out, you know there's going to be some more players coming. Boom Esports going to try to go for a reset here. 2 players down for Moneymakers. They're going to start throwing out some smokes, and I think, yeah, both these teams should be able to get a full reset.
A lot of challenge on this south side, as well as a scrap going on. Harame Bro and Falcons clashing with one another. Falcons, they've taken a knock, but they can get the res. However, the zone is going to push them. It's going to push them hard. They're on the long side and need to flow on in past the positions from Boom and Moneymakers. Given that this fight is going on, that is the reason that Falcons can make this maneuver now. They're going to be able to have a route in towards the top of Potato Hill on the west side. The question is, how long are DRX and Madball's going to let them go for it?
Let's see. Let's see. And if you're Boom, you need to get this fight done as soon as possible, because you don't want Falcons to be knocking at your door here. The nades are starting to ring out. They're throwing every single piece of utility here. Yummy's the first one to go down. So Moneymakers could turn this around right here with another knock.
Trying to put the nades out through the window. The flush onto Yummy is there. Close range engagement, potential danger here as they push out, but it's dealt with handily. Koa leads the charge around the edge, and not a Moneymaker goes down. Easily taking control of those 2 players on the outside, but look, Falcons have made that move. They have surrounded this engagement, and the Moneymakers have bigger fish to fry.
The Falcons are swooping on in, and here they are, just a little bit late to the party, actually. They weren't able to catch that third party right on time, so now it is going to be a fair 4v4, and Moneymakers actually have that edge with that knock onto action. Uh-oh, Koa down to, he's really low. Yeah, runs immediately away, gets into the shack, and he should be able to get fully healed up. But now Vampire is coming in here as well.
Thought that nade went in through the window. That one might do a lot more damage sent in. No, that one just bumps short. You're right, Vampire are here. Schwepp is going to be an outpost for them. They're not fully in. There's a nade. There's an opener towards Havlik as Schwepp continuing to keep that pressure on the back there. I'm not too sure about this Falcons push down the hill, but if they're sweeping out their sidelines trying to keep control, then they're going to have a better chance of pushing up towards CAG Osaka after this fight. But they need to conclude it first. 2 knocks now over towards the Moneymakers as the res comes in for Havlik, keeping 3 alive in the building, and the Falcons disengage.
They said, forget this. We cannot handle this right now.
Well,
actually, never mind. You know, we're turning around. We're getting into the fight. We're going to go ahead and just take them head on. And Schweppes is right there around the corner as well. So let's see if Vampire swoops in, but Moneymakers desperately trying to take these players out to keep their tournament hopes alive. Top with the S12K. Brings out a few shots, but not able to get the knock, but that is it. Moneymakers are out of there.
And Vampire are still here to play. Can Schwepp do more now? 4 players alive for them. The rest of the team nowhere to be seen. Falcons have got 3 players. They can get these reses, but Schwepp does not have any nades. That is what is stopping him from really going for more pressure on this. The circle's moved away. They don't need to go aggressive, but maybe they should have done. Maybe they should.
Needed to. They needed to. I'm so shocked that they didn't press this fight because Team Falcons are only separating them by 3 points prior to this match. So to take out the Team Falcons right now would be very advantageous for Vampire, but instead they say, you know what? Let's prioritize circle and see what happens. And it's a bold call. It's a bold call. Let's see if it ends up working out for them.
Schwepp a little bit out of tune right now with the rest of Vampire. Stoned tries to put a leash on him, pull him back in. Or maybe he should have been the one being pulled over towards that. It's going to be interesting to see how the 3 players from Falcons now can impact Vampire's position. The difficulty right now for the position for Falcons, they can't really put too much pressure over towards Vampire because of the way that the terrain sits on the south side of that potato hill. Spray from Mythic, 1, 2, 3, and the rest go up in flames. That is a huge pickup for Team Liquid on the west side, and the Mad Bulls, they are sent down.
See ya, Mythic shutting them down right there. 5 eliminations to his name. You can see that helmet right there. He found them real quick. That's how you get it done. So Team Liquid busting out some big eliminations right when they need them. And now they're starting to put some pressure onto the Brazilian brothers of Alpha 7.
They're trying to close that gap. Another knock, another flush. That goes to Talon, but that still depletes the resources of Alpha 7. And the rest are up on the menu. Ayala
He's dancing.
wants the shots. He's adding the pepper. He's making it spicy. McGrellin goes down. And Team Liquid, 6 eliminations now.
Looking so good right now. Very, very strong. Holding the edge of Potato Hill, and CAG Osaka are just playing this completely passive, so they're not applying any pressure from up the mountain. It's really up to Team Liquid to get it done here. Talon are trying to find a flank on in, and it looks like they are going to take that fight. Misery with a beautiful shot onto Ayala sparks this engagement.
Ayala, where are you? Need to be a little bit more consistent with those sprays, but let's take a look at this third-party potential coming in from Alpha 7 if they go for this full-out scrap. Talon really can't, I think, fully engage onto this. They just need to keep the suppression on because Alpha 7 will move up whilst Team Liquid are busy holding their knocks back. Let's take a look at this replay. I mean, all 4 in a car. Oh, okay, look, you move all in a vehicle, and every time this happens, I always say it's just going to go badly for you. That's exactly why. Let's take a look at Carrillo. He's going to fall down, but Talon, they're having their toll extracted on them. Ayala's going to get rest, and Team Liquid still with 4.
Team Liquid, this is the game that they needed right here. And I talked to Knight. He said that we're just going for top 12. We want to make sure we make it to that finals, but this is how you do it right here, right now. Meanwhile, Talon down to 3 players. They do not have any kind of hill priority at all, so they may just have to stick it. But now, look at this. The fight is now ringing out between Vampire and Team Falcons, but now Vampire loses the advantage that they had a little bit earlier.
Oh, man, Vampire, that sucks so much. If there was a way that you could have gotten rid of Falcons, right? Right? Maybe you should have gone for that down to the southwest side, but not to be. Tony K dispatched on a knock, but should get rezzed up here with smoke cover. Stoned is the off angle. Potential third party, weird sort of action from Power as they start to shift down on the east side. You can see actually Kante and Easy both moving in on the east. So potential backstab if Vampire want to push this. Don't think they can really go too aggressive now. With that knock onto Tony K, Falcons have moved further up, and CAG Osaka not making a peep.
Not moving at all, but they're going to have to because this zone's going even further north, and all those teams are going to have to collapse onto CAG Osaka in the next few minutes. If you're Apollo, you need to start pushing up right here. You need to apply pressure on these squads while you have the blue zone working with you right now. But for the moment, Vampire and Falcons in a fair fight for now. Top, busting out the S12K through the smoke, gets knocked.
That's long range. That's the backstop. Stoned able to put suppression over the ridgeline. Smoke clears. They get the flush. 2 players now left for Falcons to try and hold on. Nurzed with 2 eliminations, low HP, needs to try and get some healing action taken low, and they haven't got a knock to answer. There's the knock from Tony K. They push forwards, and Nurzed now, the only thing to stop Falcons from going out. Team Liquid have an off angle, and they will get cut down, falling before the feet of the Vampires.
Vampire Esports, I cannot believe they were able to have this fight fair. I mean, there were so many teams right next to them, but they just allowed that to happen. CAG Osaka, a team that desperately needs so many elimination points, currently sitting with 0.
Those coffins getting nailed left and right now. Harame Bro, IWNRX, DRX, all out. Low point scoring games. You said you're counting them out. I think I'm agreeing with you. CAG Osaka on that lifeline. 3 players on the top of Potato Hill, holding off, fending off against some of the strongest teams in this tournament.
They got to realize placement points aren't going to do it right now. They need both eliminations and placements if they want to make it into the finals. So, I mean, they had so many opportunities to third-party players, but instead just holding down their location for now. TJB on the move, only S. Gonna make some nice shots there. Puts a little bit of pressure onto Gary. Gonna try to blow up that vehicle as well. Oh, but the off angles are starting to ring out.
Yeah.
Only S is in big trouble.
Inko moving out wide with Vitali to try and get the off angle, and that's exactly what you need. You just can't move on in now. There's full surround going on here. And it's going to be done and dusted for TJB on Erangel for the group stages. They've got 2 Miramars to play now. They'll have to focus on that. In the meantime, Team Liquid finally turning their attention to the remaining players on CAG Osaka. They're down to 1, and their tournament might just be dropping down to the survival stages in these next moments. But a nade keeps them alive for just a second more.
Oh, but it's only just 1 player up. I mean, we have to see an absolute miracle run from Naoto. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. But now the Molotov coming on in. He's burning. Is he going to burn down to nothing? Oh, barely survives.
Wow. A big nade sent back over, and look, the Vampire with the third party. Team Liquid on the ropes now. 2 of their players are down. They only just got 1 res, and another re-knock comes through. Inko are there, and it's a third party, a fourth party as well, and Team Liquid fall. Naoto holds on the inside. CAG Osaka will finally fall, but Vampire hold the top.
Vampire desperately need these points. Power Esports do as well. So let's see how they're going to be able to end up on this match here. Tony K, look at that, 6 eliminations from Vampire and a dominant position.
That is a great result for them. Team Liquid getting pulled apart. That beautiful opening knock, and a lot of that was on Naoto from CAG Osaka, right? Getting that nade in, stopping Team Liquid dead in their tracks. They couldn't push up more to that building and finish the fight that they wanted to take. If they had that building, Vampire can't move in, Inko can't get third parties, but as it stands, Vampire now on the high ground. With Talon starting to falter, Power might want to sweep on through.
Yeah, CAG Osaka had a big opportunity here, a dream circle, but just weren't able to take advantage of it. Just got completely outclassed by these other teams. So let's see who is going to make it into that top 12. And every single one of these teams that are in the match right now desperately needed. Talent Esports being the only one right now in 9th place. So they are sitting comfortable. But man, it's going to come down to that last match to see who makes that cutoff.
Absolutely. It is going to be brutal. Right now, Power on the lower end of the tables for these teams playing, starting the match with 44 points. If they can keep things going, if they can keep it up, it will be good. But they currently don't have any eliminations, Hot Juice. That means that they're going to need to push real hard for this chicken dinner, more so than a lot of these other teams that are still in this fight. Nade over towards Nuzi, not going to connect.
Oof, they need pretty much every single elimination here. And it's going to be very difficult because they're going to have to do this fight with Vampire. Oh, but they're so spread out. They're completely 4-man splits. They're not in a position to take a team fight at all. They're just going to snake their way in and try and hope for the best here.
Inko might be looking for this back-to-back, but if Nunes goes down like that, that nade might find Axel, but it's not even going to tag the damage. A knock on the front point for Inko is going to be worrying. But everybody's got so many angles to worry about. Vampire making their trudge forwards. It's not going to be easy. We'll see if they're able to make marks onto this circle.
And they're gonna, I tell you that right now. Vampire, this is what they do best, with their back against the wall and just being able to shoot at anything that moves. So they're starting to apply that pressure. Schweppes loses helmet right there, so that's gonna be pretty interesting to see how they end up playing it out. They have the high ground. Everything should work out for them, but you can see Inko Gaming has their eyes locked on them for now.
Spray from Schwepp and another knock over towards Verdan from Power on the northeast side.
Nice
and Vampire keeping control on this high ground. Vehicle still available for Inko, putting 2 players in it. That's dangerous, but they got to roll straight over towards Power. They want to sweep through. This is a 2-player push. There's a nade in hand. What are you doing? You're just going to get lit up. There's no answer as well. And Verdan is just going to be able to get res. They moved out, and Inko lose a really weird sort of fight. They try to push forwards in the buggy. 2 players completely exposed to high ground. I'm putting a big question mark on that.
They could have just moved so slowly, but instead they just tried to full send it with a vehicle and got punished. That is Talon out now, and Vampire are just watching this happen from up top. Beautiful shot, though, from Nenebete. That was huge.
Only 1 player remaining for Inco, and it is Nenebete, able to land that shot. It's going to be good news. 3 players alive for Vampire, but only 2 active. Power have been biding their time with Inco trying to make that play and it not really working out. They've been given a lot more of an opportunity here, but Tony K moves forwards into a linchpin position. Vampire have got the res now, and they're playing on the high ground.
Alhaj has the MG3 too, full level 3'd out. This man is ready to go. He doesn't have quite a few 7.6 bullets left, but he has a full mag, and that is going to help him out big time. Meanwhile, Nenebete being a thorn in the side of both of these teams.
Oh, I thought that might have just bobbled over, but no, it goes a bit down the hill.
This is stage 8, by the way. This zone's going to go about to nothing.
I think you're right. I think it's going to go pretty close. Tony in the middle for Vampire. And how much more iconic a Vampire style can you get, right? Yesterday, not great. They are starting to ramp up the pace, right? They're gathering their shadows around them.
They are ascending from the shadows here right at the last moment, right when it counts. And here comes Papa Blue, folks. This is it. The zone is now going to go all the way to the middle, and that is Inco out. We're down to the final 2 teams. Power have the low ground, but they have an extra player. And 2 knocks. That is how you get it done. Vampire are in trouble.
1 versus 4 for Tony K. He is pretty good, but I don't know if he's that good. Needs to start out strong with 1, but that's all he'll get. Tony K goes down, and Power clutch it out with a chicken dinner. Held on the northeast side, stopped anyone from moving around, and able to clinch it in their home ground.
Oh, the crowd goes wild. You couldn't ask for a more clutch moment because this team desperately needed every single point that they could get to make it into the finals and into that top 12. And they just did it right here, right now. 2 more matches left to go. And the last matches, we don't know what's going to happen. So, I mean, you said that word clutch, and I cannot agree anymore. That's how you do it.
Second chicken dinner today for Power. Their day 1. We're not even going to think about that anymore. We're looking at today's games, and they are burning bright right now. This is a team that has surprised us before. It looks like they're trying to do it again.
Absolutely, man. What a performance right there. Beating Vampire on the low ground, not an easy task at all. They hit those shots and got it done right here. So, I mean, a performance like that, we should hopefully see them in the finals. There's still 2 more matches left to go, and like I said earlier, it's going to come down to the last one.
I think it might just do that with the proximity on these tables, with the 12-match set that each of these teams are going to be only playing 12 matches. It increases that volatility so much, and everything can change on 1 play.
Well, speaking of volatility, right? Now I'm gonna claim it, right? Nail in the coffin for the bottom 4 squads right now. We're gonna see them in the survival stage. I know it, and I think they know it as well. Here comes the problem, though. You know you're making it to the survival stage. You know you're not going to make it to the finals. Maybe you decide to say, hey, this team annoyed us. They're the reason why we're here. Let's go hunt them down.
On the flip side, maybe you want to allow the teams that you think are better to qualify, right? So that in the survival stage, you're not facing off against stronger opponents.
That's
right?
a good point.
So therefore, you go against weaker teams that are around that bubble. And you try and elect which teams you want to go for, right? So there is that sort of dichotomy depending on how you want to play it, right? And even then, you don't even have to make that call. You could just play for your points, just play for as much as you can. There are still ladder up bonuses, right, for getting higher placements on the group stages. A couple of grand can be the difference between that bottom spot and a couple of points higher. So still a lot to play for. We're going to be heading to Miramar after the break.
What they want to live for. Can't let no lies, but what they wish for, what they want to live for.
Power Esports take home another chicken dinner. Jason Kaplan joined by 7 Worlds Gaming and Colaris there on the end. And honestly, it's looking like Power, with their 2 wins today, might be able to pull this off. They might be able to qualify.
They may. They have the power. I had to go for it. I'm sorry. We have got ourselves 2 wins in 3 games. And overall, I mean, this one was very well done considering that these teams having to deal with Potato Hill, dealing with the high ground elevation. But for Vampire, as soon as that high ground elevation gets eliminated from the proceedings, they are done and donezo.
That was the big question mark for Vampire. How were they going to be able to react whenever the circle didn't go their way? Because they were going to be overexposing themselves. You end up backfiring. But I mean, still, for Vampire, this is great points for this team. And Power, they have done so well today in Erangel. Not only the 2 chicken dinners, the first Erangel and now this second Erangel, but even earlier in between, on that second match, they ended up in 11th place, but with at least 6 elements. So it's good to see them being able to get, whenever they don't get placement points, they get those elimination points.
Oh, I see another unfortunate finish for them here, only getting themselves 2 points. Mad Bull is getting absolutely destroyed by Mythic, losing all 4 players, and that kind of shows you why you don't rotate all players in one vehicle. But I really kind of want to see overalls. I don't know if we can jump to it right now because we didn't get to check in with it last game, and I'm curious how have things potentially have shifted up here considering what has gone down. And we are going to see, has the talent have been able to make it up here into this page?
Look who's not there anymore. D plus Kia. Now it's going to be in the second page as well as Reject. I mean, I still feel like Reject should be safe. I really want to look at that second page, though. I want to see how some of those other teams are currently setting, because I feel like it's going to be a lot closer now. Now we're not just going to be talking about some of the teams that we're going to Besiktas completely out now. We're waiting for it. Look how D plus currently where they're at. I think D plus, with the way that some of the teams are performing that are outside of the 12th spot, I don't think they're gonna make it.
Yeah, for Rejects, I mean, it's gonna require quite a few of these teams to have a pretty decent 2 games to knock Reject out from my money. So yeah, it's still D plus that is really facing down the barrel here against these teams that are honestly gonna get themselves at least the points.
So Power at the moment would be in if we stopped right now. However, they need to go into these Miramars and just pick up some amount of points. They need to be a little bit consistent. They need to win the games, but hold on to the amount of points that you're able to get in steadily. One team we did see there that's not in the running at the moment, TJB. We were talking about them a little bit when we were watching the game. They have not done much of anything here in day 2.
Yeah, they just been so quiet. And we were kind of talking about this while we were watching the match, and you said how they just haven't really gotten the chance to control a compound like how they did yesterday. It's just been outside and fighting, not really being able to set themselves.
I would say there was definitely 3 of their games where they kind of got towards the late game where it came off the back of having a decent compound for that circle. When it comes to these field fights and having to transition through those field fights to eventually try to get to a late game, it's not been as successful for TJB. So if they do get something on Miramar, great, good for them. So we dramatically zoom into Jason. But I think overall, Miramar's harder to find compounds on to make that happen compared to an Erangel, right? So it might be difficult for them.
Well, we don't have too much time before heading to the next game, but I do want to give us a chance to talk about how Erangel has played out today here for a couple of teams. Let's actually take a look here at Power in their first day of play up against their second day of play and kind of compare and show you guys at home how big of a step up it was for them and what a perfect time to make it happen as well here. Averaging over double the damage, the eliminations. This is perfect if Power want to qualify.
Where was
What
this
team is
team? Is this the actual Power?
Yeah, I mean, average survival time is huge here for them, and considering what they've been able to do today. I do think that the first win from our Erangels was a bit more of a given compared to this second one. They really had to work for this second one. So yeah, they are gaining traction when it comes to the Battlegrounds.
Another team that's gaining traction, Vampire, the defending champions for 2 years running. I almost want to see their stats as well because day one, they didn't do terribly, but they didn't perform to the Vampire that we kind of expected coming into this event. What's up, Seven? You gave me like a dirty look.
I felt like with Vampire on day one, we just felt like they were being a little bit too passive. Now we're starting to see Vampire take onto more fights, being able to be a little bit more aggressive too. I mean, we saw what they were able to do to just Falcons, and I can't remember what was the other. I think it was actually Falcons. Whenever Falcons was fighting between, let me check here, Moneymakers in a building.
Well, here you go.
Yeah, might be right or not, but overall, I mean, with Vampire, the aggressiveness it has finally come out. It's not just Tony K. We have actually seen some of the other players being able to step up their performance and start fragging out, and you can see it right there clearly today.
There's a scenario where they were fortunate that it was Kagosaka above them on Potato Hill when they were battling down towards the south of it, because Kagosaka is one of the more passive teams in the lobby right now, and they were especially being passive because they were only 3 compared to 4. If they'd have peeked over whilst that fight was going on, which they could have absolutely had the ability to do so, that could have been the kind of the bell tolling for a Vampire in that moment. But that was not to be. They had no intention of peeking over. Any other team that was a little bit more aggressive could have really put the boot in.
Yep.
Yeah, we also had Team Liquid there as well, which I think they ended up finishing off themselves. But you guys at home who are watching, make sure from now until July 3rd, you are following PUBG Mobile Esports over on TikTok. And also do a victory dance, post a video, whether it's in-game or out-of-game, and use the hashtag PMWC victory dance, and you have a chance to win up to $3,000 in virtual gift cards. But for us, as we just finished talking about Vampires, time to hear from the team themselves as we head down to the stage.
Welcome back to the main stage in the STC Arena, where I am joined by Vampire Esports coach. It's of course Sir Tanny. What would this competition be without us having a few chats on stage? Really enjoy. How are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm so great. Thank you for asking.
Nice. Right, coming into this tournament, you're 2-time mid-season champions already. Lots of confidence coming here. But do you feel like yesterday you might have been a bit overconfident?
Yeah, because we know we are the former champion before, so we came here just like a home. We will do our best, but yeah, yesterday is really complicated and it's really hard for us, so yeah.
Okay, a bit of complications. All right, well, we spoke earlier today, and you mentioned that, you know, you guys are going to switch things up a bit, maybe even switch a few drop locations as well. Why is that?
Yeah, because for us, today is so many drop cash, so honestly, the first important thing is our point, so we don't want to drop cash with no reason, so yeah, we find some the good drop that available for us, so yeah, we will share it. And also some routes, how we play, the timing, everything is shared today.
Okay, well, speaking of today, speaking of points, you managed to secure high points in that final Erangel map. Finally, you can rest a little bit. You're currently in 11th place with 62 points, okay? You're still not quite safe. You're only 1 point ahead of Power Esports right now. 2 more maps remain on Miramar. Do you feel like you can do it?
Yeah, I feel like we can do it, but just only the maintain and the consistency, because as you say, we are not really safe much, but I expect to focus for more like a 75 point, yeah.
75 points, that's what you're aiming for, Sir Tanny. It's always amazing to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining me on the main stage. Best of luck to Vampire Esports for the rest of today. Hopefully we'll see you in that main tournament. But for now, let's go back to the studio to continue day 3 of the group stage.
Oh, baby. 2 more matches left to go. And you can hear Sir Tanny himself say that he's aiming for 75 points. If that's the number that he's aiming for, I'm going to tell you right now, D+ Kia fans, you better be nervous.
Absolutely. D+ Kia, obviously not playing today. They were on 63 points, right? So it's going to be quite interesting to see who's going to start to fall on down those tables. Obviously, Brute Force getting surpassed now, down in 17th place. We're starting to see teams drop below that margin. I think also Besiktas have dropped out of the top 12 from their group, from Group Red. Those are the teams that we're going to start to see tumbling down the tables over the course of these next 2 matches. And it's going to be pretty brutal. But you know what you need when it's getting brutal?
What's that?
The best equipment. With dual gaming chipsets and 144 Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performances and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC.
Stunning. Stunning it is. And man, we're going to see some teams stunt on the rest of these guys here as we get into the last 2 matches of the day and of the group stage right here. $1 million going to be split amongst these squads at the end of these 2 matches here. So let's just see who's going to get that big money. Honestly, at this point, trying to catch Alliance, I think is going to be just a little bit too hard for this lobby. They did so well their first 2 days, but you know what? You could definitely see some squads surpassing some of the others. You got like Alpha 7, who could possibly try to hunt down D Xavier, maybe even 4MV. If they do really well in these next 2 matches, they do have El Pulso. They did get a plane drop, at least towards their area, so they're going to be looted up to the teeth, but they're going to have to get moving here very quickly, as it looks like we have a nice little southern zone here.
Down to the southeast side, just sort of centering over towards Los Leones. So we're going to have an urban finish. I feel like that would be so cruel for a lot of these teams, right? Generally, when you go to those urban environments, it just gets so chaotic, and predicting it, even in like stage 7, becomes pretty close to impossible, right? Unless there's like just some wild, completely dominant position, but very unlikely to happen. I'd be interested to see how that would unfold, but I don't really want to see it, because I feel like I really want these teams to have a fair shout in towards the last of their matches, right? This match, next match, the only 2 times they're going to have to put on the board to jump up towards those 12th places.
Oh, yes, they do. And I'll tell you what, Power Esports now have jumped right there to that 12th place position. So they've just reached that cutoff, but they got a lot of teams that are going to be hunting them down. You got Team Falcons, 1 point separation. Inco Gaming, 2 point separation. And then TJB just only a few more points down from that. So the job is not done yet. But Power, with that last game, they have definitely put themselves in the running.
Yeah, absolutely. Alpha 7 right now, the only team that's jumped over where I sort of think that bubble's going to be. And even then, they are not out of the woods, right? The fact that we've only got 2 more matches to play and all of these teams are still chasing that position makes me think that the bubble might be just that little bit lower, right? Because you're not going to see all of these teams have a super strong performance. If you can see the bulk of them getting towards 6 points in this match, that's when it's going to start to jump up towards that low 70s mark. And it's going to be really interesting to see where it all falls, right? Because as all of these teams start to get the same amount of points as each other, that bubble drops just that little bit, and it is still so dangerous. But let's loop back to something that you said in the previous match, right? Siege Osaka, Harame Bro, IWNRX, DRX, very unlikely
it's
they
over.
Make it. It's over for their group stages. They will get through to the survival stage.
That's correct.
If they don't make it up into 12th place, which for all intents and purposes, they already haven't. We are going to have to see what they can pull out the bag in those next stages, right? We're going to be starting to cut teams down for Boom, for Mad Bulls, for Moneymakers as well. This is, again, that same situation that you were talking about last time, where this match could cut them out of the running.
Yeah, definitely could. And you know what? For those 4 bottom teams, you know, you never know what they're going to do right here now. And sometimes when they're at this stage, a lot of squads start going crazy because there's no more nerves, right? They know that, hey, there's no chance we have of making it. They finally start playing their game and start disrupting all the teams above them. So, you know, it's always good to keep an eye on those squads for sure. But I do agree. You know, Boom Esports, Mad Bulls, even Moneymakers, it's do or die this game for them if they want to make it into that top 12. So let's do a little theory crafting since we have some time here and teams are playing so carefully at this point. Boom Esports, 46 points. Right now, Power Esports is at that cutoff line with 61. What do you feel Boom Esports needs to do right here and now, or what do you feel needs to happen if they want to have a chance of making it into the finals?
I mean, you just need at least double digits on the match, right? And I think that bubble in general, I'm still thinking it's going to be low 70s. So for Boom, they have a real big task ahead of them. I'm looking at them needing potentially 15 points a match to be secure into this one. That would give them 30 more points, put them on 76, right? That's around where Sertani said he wanted Vampire to end, and they're on 62 points already. So that sort of puts into perspective just how much of a chase Boom have, how much Mad Bulls have, and Moneymakers as well. They are really on their last chance, and they need 2 consecutive absolute bangers or 1 giga banger.
That's right, yeah, a giga banger, and we haven't seen it happen so far from them, so it's going to be absolutely crazy to watch. And you can see Power Esports, they had a banger of a match in the last one, right when they needed it, so they're going to have a little bit more room to breathe, but job's definitely not done yet. They just need 2 consistent games, put something on the board. Just can't go out early if you're Power. Meanwhile, yeah, Vampire, they're right there as well. You know, none of these teams can afford to put up a 0-point game. But, you know, Alpha 7, they have 73 points. They should feel pretty comfortable here. You can see, for those of you guys that can possibly see that map, they're just rotating all the way through the edge down south, nice and safe. So they're going to definitely be in the mix here soon.
I don't think it's worth it for Alpha 7 to try and burst out towards those top spots when it's still so volatile for them to actually be confirmed towards that final stage.
They just got to play their game.
They've just got to play the game. If you can get sort of 3, 4, 5 points on both of these next 2 matches, that is going to see you safe in towards those finals. But then again, that's my opinion, right? I am not Alpha 7, and these guys have the passion for this game that is it's almost unparalleled.
Yeah, if I were Alpha 7 right now, I would put it in my mind that we're in 20th place. You know, because in my opinion, Alpha 7, their biggest struggle is themselves. You know, I talked to Kodajax, their manager, and he said exactly that. You know, we are our own worst enemies, and I would try to emulate that in my brain right now. Like, oh, you know what? This is do or die moment. We have to go crazy, otherwise we're not going to make it to the finals. So that way they can try to work through those nerves, because that's their only problem here. So I want to see some signs of life for Alpha 7 in these last 2 matches to give me a little bit more confidence for them come finals time.
That's what we're looking for. I mean, a lot of people will have predicted Alpha 7 to be winners of this tournament. I know you got 7 over on the desk as one of their biggest fans coming from the Americas region. And to be honest, I put Vampires as my prediction to win. That was primarily because they're back-to-back defending champions here in Riyadh. But I think if I'm being honest, I think Alpha 7 did have, coming into this tournament, the best chance of winning it. Given Alliance and Tiamba's performance, though, it's kind of putting question marks as to what's going on in this lobby, and I'm really interested to see how that's going to develop moving forwards. Very likely that we see Alpha 7 making their way in to take them on in those final stages. And we, again, on the flip side, we talked about teams that it's very unlikely they're going to make it. Teams are starting to get like really quite solidly confirmed to be getting through to those finals. Obviously, Alliance, Tiamba, but also 4MV and DXavia, right? Those 4 teams looking pretty healthy, but what a shift on the circle. Hard Southeast cuts Los Leones in on the northwest side and keeps Puerto Paraíso in.
Oh my goodness, this is a perfect zone shift for a team like Alpha 7, and we're starting to see some shots ring out just due to this crazy one. Moneymakers currently sitting at 18th place. They're one of the teams that desperately need points here. They got to be able to hold it against TJB. Both these teams need it bad, and both of them go down. And actually, that is Moneymakers out of there.
When I said this was potentially their last chance and they're going to get cut, now it is up to the Gigabanger final map, isn't it? And you do not want to be there. They still have the chance, though. We'll see if we'll be able to tune back in with them next time around. Talon close to the remnants of TJB, and so that could be the end of their match as well. Meanwhile, down in the rest of the thick of it, it is Power starting to flip those switches again. DRX falling prey to it.
I could already hear the crowd starting to go nuts as soon as they saw that knock from their hometown heroes. And this is DRX. DRX know that they're down and out. They have 0 chance of making it into the finals. So if you're going to push a team, that's one that you should really want to go ahead and press the issue on.
TJB still being suppressed out in the blue up the north side, northwest of Hacienda. A nice answer, though, from Longs with a long shot over to Linus. Able to hit that headshot as well. And that's going to be a difficult res to fully commit to. And Looks like they are going to go for it. They're going to have to pick up, and I don't think they want to stay here now. But in comes the rollover. TJB pushing up to this. They might be able to pick up 2 points now. Yoru and Linux both do get up, but there is just a hail of bullets rolling down the hill, and now it's up to Axel to try and put the pieces back together. They've got Misery still in the fray, but you can see he's quite far away. Getting closer and closer, though. Can he have an impact?
Flower's going to see those nades coming from a mile away, so he's going to have to land it perfectly.
Nice.
I guess you didn't see that one coming. Axel with a beautiful nade. Got to have to make another play here for his team. Talon currently sitting in 6th place. TJB are the ones that desperately need those points, and they are out of there.
Talon able to snaffle it away. 74 points now, and today's leaders on the tournament tables. That is great news for the team of Talon, and it is a great result. Another team pushing up and over, looking better to get towards those finals. The team from Indonesia.
Heads up play from Talon right there. They wanted to make sure they secured their slot to the finals, and honestly, with that squad wipe, I think it's going to do it. Power Esports, though, their ticket isn't punched just yet. They need to win this fight with DRX. They unfortunately lost a player in this fight. That is definitely going to hurt them here, as the blue zone is now starting to pass them up.
Ooh, Los Leones, difficult to navigate when you've got that close-range threat, and it's exactly the difficulty that's facing DRX and Power. But only 2 players remain now for DRX. 4 nades in hand, may be able to do something. Pops some mollies, forces players off that close window on the top floor, but not really going to have an impact. And again, puts it into the middle, plays it back. They're trying to create space here, allow his teammate to get through, so that they can play a 1-2 punch, maybe even breach the building. Power yet to disengage from this. They have 3 players alive.
They're going to have to disengage here eventually, or just start pushing it. I'm surprised they're being so passive here. And this just could be the fact that, you know, they're in that cusp. They're right there on the leaderboards in that 12th place position. I think we're starting to see the nerves start to ring out for this team.
It's pretty tricky to look to get out of this one if you aren't fully aware of the enemy team's locations, but the nades are starting to come through, and Power could really start to suffer here. It's only going to get worse and worse. Once the zone hits, it's going to tick harder and harder, and Power want to get out of there. They need to get out of there. Their campaign is not over. 2 chicken dinners not enough to secure the deal.
It definitely is, and Power have to make a decision here. They have to push. They cannot just wait, because like you mentioned, that blue zone has started to tick, and it's started to tick hard right now, especially once it fully closes and we hit stage 4. Let's see how they decide to play it. I am so shocked right now that we're seeing Power just completely turtle up. They got to move.
They've got to get out of there, but instead, over they go. Pops the shot, and that's going to give the game away. They're in the building, steps out, and that's the first knock going over.
Huge.
Easy able to pick it up, and that is indeed huge. Power might just be able to win this fight off the back of it. They should know that the players upstairs, and DRX sat at the bottom of the table, sat on the top floor above Power. They've got 3 players to deal with. Just gonna be too much, I fear.
You can't be pushing a building by yourself right now. I'm so shocked that they're even doing that. It's so risky. If you get knocked, you're getting thirsted 100%. So the entire Power squad need to just full send it onto this last player. Get every single person, run in and take them out. You got to get moving here, because this zone is starting to really chunk away at you, and there's hardly any spots available.
Know where he is exactly, but they are just not fully committing to it. The time is starting to burn. The candle almost down. No wick left, and that's what they need. Easy, able to seal it with the DBS. Now, can they move away? Who's this? There's someone else moving through Los Leones. It's Talon. They were dealing with TJB up in the north, and finally, they've made their way towards the circle. They divert away from that fight. They just want to get in.
So late to the party, and I think that is exactly right. Talon just wanted to get in to the finals, and that finish right there will work for them. So now they are late to the party. They're going to pass up Power Esports, and actually getting mighty close.
Oh dear.
Some shots are starting to ring out, and I think that is one of the players from Talon getting knocked out the back of that buggy.
That's, yeah, Axel on board, going to lose his passenger, and Power will be able to heal everyone up. Do they have the meds to sustain a push in? Because that northwest side is looking a little bit hairy right now. Talon get ahead of it, but you can see they're getting shot at by Mythic, by Team Liquid as well, from their longhouse high ground, and a knock over towards Misery. Now there's an opening potentially for Power to move through, and they're going to go on the north side of Team Liquid. As the attention is drawn south, they shimmy on in and potentially get a good spot against Team Liquid, because they're going to have to move further through. Neither team can stay where they are on the next circle.
super fortunate rotation for Power, not to mention 5 eliminations. This is exactly what they needed to do to secure that top 12 position. Team Liquid right there in 10th. You know, they're looking to put some points on the board as well. And meanwhile, you got a lot of squads still available here that need a big game. I'm looking at Mad Bulls, Boom Esports, even Inco Gaming. Falcons need to start popping off here as well.
It is all about those inches to add to your tally, right? It is all about getting those single eliminations.
Right.
Crawling your way through this quagmire that is the group stage.
Oh, every inch counts, John.
Absolutely.
Every inch counts, and every point counts right here, and it's going to be so close here. There's only one match remaining. Mafioso busting out the mini, looking to try and pass up some of these teams on the leaderboards. Team Falcons starting to move as well. Top just trying to get a little bit of information. You can see him on that buggy circling around. These players got to stay calm here. I know there's a lot of pressure. Your tournament life is on the line, but you want to make sure that you make it to that next stage, and you're going to do it by just working together as a squad and pushing one team at a time. But silly rotations like that, you're going to get punished.
Harame Bro have them dead to rights, but the sprays just aren't connecting. The vehicle's eating most of that damage, which is pretty damaging towards the Falcons' rotations, right? And now Nerzit goes down. Top might just be the last holdout for them. And the Falcons on one player, they're right on the northern side. It's not even like they managed to get dead central, but he's not going to give up without a fight now. Top has the nade, looking to cook it up towards Jappy. As over behind the vehicle, he's got cover. The smoke is there to stop Top from getting sprayed down from the high ground, but that's only going to last so long. Spray's coming in. I think that's from Boom across the way. It's a third party. Jappy going for the trade, but Top able to do it. Pushes forwards. Is going to be able to fall back. The teammates there, and with the front bumper, they bust his lip, and it's Falcons to fall.
He was able to get at least 1 point, but now you got Boom Esports on the other side starting to pressure Harame Bro here. Shots are ringing out from all over the place. Man, a little bit of a lazy rotation there from Falcons, and they got punished for it. It's going to come down to the last match for them. They're going to have to pull out a miracle game if they want to make it to the finals. Meanwhile, Harame Bro in 21st place with only 30 points. They need a monster game, and 2 eliminations so far, 1 player down. It's not looking good.
Not a happy couple of bunnies, those lot. Unfortunately, Team Liquid looking to continue their chase. Keep up the pace, 67 points right now. And they're in a pretty solid spot. Again, very few teams actually confirmed to be in on this one.
Axel getting knocked there. Alula IHC, Demo. It's going to go ahead and start off with a nice elimination. Oh, but here comes Boom Esports starting to put that pressure onto Harame Bro. I believe it's only 1 up left for them. A great push by Boom to get some very necessary points, and that's going to be 6 to their total.
Excellent start to their second to last game right now. Their Miramar campaign going well. That puts them up at 52 points. They still have more to do.
A lot more.
Looking at the circle, it's a hard northwest shift. Vampire right now in a really strong spot. The compound on that southwest corner of the flat that sits on their north side is going to be a lifeline. Tony K up on the higher ground that sits to the northwest of it. They need to control Inco, but once they do, it is great news for them. Very few positions stronger than that.
Power Esports, you can see they're currently sitting in 10th place with those 5 eliminations. Looking really good here, but they still need to do a little bit more. Vampire Esports need to start putting that pressure because they're right there on that cutoff. They're sitting in 12th right now. No eliminations. You can see them playing this very calculated.
Absolutely. And so Tani said 75 points their goal, right? If they're going to split that between the 2 games and they need 8 points to be able to get... Is that right? No, they need more than that.
You know what? I
think
they'll take 8
and 5. They need 13 points, right? So you split it, 7 and 6. Which is this going to be? You want to get as many of them in this match right now. When you have a central position, when you have a stronghold, controlling Inco was always the thing that was going to ruin them. But if they can do it, they have a beautiful position on this northwest side. They can control from that high ground. Everything looks pretty downhill from where they sit.
Meanwhile, Team Liquid are now starting to feel that pressure. Mythic is knocked. Alula IHC on the gun. Oh, but Chief with a nice little stiff arm there onto Godless. He's going to get that confirmation. Just gonna have to start hitting the deck though. Actually, I might be looking for a vehicle and get on the move here.
Alolex IHC from the south edge right now. 73 points, another team looking to try and jump up towards that 80-point barrier that sees you fairly safe into those finals already. They have a lot more to do, and defending their global dominance from PMGC is what they are thinking about right now. But it's all about squeaking their way through the door.
That's right. I think with those 4 eliminations, I think that could have just done it for them, especially considering how these other teams are playing. Team Falcons out is going to leave it down to the last match for them. Vampire are still up with all 4 in a really solid position for this next zone. We're going to have to really see where this circle goes, and a lot of these teams could really use a blessing right now.
This 2-2 split for Vampire looks strong, but Alpha 7 are going to challenge the south side. Nuzi, Schwep, both going to try and hold it, and Inco are going to suffer because of it. Revo now with the challenge. Has got that pump action. Steps out, finds one. Nuzi goes down, flushed quickly. There's an answer though. There's the knock in response. That came through from Stone in the vehicle, but Schweppes is now down as well. And there's only 2 players for Vampire. They're getting dismounted. Alpha 7 Summit. There was no backup. McGrellan on in, and the south side hold for Vampire crumbles.
Stone getting caught with the nade in his hand. McGrellan's trying to go for the res here, but his teammate's moving just a little bit too much. But here comes Tony K, the last player up for Vampire Esports. They need this fight to win. Alpha 7 pretty much confirmed here to make it to the finals. Vampire, not so much. And they are allowing this reset. That nade helps give them just a couple more precious seconds to last in this match.
Unlikely Stone gets out of this though. Alpha 7 gonna res, gonna get McGrellan back to his feet. Tony K has bigger fish to fry as well as Inco. Step around, 2 players to handle. If anyone can, it's Tony K. Nade over towards Schweppes to get the flush. Inco steal that point away, but they still have Tony K to deal with. Alpha 7 potential, 2 third party, but power in the meantime. Dead center on the junction. A nice ridgeline to play around.
Tony K so desperate right now, just trying to make it happen for his squad. He jumps out with the pre-fire, jumping back in, using his best parkour tactics here. He's pulling out every strategy he has. He has to win this 1v2. He hears the footsteps. Nenebete is in the building. He tries to pre-fire it. He's trying to time this perfectly. But now Alpha 7's going to be pressing up in here anyway. Tony K's got to make something happen here.
Steps in, Nenebete across the way. Tony K out of the building, trying to find them on the back foot there. Spraying, pre-firing. Alpha 7 now descend. Moving on in for the third party on this one. I think they've only sent the 1 player up to the north side, but he's just going to put ordnance in. Nenebete going to be forced away to the sidelines. There's the backup from the Molotov. They are starting to stretch out on this line on the west. Dangerous to expose themselves to the south side, but there's a lot going on the east that we'll have to tune in with later. This fight continues. The pressure is cooking.
Tony K's got to, his heart's got to be beating a mile a minute at this point because he's fully boosted now. He's going to have a little bit of that run speed advantage from that full boost, and he needs it for sure. He is just biding his time. He's very happy to just stay in that building as long as he possibly can here and hopefully maybe sneak even a single placement point. But right now, there's still 10 teams remaining. You go out, it is an absolute donut.
Alpha 7 fighting on 2 fronts, keeping Alolex IHC at bay. As CG Osaka go down to Boom on the north side. In the meantime, Vitali goes down and the burn is there. The burn out, and Tony K survives. So Vampire go 1 step further towards those placement points to add to their tally. They'll take what they can get at this stage. What more can they do? The answer is nothing, because there is just more nades in the pocket for Alpha 7. They really want to seal the deal for themselves. Maybe they want to try and chase it as well, because from this western side of the circle, they have the potential to move through this match.
Tony K trying the Jurassic Park strategies. As if I don't move, they can't see me, but unfortunately, Alpha 7 have evolved to another level right here.
Clever girls.
Revo just had that 5th sense, able to get that knock. And that is going to push those guys over the edge. Alpha 7 crushing it. But Power Esports, the local hometown heroes, need to get it done here. They have a good, solid position in the center of this map, but everybody's going to be staring right at them.
Alolex IHC sending Demo forwards in a pretty wild push, but sometimes you just need to go for it. And only putting 1 player in, it's the risk you take. Now they've got a central position because Demo made that dash. Alpha 7 weren't quite able to stop it. Mad Bulls on the east side against IWNRX, both going to be vying for that eastern edge. This is a really tricky spot for the Boom. Control the north side of the road. They have such great terrain right there. They're going to be forced off of it in a moment, but Mad Bulls find an opening onto their flank, so potential to sweep through, but IWNRX still in the way. Look at that ridgeline that Boom have. What can you do if you're IWNRX when they're there?
You go to the survival stage. That's what you do, and that's what's going to happen, right? But I'll tell you what right now, this next zone goes dead center. A beautiful circle shift for Power Esports. That's the team I got my eyes on, as well as Mad Bulls. Even Boom. Boom Esports have 10 eliminations?
Where did that come from? The north side, I'm telling you, man, that high ground position across the road acts like a river. There is nothing that you can do when Boom are moving forwards. This is the chase that they were looking for. We've been talking about teams that need strong games, and this is how you do it for Boom. 10 eliminations puts them on 56 right now, and they need more, but they are going about it the right way. A strong hold on the north side might be what they need.
They needed this so bad. 10 elimination points. Oh, that nade looks good. Oh, baby. How about one more? That was an eviction notice, and that is how you do it. IWNRX getting punished.
The red label on the door slapped up, and Boom put another one in the dirt. Swain falls down, and it's only the team's MVP himself, Zedwolf, who can stand between Boom and holding this northern side of the road to themselves. Another nade goes high. Yummy wants to put the final nail in. Another one just goes short, just not quite tickling on, and Zedwolf might get the res, but they are still trapped. That one looks quite good, and again, it bobbles down short.
So close. I mean, he's definitely doing some damage. Yummy, they need every single elimination they can get. And here they go. They are full sending it onto this edge. They are trying to take him down.
Let's go.
But maybe a little bit too close here. Z-Wolf still up, but that is it. 14 eliminations for Boom Esports.
They are starting to turn up the heat now, but they need the reses. Only 2 players active. Can anyone capitalize? Power still going with 3 in their ditch, and Alpha 7 starting to march forwards. 2-2 right now. A split attack, an approach to this eastern side, and Cardozo's been left alone.
What is going to happen? Power Esports able to get the full reset here. They have 3 players still alive. Alpha 7, the only team in the lobby with 4. Actually, Boom might even get this res. Meanwhile, Mad Bulls does get a knock onto Mafioso. This is stage number 8, folks. This zone's about to go to nothing. Only one more game after this. These teams need to clutch it up.
It is getting do or die by the second. It's closer to the wire. Alpha 7, they immediately move Revo up, but I do wonder if they know that Cardozo's there for Team Liquid. He's been sort of in the middle of this split, and Alpha 7 might fall prey to it if they don't clear out the angle. I don't think they know. There's no way that they can, because Mafioso would have just handled this. This means that Cardozo could be a massive spoiler.
Cardozo being so sneaky right now. When is he going to strike? You can see Mafioso applying that pressure to Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls should be looking to get into the action here since they desperately need these points, and it looks like they are going to make that challenge onto Alpha 7, but Alpha 7 doing a great job of just pushing them back.
Shots from Mafioso, keeping Boom at bay, getting across this road, their major challenge, but that south duo is going to give them a little bit of a foothold. They need to get across and challenge Power on this northwest point. Cardozo still chilling right now for Team Liquid. He's got ice in the veins, this man.
He knows what he needs to do. He needs a little bit more points to make sure they make it into the finals. So he's playing so quiet right now and giving Alpha 7 so much false confidence. Nice knock there. 2 knocks from Alpha 7 onto Mad Bulls. And I think that is going to be it for them. Only 1 player up left. Mad Bulls just weren't able to get it done.
No, the crossfire between Alpha 7 and Boom was just too much to bear. He is still there, and they still don't know. He's in the circle with a little bit of cover. A knock over towards Power is huge for Alpha 7. And they are starting to rack up these points as well. It is not just Boom who's come to play this one. Still, they're on 14 eliminations. Yummy with 7. Half of the team's tally.
Oh, Cardozo finally pops up, gets the knock and flush onto Revo. Here comes the drive on in. Is he able to get that second knock? He doesn't. And Carrillo finally takes him down. That's 12 eliminations right there. A huge game for Alpha 7.
Up to 69 points, and add those 3 at 72. Power now with a chance. 3 players alive. Getting a knock over towards Carrillo means 2 players for Alpha 7. Boom, looking to insert themselves into this one. A big game necessary. Resi over and in to safety. safety as well behind that buggy. Has to fall back. Pondbit spotted by
huge.
Gridan. Finds the spray, finds the flush. A nade over the top might just be enough to find two. A double knock comes through from Razy, and that is huge news for Boom. More on the tally. 18 eliminations. They're looking to break records.
18 eliminations so far. There's 2 more to go. Can we see a 20 elimination game? That is a 30-point swing if they get it done. And Alpha 7 are on the back foot. It's looking too good for Boom Esports. Here comes the pressure. The nades, the Molotovs, the zone is starting to close. Alpha 7 know they're hurt. They have to hit an incredible shot if they want to make this happen.
Mafioso down. Now it's McGrellin. The only thing that's going to stand between them and Boom rolling over the circle. It is bombastic. It is loud. The north side of the road rolls on down, and Boom's hopes stay alive.
Boom goes the dynamite, baby. 20 eliminations and the chicken dinner? Are you kidding me? These guys are gonna fly up the leaderboards.
That is an absolutely incredible result. What a beautiful way to start your campaign into the final game. Indonesia very happy with their team right now. Boom have put so much on the board. 30 points. Starting the match on 46 puts them at 76 points. That is where they want to be. Anything now is looking to be gravy in the final match.
Whew, Boom Esport fans, get on your feet, mark your calendars, because I think you're going to be seeing these guys in the finals after a game like that. Are you kidding me? We talked about, having a good game, right?
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't even just a great game. That was an insane match from them. And so many other squads as well that desperately needed those points were able to get them right then and there.
You know what? That gets the official Giga Banger match right there for Boom. From that northeast side, doing so much work, picking up the points where it matters, and they've got to be so, so proud of that performance. Power getting deep into it again as well, getting late into that game. That double nade was huge to take them down, by the way. And Alpha 7 very much sealing their position now with over 12 eliminations, I think, as we start to see these players start to run on over. Yummy for Boom, a huge elimination tally, and it did get a little bit hairy with that knock to the backlines, but that's the nade that did it. Double knock, there's nothing you can do.
Beautiful nade right there, so clutch. And I mean, look at that, Yummy had 7 eliminations at that point. That is just absolutely insane. And the hardest thing when it comes to playing as a PUBG Mobile player at this level is that clutch factor. You can't, you can't train for it, right? You just have to be able to have it or you don't. And Boom Esports, after that game, they definitely got it.
Certainly is, but they've almost, they got 46 points in the rest of the tournament. They just got 30 points in that one match.
They almost doubled it.
So,
that's crazy.
I mean, sure, you need that clutch factor, but what you also need is the backup, and that's what I'm looking for them for next match, right? That is what I'm going to be looking forward to.
Oh, man, guys. One more match left to go. You guys know what to do. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Boom.
ne kadar çok şey değiştirebilir? Bir hayali kaç kişi aynı anda paylaşabilir? Peki kaç kişi yükselen yıldızlarda savaşmaya cesaret edebilir? Parlamaya ve e-spor sahnesine adım atmaya hazır ol. Senin sıran geldi. Şimdi sen de takım arkadaşlarını bul. Turnuva adresine git ve kaydını tamamla. Bu heyecana ortak ol.
All right, guys, this is the last day of the group stage here at PMWC, so we thought we'd do a little half-mark checking. Starting off with the first match, where Lirla was able to secure themselves a chicken dinner on top of their 15 elimination points. This was some great changes in pace and some great decision-making that allowed them to stay on top. When we're looking at match number 2, it is Power Esports that secured themselves 10 placement points with that chicken dinner that they got in their back pocket. For match number 3, BRX was holding on to stay in the race, but it is a survival of the fittest, and Inco went up against Mad Bull to secure those 10 elimination points for the chicken dinner, with Inco coming out on top, and they're the ones who get that chicken dinner for the last match of the half of today. I'll see you guys later.
The importance of one match, and our winner chicken dinner went to... Boom! He did the bicep.
Boom!
Again,
do it again.
Boom! They don't
all
want
off
the camera
sync. It's all bad. It's all gone wrong.
We
Sorry.
tried.
It's fine.
We
But you know what didn't go wrong? Boom's victory here. That was a massively needed game, considering I think they were the lowest ranked team from their region. And that should have put them high enough now in the overalls that they're going to qualify for the main event.
They were the biggest question mark out of the region, considering that they are the back-to-back PMSL champions out of their region.
Let Evil Laris over here go into that, because about
What's your
Boom.
prophecy?
Oh, yeah. Well, no,
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
to do with
No.
prophecy. That was IHC. Well, Aloe will IHC, but yeah, they're going to be able to make it. Boom traditionally plays, honestly, better regionally than they do internationally. I think when it comes to regionals, they kind of play against their region as opposed to playing excellent PUBG to the standard where you need to do internationally, and then you're able to adapt to the international teams and be able to bring that kind of to the forefront, right? They've been very practiced against region only, but 30 points is massive. One thing that really went their way in this game is usually you're not able to easily transition over that road, but this time around, nobody was really holding them. They executed that brilliantly to be able to get themselves towards chicken dinner.
I feel like after that game too, another team that needed the points to kind of, in a way, make it a little bit easier for them to secure their spot, don't have that much pressure on their shoulders going into the last match, is none other than Power Esports being able to get those 12 points. Now that is back-to-back good games out of them.
Huge.
Wait, let me check my notes. Back to back.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right.
Big games.
Go.
4 big games for them, and the perfect time to be able to pull it off too. Because I said to Callie, who walked by, I was like, I don't know if Power will be able to hold on to their spot. With the 12 points they did get, though, it should be very likely. But also Team Liquid getting themselves 6 points because they were a team on the cusp as well, potentially not making it. They need to just get something going in this final game. But teams who desperately need to make something happen here, Vampire, 2 points this last match. Inco, 1 point. Falcon, 0. Those 3 teams are outside the bubble right now and have 1 match left to go to be able to try to get in.
Falcons is just not looking good, man. We even got a chance to look at the stats. I'm not sure if it was updated after this match as well, but most of their illness has come from top, and I feel like that's what we're getting, just such reactions out of him whenever they do get eliminated, whenever they do end up showing him on the face cam.
Yeah.
It's just not working out for him. And with the way they're currently playing, I don't think they're going to end up making it into survival stage.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, you take a look at the numbers, it was, what, 15 elims compared to like 4, 3, 4. It's very, very difficult here. If only one player is able to kind of step up to that level. Again, technically speaking, even if you do go down to survival stage, it is not all said and done. And there is still one more game, but they would have to go big mode to be able to get things going.
They'd have to go boom! Oh, boom. Oh, they got me on camera, that one. I don't know, I got the muscles for it.
The thing is, even if they do go in big mode, even if they do perform well, they have to hope that some of the teams that are above them, that are already secure within the top 12,
they have to hope that they don't perform well, which is very unlikely with the way some of these teams are currently performing.
I mean, the fact is as well that one team we haven't mentioned just yet, and it's still technically unlikely to happen, but still possible, is Reject. Currently at 69 points. They still can be pushed outside of the bubble, but also D+. I don't know if they've been pushed out now, but if they are still somehow in this, they're in it by like 1 or 2 points, if anything.
D+?
Yeah.
I think D+.
They're pushed out already?
Yeah, I think D+ has to. Which, we were kind of talking about this. That might be the highest fall from grace that we have seen in PUBG Mobile from
that's
today,
a good point, 7.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Yeah, I mean, what, 57 points in that first day compared to what, was like 6 or 7 points. But yeah, this is Boom's stats coming in from this one. That is absolutely insane to do 3.6k damage across this game. And, all importantly, they hit some nades.
Yes!
Boom!
Oh! That's got to be the new the new profile picture. He's gonna be so happy looking at this bag and be like, I'm gonna screenshot this real quick.
I think
Tweet it out.
contractually he has it where he has to be able to show off his biceps at least 1 or twice.
I'm gonna be real, guys. All right, I've never in my life had biceps.
Okay.
So
well, you do
I'm,
now.
I'm
You gotta
taking
show
this
them off
moment
now,
whilst
but
I can. Okay.
I think Boom needs to show off the fact that they're in 7th place. 76 points. They are safe. They are in it. They have been able to make it into the main event, which they have to be extremely happy about. And we definitely know the Indo talent who are right next to us. We're very happy to see. But it's all about the second page, and we can move along here and see where the teams currently stand and at what point. 64 points. D+ have, in fact, been pushed out. And Inko at 60, Falcons at 60, and Vampire right now are the cutoff at 64. If you're Vampire, I feel like you have to adapt your play now. You have to play safe.
Yes and no. I mean, hold on a second. I'm looking at Reject, a team that we thought it was going to be one of the safest teams. Right now, they're not looking safe at all with those 69 points.
You still need effectively 1 or 2 teams to get 10 points, and they need to be the specific teams, right?
But they are teams who could.
There's a world where TJB, if they get a big win, could also be the one to take over. But yeah, these teams, they've... I'm a little bit divided in my head, guys, because as much as they're great teams to be able to potentially challenge for that spot, they've been kind of inconsistent. That's why they found themselves on this border position.
Well, for Inko, too, if they do end up getting the enough points, if for some reason we end up in a tie, they do have at least 1 chicken dinner to their name, too. So I feel like they would be able to edge that out of Reject. Yeah, let me check that. Yeah, Reject does not have any chicken dinners.
Inconsistent?
Same with TJB.
That was not bad.
That wasn't bad. Yeah, TJB, I think TJB's kind of been of a letdown, as we did discuss before.
Yes.
Really not performing here today. I definitely thought they'd be a team that would make it through, but Besiktas, unfortunately, they're out. Brute Force, well, I say out, right? They're in the survival stage. Let me clarify that for you guys at home. When we do say out, it means making it directly to the main event right now, but they still have survival.
Technically speaking, if Mad Bulls had a massive game, 50 points, like up to what, I mean, hey, we just saw a 30-point game.
Yeah.
Like, there is technically a world. Again, in terms of the inconsistency, I don't think it's tried, true, and proven.
And 7, that also does mean DRX. If they have a big game, they still, unfortunately, would not qualify here into the main event. They still have to play survival. But we're going to head over to our commentators as the final game of the group stage is ready. John Allen and Hot Jukes, take it away.
Let's go.
Boom.
Boom.
Baby, let's go. So much to the guys in the cargo pants in the box. We are heading into our final match of the day, Jukes. It's all to play for on that bubble. Vampire hold it for now.
Let's go. Let's go. They hold it for now. Are they going to continue to hold it after the end of this match? We don't know, guys. $1 million about to be paid out in just a few short minutes. It all comes down to this, guys. It's one of those moments that so many kids dream about, you know, just that hitting that three-pointer with only 1 second on the clock. That is the exact scenario right here, right now. Let's get it going live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup, the final game of the group stage.
With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip the teams with up to 120 FPS, which is, of course, the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Over from the playing path, we're going from the Oasis down to Minas del Sur.
Let's get it going. Oh, the playing path looking absolutely beautiful. Alpha 7's going to get their drop in El Boso, but my eyes are on these teams that desperately need these points. I'm looking at you, Vampire Esports. You are that cutoff. You are at that cutoff. So all these teams that desperately need these points here and now, they're going to be incentivized to try and take them out as quickly as possible. So if they do end up in engagement with Vampire, I would be shocked if we don't see them put a little extra urgency to take them out early.
We're taking a look at some of those top players as well, and it just goes to show you how strong Alliance's day was that Cluck is holding that top spot. Of course, a couple of players still yet to get as many games played as them. I think at the moment it's Top who's really looking to chase it down for a potential MVP of the group stages, with Team Falcon still playing this last match, and it's kind of pretty close between the two of them. That is a hard shift again out to the east side.
That's a tough circle. That is a tough circle right here. It essentially just cuts the amount of real estate down to, 2/3. So let's see how quickly these teams are going to look to move. And so my eyes, again, are going to be on teams like Inco, Team Falcons, obviously. I'm so shocked to see them even in this position right here. Last game, they have a 4-point differential away from Vampire Esports, and a 9-point differential from Team Reject. So it's fortunate for Falcons that they know that there is a hard point that they don't have to worry about, because Vampire could still go crazy here. So there's at least one slot available. But man, that is still 9 points plus that you need here and now. So let's see if they're going to be able to get them. This zone is definitely going to make things difficult, that's for sure.
Really going to make things tricky. And I see a circle like this, and I have to talk about the hard east shift that we got on a circle like this over in EMEA to the two outpost islands to the east of Impala.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Come on.
Imagine how it would feel. You're chasing in one of the most important tournaments of the year, and all of a sudden, bang, you're swimming.
Hey.
And you forgot your swimming trunks.
We're here in Riyadh, man. It's time to have some fun in the sun. Let's go and take it on over to the beach, baby. I would love to see some of that action. I know all these teams don't, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But it would definitely make things interesting. So I'm looking right now at the map. Inco, very centered up right towards Los Leones. They're going to start creeping into this circle here, as well as the Falcons. Where are they? That is where my eyes are on right now. And
I think over near San Martin right now.
They're surrounded by so many squads.
Yeah, Team Liquid right next to them on the east. You've got CAG Osaka out to the west of them, TJB on the north edge, who will be bringing up the rear behind them. But they're going to be able to move fairly soon, and obviously there's a lot of rotational paths available on Miramar in general. It's quite a wide open map in the course of things. They'll be able to find a gap, I'm sure, especially if Team Liquid go further towards the middle. That'll open up the ground ahead of them.
Man, what a crazy turn of events here. I think that we were going to see a 30-point game from Boom Esports. I did not. And man, they were able to clutch it out right there. Currently sitting in 7th place with 76 points. They're going to be feeling mighty comfortable. But then again, so many of these teams are on that cusp of having to be in that survival stage. By the way, guys, survival stage, day after tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, we're going to see these 12 teams, or the bottom 12 teams after this one, there, as long as some new squads are going to be entering the fray. And those squads are going to be foaming at the mouth to try and make that slot to the grand finals that's coming right around the corner.
Oh yeah, I saw one of the Team Spirit players in the hotel just before we left. They are here. Team Spirit, one of the teams that will be joining that survival stage, having qualified in that low enough place that they didn't make it to the group stage initially. They did go straight there. They're going to be joined by Rook, by Pandem, Twisted Minds as well. Those are the 4 teams that have already been placed in the survival stage from their qualification, and they will be joined by 12 of these teams. Some of them on your screen right now. 3 of them, though, it's going to be Brute Force, Besiktas, and D+ Kia, all already confirmed over to those survival stages. They've dropped below that 12th place already, and obviously not playing any more games now.
Man, D+ Kia is the big shock for me. I mean, after their day 1 performance, I thought that they were going to be an absolute lock for the finals, but weren't able to replicate that in day number 2. And it just goes to show that, you know, some teams, when they get the circles, you know, they go crazy. D+ Kia did, and when they weren't able to get those zones, man, they just got absolutely punished right there. So hopefully we can see them, you know, show some signs of life during that survival stage. But, oh boy, we got to focus on right here and right now. Team Falcons, this is one of those squads that have such high expectations. Gonna try and clutch up at least one of those 12 spots, and they don't need very many points in order to do it.
Certainly don't, but extracting that many points from a lobby like this, I mean, it's difficult, right? Sure, you see one team do it every time, but you forget there's like 14 other teams that just didn't, right? And so for Falcons, it is definitely a medium to large game, I would say, that they need. They need to make sure that they are supersizing that chicken dinner meal to be able to get forwards securely, right? 60 points shouldn't be enough. As I've been saying, the prediction around that bubble is going to be sort of where Team Liquid sit right now on 72. That's a 6-point average per match. So if you can push further beyond that, every time you add a point to that, you just get safer and safer and safer. 60 points, as famously we all know, is less than 72 by 12 points. So that's what they're trying to push up.
Yeah, I mean, if I am that team, Team Falcons, I am 100% at least trying to pass up Reject, right? Reject are currently sitting in 11th place with 69 points. So if you're able to pass them up, you should have a decent shot of making it into that top 12. And that's, of course, unless Inco Gaming go crazy and TJB have a phenomenal game, because that's still a possibility.
If Reject drop below their bubble, that would be half of Group Red down in the bottom 12. Obviously, 3 Group Red teams already in those bottom 12. We're looking to take another potential today with that 69-point barrier.
Two other teams.
Group Yellow right now, I think, is looking in the worst shape in terms of who's been able to jump on up. We've got 5 teams right now, if you include Inco in that bottom side, but it's looking pretty fair. I think every single group is almost evenly split right now between the bottom and the top 12.
Absolutely, yeah. And one of those teams from Group Yellow is going to be money makers. You know, they still have a possibility. You know, Calar said it. Vamos, that's what they need to do right there. They need to get going because they're going to need a 20-point game
they just got knocked.
At the minimum. Oh, and
that's all the way on the north side. They're
way
not next to anyone.
nowhere.
I didn't know it was a crash.
They are so far away from this. They're playing it way too safe. And it's so frustrating to see that because they have to know that a regular game isn't going to do it. Like, they need double-digit elimination chicken dinner here in order to make it happen. Oh, a southern shift. We're going down to Puerto Paraíso. We're ready to get it going. And Mad Bulls, one of those teams that does need a 20-point-plus game, that is a good, solid shift for them.
It's also a good, solid shift for Power right now. They're on that East Coast road. The difficulty from that position is always getting back up towards that hills to your west. So if they move early enough, if they hold a position early enough, they can have a much better time of that. The question is, do they want to? Or are they going to allow teams to surround them, try and fight out from there, and use those teams around them as a little bit of a buffer to keep everyone else at bay? Time will tell. Alpha 7, they've made it. 91 points on the cards right now. They're in 4th place with a big game. It is not out of the question.
I mean, that's crazy.
But they would need, I think it's a 21 elimination chicken dinner to jump up to that first spot and try and challenge against Alliance. I'm not too sure on the tiebreakers right now in terms of how many chicken dinners. I think it's 3 chicken dinners for Alliance at this stage and only the 1 for Alpha 7, which would mean they'd need an extra point to be able to win that tiebreaker. So 22 elimination chicken dinner for Alpha 7 would be necessary. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that would be crazy. But you know what? If any team could do it, it is them. And I want to see them go for it. Honestly, why not? Go for broke. Go absolutely insane because you're going to need that practice come finals time. So hopefully we can see a monster game for them. And if they do end up you know, starting down that road, it's going to make things that much more difficult for those teams that desperately need those points. I'm looking at you, Mad Bulls, Moneymakers, you know, you have to go crazy. Moneymakers so far away. Honestly, I'm already going to count them out at this point. It's going to be just too difficult, I think, to have that kind of performance. But, you know, Team Falcons, TJB, Inco are right there. By the way, you know, I have to mention it. 12th place, 13th place. The difference is one goes to the main event, the other one doesn't. But also, there's a big difference in prize pool. 12th place, $54,000 in the bank. 13th, gonna be 25 grand, but here goes Power Esports against Boom. This is huge.
If they manage to extract any elimination points from this on either side, this is hugely valuable for them. They're right towards that bubble. 1 point either way could make all the difference now. So the fact that Power have just picked up that up is a great news. A knockover towards Easy for Boom might be able to do something for them as well, as there's still more bullets flying around the outside. As Verdun goes down, that's an off-angle third party. IWNRX getting involved on this east side, trying to put the pressure on. Now, with Boom just on 2 players alive, they want the points where they can get them. They're on 76. It might be enough, it might not. And they just want to secure that, jump up over that 80-point barrier. That's what they're looking for.
Boom just said, you know what? We just go in the water at this point. We have to survive. We have to make something happen here. They are safe for now at 76 points, but they don't want to go out without a fight here. Let's see what Frenzy could do. Yeah, next circle does go on over, centering up in this position. Team Falcons against Inco of all teams. This is a massive do-or-die fight.
Both on 60 points at the start of this match. Inco able to rack one up, take one player down from Falcons. He steps into the fire. Nurzed takes a little bit too much damage for their liking, but Inco also suffering on the health bars. A crucial fight for these two rosters, and fire through the window with the nade. Not going to connect enough. Gary able to fold back in, and Falcons playing as 3. They've lost action, but Top is an MVP candidate, which is absolutely insane. Given the caliber of the other teams, this guy has been a standout performer for Falcons, but unfortunately, it may not be enough.
Neither of these teams can afford casualties at this point. I mean, if they go out here and now, we're going to see them in the survival stage. They have to make it through here, and I think both of these teams are starting to move. They know who they're fighting against, so you're going to see a little bit of extra pressure here, but the longer that this fight goes on for, the bigger chance of a third party ringing out through here. You got TJB, who also desperately need those points and need to pass up these 2 squads right around the corner. You got to make a move, and Inco are just so nervous to do that, and now we're starting to see Falcon getting pressured by TJB. This is a worst case scenario position for Team Falcons.
Boom have gone down in the meantime. They got 30 points in that previous match, Dukes, and this time they will get 0, but they got up to 76 with that, and it might be enough. That's what we say when all it takes is 1 game to change the tide of things, right? For Boom, without that match that just happened, they would not even be in the conversation. But as it stands, they might have just beaten the bubble.
I'll tell you what, the conversation is all about these 2 squads right now. You can see Team Falcons trying to hit a desperation nade. Both these squads outside of the zone, and they're going to stay there. They're going to finish off each other. One is going to walk out alive, and the other is going to go home to the survival stage. So let's see what ends up happening between those 2 teams. I think Team Falcons say, you know what, forget it. We cannot afford to go out right here and right now. They're going to try to leave, but Inco Gaming is going to try and punish them on their way out.
Try and pick up those points. That's exactly what they need to do. They step out, look for the spray. At range, it's difficult to connect, but Top's flagging. He's lame in the field now with a tire out. He's spinning out. Are they going to be able to get him? This is Power taking on Boom, by the way, earlier to open up the door for Boom to get eliminated after that. And Power, with those points, have probably been able to seal their ticket towards those finals as well. Able to pick up quite a few points for their troubles. I think they got 3 of them. In the meantime, Top, has he made it? He's alive. He looks like he's still kicking.
Inco Gaming, they finally give it up. They just say, you know what, we cannot afford either to be spending too much time in this fight. Yeah, we want to take the Falcons out, but we still have other worries, right? We got to still pass up Vampire. We still got to pass up so many squads. They're now going to drive by TJB, the team that needs to take him out here. Is TJB going to start ringing out these shots? No. One of their players going out for some information. Now we're starting to see some support fire from them.
Inco trying to roll around now, find some cover. Flower with an excellent angle, but not quite able to connect at the roof of the vehicle. Keeps them safe. Nades in from TJB. They're going to funnel in, and it is just going to be so difficult to hold, but Vitali has the challenge with the DBS close. Steps up, knocks one back. Rebuffed, looks for the flush, but there's another player to take the challenge. Not going to find the shots this time around. GK first wants the spray. One knock over towards Inko, but that's all they'll find for now because Vitali's got more to say. They have an answer. The long range help will find the shot, and the pump action not going to connect underneath. GK first with the heal, steps out wide, but there's an answer. The volley is back, and Inko are fighting for their lives. DJB want to try and mash into the fight as well, but with 56 points, they have not done enough if they go down here.
Inko Gaming are in a death bowl right now, and they know it. They're going to try to get these reses off as soon as possible. Here comes Flower, the last remaining member for TJB. Is he going to go for the run over? He jumps down and gets shut down by Inko. What a clutch shot.
4 eliminations for Inko. They can get these reses now. Looking on the north side, Alolex IHC might try and flush them through, but it's unlikely. In the meantime, it is Talon to roll on over the Moneymakers, and their dreams are dashed of making it straight to the main event. Then the nade might change things a little bit, though, as Icy wants to try and take a little bit out of Talon, but Talon looking good. 2 eliminations now. They're on 76, and again, they too may have beaten the bubble. Falcons are out.
The Falcons are out, folks, and you can see the look on their faces. Absolute devastation. They're going to have to make it happen come survival stage. Moneymakers are done. That is it for them. Inko and Vampire still alive right here, trying to make something happen. And Mad Bulls going to have to do an absolute miracle run if they want to stand a chance of making it into the finals.
It is all eyes on Inko, Vampire. And remember, Reject are still in this race as well with 69 points. That is the metric that they sit on. Team Liquid on 72 as well could be pushed down. Right now, on the map, Team Liquid have a great spot. Mad Bulls have a great spot if they can get rid of Easy from Power, a potential solo Snake to ruin their day. IWNRX, they're all the way out in the sticks. Harami Bro with a wide split, but they've got a lot of control here.
Oh boy, right now my eyes are on 2 squads, Vampire and Inko, because one of these teams is going to make it into the finals, the other one is not. And another $20,000 plus difference in prize pool as well. Inko getting shot up by Talon. Talon with some great angles. Nunez desperately trying to be able to get out of this position. Inko are in big trouble.
They need more, and this is not how it happens. Spray down from Linux, gets the flush, and then Ibete, the next victim. But there's an off angle at third party, as is always going to be. Nunez trying to hold on for the team, as Misery just rolls straight past them, gives them a point there, and they're able to pick that one up. Talon go down. They should be safe into those finals, but Inko now up to 5 eliminations, and the placements points start to add up now.
Oh boy, I think that may have tied Vampire. I think it is neck and neck between these 2 squads. Inko need more, and that shot there is going to crush their dreams as Inko Gaming are now out. Vampire Esports only need a handful of points now to secure their position into the finals.
Inko right now on the bubble,
Here they come.
66 points. If Vampire go down now, they might not make it over the top. They need this win. They need it. Nuzi goes down in the mix of it all, and it's all Seol. Can he take Vampire down? No! And they get the points. They've done it. Vampire jump on up into 12th. They push Inko away, and now it's only Mad Bulls that can take them out.
Stoned with a stone cold killer right there. That is how you do it. 1 DBS shot to rule them all. He's going to be able to get his squad up and make it happen. You talk about clutch factor. That was it right there.
IWNRX have 10 eliminations, by the way, but it's useless. They're too late. They can't do anything with it. It's so frustrating. This team had so much potential moving in, and hopefully this is a sign of what's to come in the survival stage for this roster. But they will not be able to push up over. 26 points at the start of this match. They're on 36 now with these 10 eliminations. And Swain goes down on the off angle. They have to push past Team Liquid, and that is a tall order.
But this is what I was talking about. You have those teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboards. They finally start showing out when they don't have anything to lose anymore. But you know what? Who has something to lose? It's Mad Bulls. What are you doing? You need to wipe out this entire lobby and win the game. If they could do that, they could still make something happen. But they can't just be sitting on the south side waiting. I don't know what they're doing.
It is so frustrating, and there's Easy. The solo snake takes a player down from Mad Bulls, and they're on 3 now. Can they pick up this point? Because Easy's still a thorn in their side. Zerich and Tulika establishing that line of fire. There's an off angle coming through as well from Fleeke. They should be able to deal with it, and they re-establish together. A nade from Easy. He's got 3 in the pocket. Maybe he'll be able to find something else here. A 1v4 to ruin the day of Mad Bulls. I mean, maybe. I don't expect Mad Bulls to be able to take this one down, and I don't think anyone else does either. But there's always that glimmer of hope. Right now, at the moment, it's about Vampire securing that bubble. It's about Team Liquid staying alive into those finals as well. And Falcons dropping down. Inco 2.
Oh. I mean, here's the thing, though. There's still 13 eliminations to get. If Mad Bulls were able to get every single one of them and the chicken
15.
dinner, I mean, that is a 23-point swing. That'll put them at 73 points right there. So it's not impossible. But they're not going to do it. Just sitting back, watching every single elimination go away. With every point that they don't get, their chances just get reduced by a huge chunk. That's 1. They need every single one left if they want to stand a chance.
They need to take Vampire out next as well, because these placement points will also move that boundary further and further and further, inexorably away from them. It will be so tough to make it through, and you know what? I don't expect them to do it. I just don't think they've got it in the tank right now. With 3 players alive, coming up against Team Liquid on this northeast position, they can look to maybe sweep through IWNRX, who frankly have been on a tear this match, but kind of overshadowed by their previous performances.
Yeah, IWNRX are just doing this for kicks at this point. Just looking to crush some dreams. But Mad Bulls, that dream isn't dead yet. It's still alive and well. It's still possible, but they cannot afford to even see another team going into a team fight. They need to take out everybody. They got to start pushing here.
It's time. It's time for it now. Team Liquid. They should be aware that they've done it at this stage. They've got a little bit more left to give,
That's
though.
Vampire gone.
Vampire out. This is the potential for the Mad Bulls to actually find something here. With Vampire finishing on 70, that is 5 points short of where Satani said he wanted to end up. But they are in 11th right now, and notably ahead of Reject, which means that even if Mad Bulls surpass them, they are guaranteed in the finals now. 69 points is the bubble. It sits on Reject, the Japanese team biting their nails.
11 eliminations available for the Mad Bulls. They need all of them. Let's see what they can do. Harami Bro is still on the other side of the map. They have some great angles. They're just big chillin'. They are too low on the leaderboards to make anything happen. We'll see something from them the day after tomorrow in the survival stage. But all eyes are on Mad Bulls, as now they're starting to put some pressure onto IWNRX. Have they finally woken up?
They might just be able to make something magic happen here. If they can find it, it would be a miracle. Reject would be devastated to find that it's happened to them. IWNRX, their next challenge. Zed Wolf on the back lines. They're holding it out. Team Liquid have moved down from that north side, and Harami Bro have just been staying out of it all the while. Kine, low HP here. Mythic putting pressure on Ayala as well, lobbing these nades in. It's ducking their heads behind the headland as Zerich holds the angle. Mythic gets the first shot into Frozen, and IWNRX again. Less and less wind in their sails by the second.
And less points that Mad Bulls can get, because that is one that's going to go towards the side of Team Liquid. They can't afford to even lose anyone. Okay, that's another elimination for Mad Bulls. They are on a run right now. They have to take down Team Liquid. Here comes Zerich in the front lines with the UMP. Can he hit these shots?
Mythic
he hits the
going for the
laydown.
shots. Not going to be able to hit it. Goes down. Ayala wins the trade, but there's Fleeke with it back and forth again. But one player now for Mad Bulls. It's all up to Fleeke. The res not going to happen, I don't think, with Zed Wolf there to hunt it down. And Harami Bro moving across. These eliminations are just starting to fade, and the Mad Bulls, despite their run, might have fallen short.
I think that is all she wrote right there. The opportunity was there, but Mad Bulls were just way too slow on the gas pedal right there. They needed to start seeing red just a little bit earlier. Instead, just trying to play a little bit too passive, and that's what happens here. The nerves start hitting in. You don't know what to do. You gotta move when the going gets tough.
Fleeke, though, still with a small chance, but he's outside the blue zone, has to crest the ridgeline. Team Liquid bearing down upon you. What can you do? Knight will be happy with this, though. For Team Liquid, they have managed to secure their spot, but 2 sprays for Fleek. Okay, finds 1, maybe getting a flush there. Are Harame Bro gonna take the shots back? Slowing Team Liquid down here is absolutely huge, though. If they can rack up just a couple more eliminations for Mad Balls, it's still not out of the question, but we would still need to win it as well.
We would need an absolute miracle. We would need to see PUBG Mobile history right here, right now. Fleek needs to just clutch it up for his squad. We're talking putting the backpack on and straight carrying them across to the finish line. He is going for a big rotation here. He does have enough room to breathe, so he should be able to get this rotation safely. He is starting to get peppered, though, on the way up the hill. Meanwhile, Harame Bro has so many different angles. And now Harame Bro is going to start setting their attention onto Team Liquid here. The nades are going to start ringing out.
Mad Balls maybe going down here. There's a challenge over on the far side. Fleek, with a nade in hand, actually backs the player on the high ground for Harame Bro off and usurps him up onto this position. Interesting turn of events, but not going to be in the next circle. Has managed to get away from under the pressure. Eliminations needed for this team right now. With the 5 eliminations they got, there are 55 points. Remember, 69 is the bubble. If he wins it, I grant you that is so unlikely to happen. But if he wins it, that would put them up at 65. 69 is the bubble, which means that he needs 4 more eliminations. And with a chicken dinner, they win the tiebreaker against Reject, which would put them over the top. But, as I say, it is so unlikely. It's basically out of the question.
But we know we've seen the impossible before. Can we see it here live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia? The PUBG Mobile World Cup. Fleek down to 10% HP. That buggy is beat up. He has to jump out. Goes for the spray. And that is going to be the Mad Bulls miracle run ending right then and there.
That is a little bit sad, but I didn't expect it to happen. He just kept teasing me with it all the way until the end, and that is unfortunate. Harame Bro going up against Team Liquid now to close down the final match as we're going to isolate our top 12 teams at the end of this. Dish out that fat Millie. Over the top, Harame Bro sending forwards a little bit. 1 player down. Can they get a trade? Doesn't look like it. Not just yet. Finding those shots, but not quite connecting. Another goes forward, but Ayala does fall. 2 players down now for either team. It looks like Team Liquid trying to stay alive with only 1 player remaining. Cardo's with a chance around the monster truck.
1v2.
Trying to give him the do-si-do, and he gets it done. Team Liquid close us down with the final chicken dinner of group stages. Our top 12 teams locked in. Reject, breathe, a sigh of relief. Woo! As Mad Bulls can't quite make it all the way.
What an incredible game. I can't wait to see the leaderboards, to get those official scores in, see exactly who made it, who did it. Team Liquid, after that game, they know they're going to the finals. So just where did they end up, though? That's my question, because that was a huge one for them right here towards the end.
Absolutely. It has been a story of real big performances at the end of today as well. Let's remember that boom chicken dinner, that 20 elimination game on the first Miramar. That alone saw them safe, right? They were on 46 points before that. They got nothing in that last match that we just saw. And it is a 1-game kind of tournament. When you play 12 matches, there is just that one spark of brilliance that you need, and it can change everything. Unfortunately, 12 of our teams were not quite able to get those sparks going.
I mean, what was that, like 40% of their points in just 1 game? That is absolute insanity right there. Just take a look at the replay here. Mad Bulls, man, they had a shot, but I'm just so shocked that they played this so passive for so long. There was plenty of fights that they could have taken, but that's the way it goes. If you're just too late to pull the trigger, you ain't gonna get it done.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles for the Mad Bulls, unfortunately, this time around. But they'll go to the survival stage. I want to talk a bit about IWNRX as well. In that last match, they were loud. They had a lot going on, but it just wasn't there for the rest of the tournament. And I mean, it is disappointing. We'll see more from them. I hope they're going to be able to put up a performance, especially from Zedwolf. I feel like that guy deserves credit, but Not in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, not yet. And it was good to see some signs of life towards the end. Hopefully we can see a little bit of that towards that survival stage, but it's too late. I mean, 3 days, you got to get it done. Let's finally go ahead and take it on over to the studio and wrap things up here and see who made it to the finals.
Yeah, I understand what you guys mean with IWNRX. It was like, why didn't they start doing this earlier? Why did it come down to the final game for them to finally pick up some eliminations, show what they could do, show what they did in EMEA? But either way, they still have a second chance. They still will have the survival stage to play in, but that also means, I think, why we should have our 12 teams locked in. And as you heard John say, Reject probably breathe a sigh of relief here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have to empathize with what Hot Jukes was saying. If considering that the challengers to that one spot were gone, Mad Bulls should be far more aggressive than they were being. The 1-1-2 split for them, losing someone to East, then thinking to themselves, oh, it might not just be a solo. What are we supposed to do here to try and kind of shut this down? So go into ultra defensive mode, very difficult. This is not the Mad Bulls I'm used to seeing personally.
They were so split, but just not being proactive on those eliminations.
Right.
They were just being super patient. I don't know if they didn't quite weren't quite sure of the math of how many elims they needed. They were maybe, okay, if we just wait, get the chicken dinner, maybe that'll be enough. It just wasn't enough.
Well, the question now comes, did Team Liquid pass Alpha 7?
Oh.
Team Liquid beating Alpha 7 when it came to PMSL Americas. And Alpha 7 being, I'd say, more experienced and definitely better results when it comes to national events. Were they able to hold on to their top Brazilian spot?
Let's quickly talk about
wow.
the 2v4 that we just witnessed from them as well. Harami kind of bottling it a little bit, I want to say. I mean, Team Liquid, they went into that with a pump shotgun, which is not exactly the best of weapons to be going into that with, and then an to finish things off. Team Liquid played a blinder in the 2v4, but again, Harame shouldn't be giving them the 1v1s that they were giving them. You should be peeking over at the same time to shut down that and use your man advantage.
Overall, for Team Liquid, this is the Team Liquid that we've been wanting to see. I mean, we got a chance of it yesterday whenever they did get the win at the start in Sandhawk, but we want to see more out of this team, considering that they are the champions of the PMSL. We'll have to wait and see, though. Did they do enough to pass Alpha 7? Because that is bragging rights between those two all the time.
You know what you're not going to brag about? 14th place, Team Falcons, losing 3. And then leaving it all into the one man to try to survive to get them into this, and unfortunately not going to be enough. So Falcons, one team, I don't think any single talent here, whether it's English, Indonesian, Arabic, would ever expected. Yeah, he's in his own world. Would ever expected Falcons to not qualify. But here's a quick little recap of the day. And honestly, I think the talking point of the day is Power Esports having 4 insanely good back-to-back games, able to put them directly into the main event.
Being able to get those 2 chicken dinners today. On top of that, whenever they weren't able to get the placement points, I like that they were proactive in regards to their eliminations too. And I mean, in the first Miramar 2, you kind of saw that out of them, being able to still finish high with the eliminations, high with the placement points. That's what you want to see out of that team, considering they had some roster changes as well.
I'm not going to expect you guys to do predictions this time for MVP, but I'm going to go with Ohaje coming in from Power, considering the amount of games they had that were extremely good. Let's take a look at our MVP of the day by Sony, because this is going to be interesting. Maybe if they can maintain this sort of momentum going into
top
our finals.
Okay, top. That's crazy, though. This kind of goes with what we've been talking about. Yeah, that's got to hurt in a big, big way, because he was the one performing the whole day for that team. And that's just going to frustrate him even more, which leads me to believe what's going to happen with this team once we get to survival stage. Could there be a world where they don't even make it to the finals?
They need to significantly it sounds ridiculous that I'm being negative during MVP reel. They need to significantly reassess their approach to these games. Looking at this final circle on Miramar as well, as soon as that second circle pops, I'm thinking, oh no, this is bad for Falcons, because let's be honest, as you say, it has been all top for them throughout these 2 days of gameplay, and then it has looked uncoordinated and not really responsive in some of these fights. They need to absolutely tighten up those bolts. Every single facet of their game needs to be changed in the survival stage.
And honestly, looking at the roster, back in PMGC, they had, was a Scry and Pika on the team. They brought in their Zed. We were expecting with the signing of Falcons as well, not saying that Stalwart is a bad organization whatsoever, but the amount of comfiness they could feel within the organization of Falcons should have allowed them to be able to easily qualify in something like this. But now to have to go through survival stage with only 4 teams coming from there, who knows what's going to happen, gentlemen?
That's the thing, right? We don't know what's happening currently with that team. We don't know if maybe there's some internal issues that might be happening or what the case might be. But the thing has to come down to, I'm so surprised that this team is looking like a team in survival state, going to survival stage, that they might not even make it to the finals. That's the big shocker for me.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but right now I'm not hopeful for them. Survival stage is brutal. Regardless of what we think of the 4 teams that are coming in from survival stage that we haven't seen just yet, they're going to give them a run for their money as well. If this Falcons shows up, they're not getting to the main tournament.
Well, let's take a look at our overall so you guys at home can see all the teams who did qualify, but I think we knew kind of towards the end of that game which ones are going to be there. But more importantly, I don't think any of us expected Alliance to be first place here, and Team Liquid in the head-to-head, because of the extra chicken dinner they got in the last game of the day here, did pass Alpha 7.
Oh, that's going to feel so good to that team. That's going to give them, I feel like, even though that might not seem like much to a lot of the viewers, I feel like for that team, it's going to give them that little extra confidence boost going into the finals. There's been so many question marks about them saying Alpha 7 is still going to perform better than them in international events. Everybody's been saying that. Well, now they can say, hey, well, guess what? At group stage, we were above Alpha 7.
I think for Team Liquid, as much as yesterday looked a bit hit and miss, I think they redeemed themselves definitely throughout today.
For sure.
Especially considering they just took a great 2v4 for themselves as well. It was crazy the 1 through 8 though. I could name some great things every single one of those teams did. But anyway, that's by the by. Rejects just manages to squeak still in.
Just barely. 3 points, right? It was 69 down to 66. They have to be happy about this one, but again, I mean, boom. Would they have qualified without those 30 points? Hell no. So with that one match for them, they were able to get into 10th place. But unfortunately, that means Inco, D+, Mad Bulls, Falcons, the teams down below this as well, will all be playing in our survival stage. And honestly, right now, I kind of have Team Spirit maybe licking their lips thinking, you know what, top 4, it's doable.
Very, I would say doable for them. I think that if you look at EMEA as a whole, that team for me has the highest potential ceiling right now. So yes, as I say, even though they're in the survival, or only in the survival stage alone, there's wiggle room for them for sure.
For me, I'm looking at Inco Gaming. This is a team that has been in survival stages before, thinking about PMWC a couple of years back, and they've been able to qualify out of that. And that's why I was kind of talking a little bit more about Team Falcons and why I'm a bit afraid that they might not even make it to the finals, because Inco Gaming, they can definitely step up to the plate whenever their backs is put against the wall. On top of that, you have D+ Kia, that we know if for some reason they do end up getting blessed by the circles, if they do end up in a situation that we had at a day 1 of group stages here at PMWC, that team could definitely be in the top 4.
I'm glad you're hopeful for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if your condition of qualifying for the main event is getting zoned almost every time, then that's not a good sign. But I get what you mean, right? If they have the advantage, we've seen they can secure wins off of that. I'm actually thinking about survival stage of, there's a major advantage of coming from the group stage right now. You're warmed up, you've seen how the games are playing out, and you're going into the games warm and ready to go. Whereas if you're coming from the survival stage, all you can really do is just sit here and watch these games, but not experience them firsthand, and you're coming in cold, which makes your job even that much harder considering you have 2 days of games.
Yeah, you can't even use the excuse of, oh, well, at least we're able to sit back and assimilate the information from these teams, because coming in warm will almost always trump that. It is so important. 17th through 24th. Are there any Team 7 that you think might have a pretty decent shot at top 4?
Honestly, TJB, if we get TJB from their day 1, I feel like they were being so aggressive. They were actually winning those fights. But today, we just saw none of that. But then TJB reminds me a lot of D+ Kia.
Agreed.
If they are given this zone, yeah, they're going to excel with it. They're going to take full advantage of it. But that's a big if they get given this.
I think, yeah, I like your kind of comparison against D+. I do think that TJB is able to flex out of compounds a little bit better than D+, so it doesn't quite require them as much, despite them being lower in terms of the points overall. But yeah, I would actually give TJB a little bit more of a chance than D+ Kia.
Yeah, the other side, right? Now, if I'm one of the possibly favorite teams in survival stage, I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams. I'm going to be looking at DRX. I'm going to be staring at them. Okay, let's see what they did wrong whenever they were split. Instead of taking advantage of a great place, you know what? Let's go hunt them down. Let's take that space away from them, and let's get the winning position for the games.
Or you can see here the teams, if you didn't catch on the overalls, who will be qualifying into the main event. We've got 12 of our teams right here. Again, Reject coming at the very end. Alliance leading the charge. Again, a team we didn't really expect to be the top team from SEA. For MV, I'm still hopeful for them. I had them predicted to be the team to win the whole event. We saw the nades. I made a believer out of 7. I'm curious if they can bring it back again. But again, they're going to be coming to the main event cold. So there is a slight advantage going through survival, the fact that you can win more money, but you also are going to be warmed up going into the main.
I mean, if I'm Boom, I'm going back. By the way, Boom, great job with that match, with the nades that you guys were able to hit. I'm going to over 4MB. I'm like, yo, so what are you guys doing in regards to nades? That's working out so well.
They
I
hit
want to
some
be able
towards
to do
the
that.
end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I want to be able to hit more.
I mean, look at the survival stage. You know, I think if this was all the teams that were playing, I think we could say like a clear 4 we expect to qualify. But the thing is, we don't know what to expect for the other 4 teams who will be coming to play that could potentially challenge out against these teams. Or again, what form these teams are going to come into the event with.
The team that I think might make the biggest difference to their play style might be Mad Balls. The reason I say it is because they have had an extreme tendency through an extremely consistent period of looking great and aggressive on edge plays and looking really good whilst doing that. I think they need to go back to the drawing board, go back to that play style and try and make that work, because it looks honestly a bit catastrophic in some of these games where you're not seeing that aggressive flair coming out from them.
And the good thing, too, is we saw Tilika being able to put up some great performance for that team, too. He was starting to get hot. And, I mean, if you're going to have any player from your squad being able to get hot, being able to frag out like we have seen from top in Falcons, that would be the time to do it. Do it during survival stage.
Okay, well, survival stage will be coming up, obviously, in 2 days' time. But for now, I swear, Sir Tanny needs to pay us, because every time he's in an English interview, they seem to be able to perform. He's on the stage with Barney to chat about today.
Well. That was scary, wasn't it? I'm joined by Sir Tanny from Vampire Esports. Sir Tanny, talk me through those final moments. You must have been on the edge of your seat.
Oh my God, I think it's a fire under my chair right now, because anything can happen on last game, and yeah, I don't know how to say it right now. Yeah.
Can't find the words, but one thing is for sure that I will tell you is that Stoned deserves a raise, because he saved you at that point. I mean, talk us through that moment. Obviously, 2 of you were down. Stoned was the last one up, and he had to secure those 3 points in order to make you guys go through.
Yeah, I think on that timing is the right thing to do, because in the game we didn't know how many points we need. So yeah, if they are fight near us and we can claim it, maybe get some point. And also, yeah, the Stone, he's a real IGL.
Good on him, good on Stone. Now I can tell you that you qualified in 11th place, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. Now you've got a few days between now and the main tournament. What are you going to work on? Because obviously, you guys don't want to be battling for 12th place. You want to be battling for that win, right?
The first thing is important is the confidence, because we come back to the place we belong. Yeah, so the king is come back Israel, and we will work on the timing and the drop spot, and also some route for the circle, because you see every day other team is changed, so we have to prepare something that unexpected on the final. So yeah, we will prepare for it.
Something unexpected for the final. I like that. The Kings are going to be back. You've heard it here first. But for now, we've got another interview on the main stage, of course, and that is being run by Sandstorm. Enjoy.
Yes, indeed. I am here with Al-Haji from Power Esports, who managed to qualify in 9th place after an incredible comeback. Al-Haji, first of all, congratulations. Incredible performance. How does it feel? You are going to be the only representative for Power Esports, and of course representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Al-Haji, أول شيء ألف مبروك. أداء جبار حبيبي. وهلا انت حتكون ممثل لباور والمملكه العربيه السعوديه في المين ايفنت. شعورك بعد الاداء الجبار باليوم الثالث؟
صراحه شعور جدا حلو ان راح نمثل المملكه العربيه السعوديه، وان شاء الله ما راح نخيب ظنهم، وانتظرونا برجعه قويه ان شاء الله، وما راح نخيب ظنكم باذن الله.
باذن الله حبيبي. well, he's saying very, very happy with the performance, and of course, very proud to be able to represent his organization and of course represent the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the grand finals after an incredible comeback against some of the strongest teams in the world. Now, another question for you, Al-Haji. What was the change between day 1 for you guys in the group stage and day 3? ايش كان الاختلاف لفريق الباور بين اليوم الاول واليوم الثالث؟ لانه عن جد انت بتحكي 18 نقطة باليوم الاول وصلتوا تقريبا 76 77 نقطة باليوم الثالث.
صراحة رجعنا بعد اليوم الأول كانت فيها أغلاط فردية، كانت فيها أغلاط، كانت فيها عشوائية باليوم الأول، لكن رجعت ثقتنا باليوم الثاني بالبطولة بالنسبة لنا. ثقينا ببعض داخلين اليوم الثاني انه بالنسبة لنا خلاص لو نتأهل لو ما نتأهل، طلعت قوتنا كلها والحمد لله رب العالمين وفقنا والحمد لله تأهلنا للفاينل.
الحمد لله يا رب. He's saying that they had a massive change in terms of confidence. They trusted each other going into the final day for themselves in the group stage, and at the end of the day they had to give it their all in order to make it, or unfortunately only make it to the survival stage, but they managed to make it to the main stage. Now, I want to give you the opportunity. Is there something that you want to say to the fans over there and everyone at home supporting Power Esports and supporting you specifically as well in the tournament? هل في أي شيء حابب تحكي للجمهور اللي متواجد معنا بالSEC أرينا أو حتى الجمهور اللي عم بتابعنا في بيوتهم على البث الرسمي للبطولة؟
والله حاب اوجه رساله اول شيء لاهلي، اذا حابين يتابعوني احب اوصلهم انه الحمد لله توفقنا تاهلنا للنهائي، واشكر باور وكل الموجودين هنا يعطيهم الف عافيه وتوفيق من رب العالمين ان شاء الله بالفاينل.
He's saying that first of all, I want to say thank you to my family for supporting me, and thank God, alhamdulillah, we were able to make it and we will be able to represent the country and represent the organization on the international stage for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the main event, and watch us in the grand finals, watch us in the main tournament because we have something special hidden. Al-Haji, shukran كثير حبيبي. Thank you very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap on day 3 of the PUBG Mobile World Cup for the group stage here at the Esports World Cup. We're going to throw it away to the studio to wrap up the final day and of course give you a look at the 12 teams that secured their spots in the main tournament. And obviously
yeah, 7. Keep your eyes here. He was just lost in the eyes of Sandstorm there on stage on the screen behind us. We get them in jumbo vision. But we do have our 12 teams, man, and honestly, these teams had to fight tooth and nail. It wasn't easy for quite a few of them. And we got a couple surprises, which honestly, I like to see.
Talon. I feel like Talon was the biggest surprise for me. Even though I was talking about it from day 1, I was hoping that we make it here. I wasn't a full believer, but I am happy that it wasn't just Mystery. It was everybody else from that team being able to step it up and make it within the top 12.
You know what makes me really excited? The fact that we started the group stage saying, hey, this tournament as a whole is not easy to read. How is this all going to play out? And it was teams that we didn't even really expect to be able to take the top spot, that will take those top spots going into the main tournament. So now there's even more names that could potentially take number 1 at the end of it all.
It's almost as if we're really good at our jobs. Almost.
Well, I'm excellent. I don't know about... No.
I mean, you said it. You said I couldn't have said it any better myself when I brought it up, so I can partially take credit for that one.
Yeah.
All right, so then obviously we're now done for the day, but what are you guys looking forward to the survival stage? Any team in particular, anything in particular you're looking for?
Team Falcons. I need to see if it's just going to be top again, or if maybe they're going to figure out whatever's going on within that team, because this is not the Falcons that I was expecting here. I mean, you picked them to win the whole PMWC.
Whoa.
Max picked them to win PMWC. You almost sold me, too, on switching my pick.
I can confirm. Yeah, I'm being told they're bringing in some metal to reinforce his desk for next time he slams it. What about you, Claris?
I'm looking forward to soul-crushing defeat when teams get sent. No,
it feeds into you, man. You love to see pain.
Tears.
I do. It makes me very happy. No, I think that the cool thing about survival is it is brutal. The fact that you have to be on your game. There's only 4 spots. That is devastatingly difficult for all of these teams. They are some of the greatest teams in the world. However, you are going to have to play your absolute tip-top PUBG Mobile to get those top 4 spots.
Yeah, and especially if you want to be able to play for 400K at the very end of it in the main event. You guys watching though at home, make sure that you fill out this survey that's going to pop up on your screen. We'd love to hear what you guys have to say about the show, whether it's we need to get a box for 7, whether we need to have Claris do a dialogue 1v1 against the camera where it zooms in, he starts to froth from the mouth. Maybe it's that Claris's biceps are just too big. Who knows? Whatever it's going to be there, make sure you guys fill it out. And also make sure you guys pick up the Violet Thunder set here for PMWC, based off the design by Ailu from the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest, which includes elements of the trophy. You see that big W on the back, you see the big W on the trophy. Make sure you guys check it out. And I did get a text from Max, who is well enough to text, we can say, that he did pick it up. He said they got me, and he sent me a picture of his brand new skin. So, good on you, man.
Oh, do you reckon he'll be back for the survival stage?
I hope
so. Reckon he'll survive?
I can either confirm or deny if that's going to happen. But I hope so, because we do, you know, we joke with Max, but we do miss Max. He's a great attribute to the show when he brings
yes.
I do.
Yes, we do.
I do. I mean, because then we get to stop bullying each other, and we get to focus all our bullying on one person.
Oh, it's going to be a great time.
It's going to be great. Max is sitting there watching this at home like, I don't know if I want to come anymore. I don't know if I bring back to the show. But for you guys watching at home, we appreciate you guys being here. But we are now done. We will have a day off tomorrow on Monday. We'll be back Tuesday at the same time to kick off our survival stage here live at the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024 live from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we'll see you guys then.
امسك يا علي
Brava.
عليه وبيدت
On pochodu, хай грей.
Вот, лежит, прострелить.
Лоу было. Хорош.
انتين ورا الميراد
توقع يمين يا
دمج هنا
حوش مور بعد
بدين بس aja gue ready deh nice bro alhamdulillah ya Allah
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
They wanna live